From the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Library of Congress and to the Rare Book and Special Collections Division's Symposium on Authenticity. Thank you all for coming. We were joking earlier that it feels almost more like a reunion than it is a symposium. There's so many friends here today, which is really quite gratifying. We have a lovely program for you today. We're very excited about it, and we're going to try and keep on schedule because I'm that kind of guy. I think we're all familiar with that moment in which we embrace a book and know it to be true, to be real. As curators and bibliographers and conservators and collectors, we have a technique and a vocabulary that allows us to experience the object in hand, to understand it, and in a manner authenticate it. The book looks right, it feels right, it behaves properly, it makes sense. In today's symposium on authenticity, we will look at one of the most difficult subjects facing librarians, private collectors, booksellers, and conservators today, judging the genuineness of printed material. Rather than focus on theft or forgery, we will instead turn our attention to the research that curators, scholars, and conservators have been conducting regarding all elements of printing and book production. We will hear from specialists who are at the cutting edge of research on printing techniques, paper manufacture, construction, and typography. These are our colleagues. They are dedicated to establishing methods for determining authenticity in the field of rare books, prints, manuscripts, and drawings. In a way, today's discussion is about building on bibliography. Each generation adds to the experience, to the understanding of what it means when we take on the description of an object. We have tools today that allow us to move beyond simple or pure description. Bibliography has become interactive, if you will. We're now capable of uncovering centuries-old techniques. We can reveal gestures and decisions from earlier periods which literally color our perception of a piece. And we can move from letter form to technology and back again in our understanding of the material world of the book. Certainly here at the Library of Congress, we are fortunate to have considerable facilities and professional conservators that have opened worlds of possibilities for us in the technical verification of print objects. The Preservation Directorate's Preservation Research and Testing Division, PRTD, has program areas that underpin the services that are undertaken for the library. Now, although ostensibly this was set up to study questions that are central to conservators, that is, the degradation of material, the assurance that treatments are proper, or preventative measures. These facilities have recently been conscripted to assist in issues of description and authentication. For example, the library's Ptolemaic atlases. It's always nice to work at the Library of Congress when we can say things like, our collection of Ptolemaic atlases, for example, are being studied to determine the nature of the coloring found on the maps, including the revelation of possible later interventions and actual overpainting over time. Our hyperspectral imaging system has permitted us to determine the state and the sequencing of L'Enfant's plan of the city of Washington, including the repositioning of the White House and the relocation of waterways through investigation. And recently, the library revealed that HSI allowed us to read words and phrases that had been excised and crossed out by Thomas Jefferson in his rough draft of the Declaration of Independence, exposing an important moment in which English subjects were revised and indicated as citizens by Jefferson. Now, this is not to suggest that we step aside for technological analysis. Certainly, analytical tests can characterize the chemical composition and the condition of a range of materials, including paints and inks and pigments, coatings, substrates such as paper, parchment, papyrus. But it takes the conversation, the actual descriptive dialogue between colleagues to make this information useful at a much larger level. This is what I mean by building on bibliography. When we look to authenticate, we want to use all the tools that are available to us, whether they be tried and true descriptive bibliographical constructions or the new information made available through contemporary technology. It is our hope that today's conversations will spark that new dialogue as we work to establish the authenticity of the objects in our care. Well, those of us who are working at the library, I must say, are a bit overwhelmed by the enthusiastic response for this symposium. We early on outgrew our original auditorium, and if it were not for the 3-day residency of Roseanne Cash, we would have been moving all 300 of you to another auditorium today. But certainly the most gratifying moment of this for those of us in the division has been the exceptionally generous support of donors, longstanding friends and supporters, collectors, members of the trade, fellowship organizations, and foundations. It almost goes without saying, given the times in which we live, and certainly the city in which we live, that it would not have been possible to host this symposium without your support. Even more so, because of your generosity, we're able to present the symposium as we actually envisioned it. Please join me in acknowledging our sponsors. Thank you, everyone. So we're getting down right to it. First subject is paper, the surface on which we begin. I just saved us 5 minutes, by the way. I was recently at the University of Iowa and had the opportunity to tour the entire universe of papermaking that is in the hands of our first speaker, Timothy Barrett. From the classroom to the impressive research and production paper facility on the edge of campus, it is clear that Barrett oversees all aspects of papermaking curriculum at the University of Iowa Center for the Book, which he joined as a paper specialist in 1986. He was the director of the center between 1996 and 2002, and again signed on as director in the fall of 2012. In 2010, Barrett was named a MacArthur Fellow. The path that led to this great distinction began at Antioch College with a BA degree in art communication in 1973. And then what followed was a sequence or a stint of 2 years attendance at Twin Rocker Handmade Paper in Brookston, Indiana, in Japan under a Fulbright Fellowship studying papermaking, and at Western Michigan University's Department of Paper Science and Engineering for part-time study. His many years of research on early European handmade papers has been funded by the NEA, the Crest Foundation, and the Institute for Museum and Library Services. Barrett is the author of 2 books, numerous articles, and for those of us who teach in the history of the book, several very important videotapes on the history, technique, and aesthetic of hand papermaking. Today, he'll be addressing the authentication of 15th century European papers. I'm introducing all the speakers first. They'll just come up dutifully in sequence after their fellow finishes. Our second speaker. Nearly every exhibition of art on paper held at the National Gallery of Art in Washington, D.C., includes the acknowledgement of our next speaker, Kimberly Schenk. As head of paper conservation at the National Gallery of Art, Schenk oversees an operation dedicated to preservation, conservation treatment, and the study of prints, drawings, and bound volumes in the National Gallery of Art collections. On a larger scale, in collaboration with conservation scientists and curators, paper conservators at National Gallery of Art investigate the materials and the techniques used to create works of art. Schenk came to Washington by way of receiving her MS from the University of Delaware Winter Tour Art Conservation Program. Before joining the NGA, she worked as a paper conservator in the Baltimore Museum of Art from 1988 to 2006. She has published and lectured on Italian Renaissance drawings, the drawing materials of Henri Matisse, Japanese and Chinese papers and 19th century prints, and 19th century French drawing materials. She is using that experience today to address assessing the quality in prints and drawings. And our third panelist on the paper panel, speaking today on the characteristics unique to 19th century paper, is Dr. Kathleen A. Baker, a paper and book conservator with more than 40 years' experience. After receiving an MA in art history from Syracuse University and an MFA in books arts and a PhD, both from PhD in communication studies, both from the University of Alabama, Dr. Baker went on to become conservation librarian and exhibition conservator at the University of Michigan Library, where she still is today. She's the author of numerous articles and books, including by his own labor, the biography of Dard Hunter from 2000, and From the Hand to the Machine, 19th Century American Paper and Mediums, Technologies, Materials, and Conservation. She also takes the moniker of self-published to new heights, for she's the proprietor of the award-winning Legacy Press, which was established in 1997, which specializes in publishing books about printing, paper, and bookbinding arts. So we're beginning with Tim Barrett. Please welcome our first speaker.
I'm very pleased to be part of this symposium, first because I have been very much looking forward to joining all of you, hearing the presentations by the other speakers, and taking part in the dialogue that I know is the goal of Mark Dimunation and his colleagues here at the Library of Congress. Secondly, I was pleasantly surprised by the symposium title because for much of my career, I've been fascinated with the quality and character of 15th century European papers. And one of the ways I've described their unusual properties is to say that they have a certain authenticity about them. Other ways I refer to these papers that are often found to be still light in color, supple and strong, is to say that they are possessed of an integrity, an honesty, a spirit that gives them a unique aesthetic richness. At the same time I've wrestled with appropriate descriptive word choices, I've also worried that I've become overly romantic about these papers, that what I see as special is nothing more than the patina of age, a warm tone that results from sitting around for 5 centuries, and that in reality these papers are not that different from other good quality handmade sheets produced in more recent centuries. But book and paper conservators have often offered reassurances. No, they would tell me, papers from this period are special. There's something different about them, and we see so very few 15th century papers in a poor state of preservation, while in subsequent centuries, quality and condition become much more mixed. There's a reason why conservator comments have driven me to pursue the elusive qualities of these papers, and in my view, it is a reason we should all pay special attention to the observations of conservators. During their work, these specialists develop a privileged intimacy with works on paper that the rest of us, paper makers, paper historians, curators, and art historians, rarely acquire. They routinely handle and touch the sheets. They take books apart and rebind them, learning something special about the mechanical properties of the paper. They view the paper with state-of-the-art optical microscopes and, on occasion, more advanced instrumentation. And when called for, they subject the paper to treatment, sometimes with aqueous or other solutions. The result is they acquire a rare and accentuated visual, tactile, and physical knowledge of paper. So when their perceptions of 15th century paper have resonated with mine, I have listened carefully. Naturally, I began to wonder if something special is going on with these 15th century papers, how would one get at that, at what exactly distinguishes them, at the sources of this authenticity? To provide some context, I should back up a bit and tell you that this fixation began for me soon after my return from studying papermaking in Japan between 1975 and 1977. While there under a Fulbright fellowship, I was able to learn from a range of very generous craftspeople and specialists and other specialists. I was focused on the sources of certain aesthetic properties in Japanese handmade paper. And these individuals, while they often no longer practiced all the traditional steps in the process, remembered how it used to be done and willingly shared the details of their craft with me. These older materials and techniques turned out to be connected with the aesthetic properties I was intrigued by. So imagine, if you will, my bright-eyed but somewhat naive optimism when I came back from Japan at the age of 27 and thought, Wow, that was fascinating. I wonder if I could do the same thing with 15th century European papers. Well, I soon hit a serious roadblock when I realized that I had been investigating a still living craft in Japan, while 15th century papermaking appeared to include materials and steps in the process that hadn't been utilized for centuries. The exact nature of old, well-worn linen and hempen rags was not known, and they were no longer available. The carefully washed retting or fermentation of rags was not well understood and was no longer practiced. Stamp or beating of the fermented rags had gone out of routine use 200 years earlier, and the in-house preparation of gelatin size was no longer part of the picture, and the concentration of gelatin in the papers was not known. Furthermore, there was little in the written record that had come to light that provided any sort of detailed information about the early process. Even if the archives suddenly yielded what I was after, I lacked the language skills to do the necessary research. This was a pretty demoralizing situation for me. The 15th century papers kept drawing my attention, and I was having these repeated conversations with conservators who kept telling me I was not, in fact, hallucinating. For a long time, I didn't know how to get around the brick wall I was facing. So it was a revelation when I discovered the work of William Barrow and Associates, published in 1974, a bit before I returned from Japan. In case you're not already familiar with this work, Barrow and his librarian colleagues were concerned about the poor quality of more recently made paper, while papers made centuries earlier were often in very good condition. This graph illustrates one of Barrow's key findings. Here we see the decline in pH over the centuries. Our contemporary fixation on acid-free artist papers and even scrapbooking supplies goes back to the work of Barrow and other researchers of the period who established the role of neutral or slightly alkaline pH in the stability of early European handmade papers, and thus its importance in modern archival papers. When I saw this work, what struck me was that Barrow had gotten the paper to talk about itself, to tell its own story about how it had been made, and to explain some of the reasons for the general decline in paper quality over the centuries. His approach seemed like a path I could take, and there is no question it inspired me to press ahead. Now, Barrow's goal during this work was to come up with a formula for making long-lasting modern machine-made papers. And thus, he was interested in the right-hand side of this plot and in finding a solution to a paper quality problem going forward in time, a goal he eventually realized. But for me, I was focused on the left-hand side of the plot. I wished he had gone back further in time when the really great papers had been made. There's one key reason why he didn't. All of his paper tests were destructive. So I knew I would have to identify non-destructive analysis techniques if I was to someday do a study of 15th century papers. It became a career dream of mine to follow on Barrow's pioneering research. Long story short, in 2009, with a major grant from the Institute of Museum and Library Services, and with the help of experts at collaborating institutions, we began a study of 1,578 paper specimens using all non-destructive techniques. X-ray fluorescence techniques gave us data on calcium, iron, sulfur, and potassium content, and Jennifer Wade, who at the time was here at the Library of Congress Division of Research and Testing, helped make these analyses possible. Mark Ormsby at the National Archives and Michael Schilling at the Getty Conservation Institute were instrumental in helping develop near-infrared and visible light analysis methods for estimation of gelatin content and paper color. I'm not going to go into additional details of our research procedures today, but we have a website up which lists our other co-authors and describes all our methods and results. If you Google Barrett Paper Through Time, at the top of the Google search results, you'll find a link to the Paper Through Time site, a screenshot of which you see here. Today, I would like to share with you some of our most important findings. This graph shows the numbers of specimens tested by Barrow by century in blue, and the corresponding numbers tested during our work in red. You can see that our non-destructive methods allowed us to emphasize analysis of the relatively unstudied earlier papers. We selected our 1,578 total specimens from a pool of about 4,000 drawn from collections at the University of Iowa and the Newberry Library. We took pains to choose papers that appeared to be free from any binder or conservator aqueous treatment. We found that the papers made during the 15th century contained more calcium. Note the timeline along the horizontal axis and the change around 1500 in particular. We found more, and noticeably more, gelatin before 1500. In addition, pre-1500 papers were thicker, whether we measured a single sheet or a group of 10 sheets, neighboring sheets in a book. 15th century papers were lighter in color on average than paper made in subsequent centuries. In this plot, on the vertical scale, we proceed from near white at the top to closer to black at the bottom. So the pre-1500 average lighter color wasn't equal until we reached the 1800s, when chlorine bleach came into regular use. So why would we be seeing this distinctive pre-1500 data in 4 variables measured with 3 separate instruments? I should tell you that Joe Lang, our statistician on the project, called me when these plots were first done and said, "Tim, either there is something wrong with my plots or your instrumentation, or you better have a good reason for these results for the pre-1500 papers." Well, I said, I think I do. We eventually came around to the theory that the early printers were, by their type designs and with hand-rubricated letters, endeavoring to print and sell imitation hand-copied manuscript books, the best of which were written on parchment made from animal skins. In that highly competitive atmosphere, we proposed that the paper makers were attempting to make not paper per se, but imitation parchment instead. Freshly made paper of the era, produced using old, well-worn linen and hempen rags, was rather weak and soft after drying. But the application of gelatin size by dipping the freshly made dry sheets into a warm gelatin solution transformed it into a very believable substitute for parchment that not only felt like parchment, but it took ink the same way without bleeding. Calcium in the form of lime was a key ingredient in making parchment, and it was used in paper making to help swell the fiber during beating and perhaps to keep the paper lighter in color, a role it played in parchment making as well. Thicker paper tends to be more sumptuous and strong. All these considerations argue for a very special grade of paper being made prior to 1500. The rapid spread of printing and the demand for books could indeed have changed all this around 1500 with the increasing need for more paper. The quickest way to make more paper from a given amount of pulp, and therefore to lower the price, is to make your paper thinner. Zermay, in his book, The Archaeology of Medieval Bookbinding, tells us that printers working with oil-based inks found heavily sized paper difficult to print on and requested paper with less or even no sizing in it. Cutting back on ingredients like gelatin and calcium would have allowed the paper makers to further reduce prices. This scenario of events and changes is plausible, and I would suggest it fits with what we've seen in the plots just shown. But what other evidence might be relevant to this proposed explanation for the trends we see in the plots for this paper as imitation parchment idea? Let's consider format or paper size. This is potentially problematic because most paper found in books has been trimmed from its original size. But we are lucky. There exists in Bologna, Italy, an inscription in limestone dated from around 1398. The text at the top reads, "These are the sizes of the molds of the community of Bologna, corresponding to the sizes of paper noted, which must be manufactured in Bologna and the district and are indicated here below." Curiously, the dimensions shown, which range from about 12.5 by 18 inches to 20 by 29 inches, all have a short dimension divided by long dimension ratio of about 0.7. So where did the Italians come up with these sizes in this ratio? Perhaps from Arab paper makers who worked before them? Indeed, something is going on here. Don't try to absorb all the numbers in this table, and if you cannot see them to begin with, not to worry. Basically, the left-hand side of the table shows Italian sheet sizes, and the original Bologna dimensions appear on the upper left. Arab sheet sizes are on the right. Matching sheet sizes are shown in red, and they include sheets that I halved in order to match a sheet size on the other side of the table. The important numbers are on the lower left and the lower right, where we see the average ratio of 0.71 for the Italian papers and the average ratio for the Arab papers of 0.7. Okay, so if the Italians copied the Arab ratio in sheet sizes, where the heck did the Arabs get this ratio? Well, some of you may have already guessed. It turns out that it's very close to the 0.71 ratios for the largest possible rectangles of usable skin available from the back of a goat, sheep, or calf when making parchment. This ratio, which one medieval scholar has called invariant in studies of manuscript books on parchment, stays the same when cutting down to 2 half sheets from the full or quarter sheets from the halves, and so on. So in summary, it seems to me there is evidence in the gelatin, calcium, paper thickness, color, and sheet size data that the 15th century papermakers were indeed attempting to make a material that mimicked parchment, and that in turn explains, at least in part, why paper from the period has some very distinctive physical and aesthetic characteristics. But we have one very important confound in this work, and that is the question of storage condition. 1,578 specimens were tested, but we can be reasonably confident most of the lighter colored sheets from before 1500 in this plot were rarely stored in a damp basement, purely because of their historical value. Paper from subsequent centuries, however, could have been stored in a much wider range of conditions. While this is not likely to alter the original gelatin, calcium, and iron content unless the paper was badly wet or immersed in water, it could impact color a lot, which could complicate some of our conclusions. Luckily, we have a valuable subset of the total that allows us to take storage condition into account and reliably test the trends we see in the full data set. Among the 1,578 specimens tested, we have 229 books in what we call the same book, different papers subset. In all of these books, we found papers of different quality, often in very different condition. Although we know nothing about exactly how these papers were stored, we do know that both papers in the same book have been aged in the same conditions because they have been bound together from day one. Each of these books is like a unique paper testing time capsule. Here are the counts for the 229 books in the subset, showing fairly good distribution from century to century. Indeed, when the data from these books was tested, we found statistical evidence using 2 color measurement variables that the lighter papers, that is, those closer to white and less red in color, are associated with higher levels of calcium and gelatin and lower levels of iron. The opposite is true for the darker papers. And these findings agree with the trends found for the full 1,578 specimen set. But yet another conundrum remains. Just adding more calcium or gelatin to the paper does not give us the presence and aesthetic moxie evident in these papers. So if it's not the ingredients alone that make this paper and these books so attractive, what is the other missing element? I think part of the secret is that they were both made to be used. In their moment in history, they were, in a very real sense, a utilitarian commodity, as compared with the limited edition fine press or artist book of today. These historical books were well made, but they were made to be used rather than stored on a shelf and handled only occasionally. We can see evidence of their continued repeated use. And we see signs that the primary goal was to get the paper and the finished book into someone's hands for consumption, not first and foremost to make a beautiful book object. A handmade paper might have dings in it, but they were evidence of rapid production driven by demand for paper. They are evidence of the hunger for books and what they contained. Book studies scholars Ann Blair at Harvard Adam Hooks at the University of Iowa, and others are increasingly interested in how the act of reading a book appears to have included writing in its margins, engaging, directly conversing with the author. Historical hand-printed books were used in a way modern fine-press books are not. The book, the paper, the printing seem to say, I was made to be used. Here and now, pick me up, gather in the knowledge and ideas I offer you, share me with others who wish to learn. So the question for me is, if one wanted to make manifest that same spirit, that aesthetic, how would one do it in today's society and economy? Part of the answer, it seems to me, is to make a lot of paper and make it in a hurry, the way it used to be made, without the self-conscious attention to detail that has become the hallmark of much contemporary hand paper making. So this, in fact, is what we're up to at the UI Center for the Book of late. We are attempting to use a 3-person team to make paper at historical production rates of 100 to 200 sheets an hour. You can view an 11-minute video of our efforts by going to YouTube and searching Chancery papermaking. Here's a photo of a ream of this finished paper. It's not what I want yet. The surface of the sheets doesn't always have this active, grainy surface I see in the historical sheets. Another more important issue is that most of these sheets are second quality because the formation is not as good as we'd like it to be. But we are getting closer to a more quickly made utilitarian, intended as commodity paper, and we're learning a lot along the way. So at this point in the presentation, I hope I have given you a sense of how I see authenticity in these papers and how I've attempted to clarify its nature. But how might this work be of use if one wanted to authenticate a paper as having been made in the 15th century? Well, to begin with, we might go to the results of the research I've just described, analyze the paper in question, and if the result falls well out of the average, say for gelatin, as the red dot does here, we have some initial evidence that something is not right. We could do the same thing with calcium content or paper thickness. Now, I should emphasize that the techniques we used in this research gave us estimates only of the various components or characteristics we looked at. Other researchers have already improved upon our capabilities, and in particular, I mentioned Matijas Sterlich, Senior Lecturer in Sustainable Heritage at the University College London. Sterlich and his colleagues' work with near-infrared light techniques has yielded very promising results for non-destructively measuring a wide range of paper properties. Instrument sensitivity and software applications go through major improvements each year, and I am hopeful we will be able someday to use elemental analysis to associate certain papers with manufacturing locations and even particular mills due to the elemental characteristics of the local water and other materials used to make the paper. The other perhaps obvious authentication technique is the evidence that can be gained from watermarks. Perhaps not so obvious is that there is a treasure trove of information here, not in the watermark per se, but in the image caused by the mold surface itself. The spacing of the laid and chain lines and other anomalies constitute a fingerprint of the unique mold on which the sheet was formed. David Vandermeulen at the University of Virginia, other researchers, and I have suggested that if digital X-ray instrumentation can be developed that is safe, portable, relatively inexpensive, and designed for imaging a leaf in a bound book, we could be well on our way to a truly versatile international paper image database. Software could be designed to search for the closest matches and rank them by strength of match. And a traditional watermark image might not even be necessary if the technique is perfected. This is all very promising, but the professional forger, of course, is smart enough to know he or she can get around these paper analysis authentication techniques by using an original blank sheet from the period, if one can be found. In the end, authentication, I expect, always begins with one's intuition, the sense that something is or is not right. But we need to bear in mind that a book from any period and any culture is a composite of paper, writing, printing, inks, or other media, thread, binding, and other elements contributed by a variety of artisans. In all likelihood, therefore, the most successful authentication efforts will be accomplished not by individuals, but by teams of experienced specialists, people with a love of books and history and a discerning eye, touch, and even sense of smell. People, I would venture to guess, like many of us in this room. I'd like to end with two questions. Why do we care about authentication to begin with? Why does it matter that this particular object we hold in our hands is genuinely from the historical moment we believe it is from? Well, we could say we care because we want to make sure we're buying or exhibiting the real thing, or more precisely, we don't want someone to make a fool of us if it turns out the thing is fake. But I would guess it is actually something that runs much deeper than those considerations. We care because whether it is a single book or a library full of books, if we can be assured it is authentic, this physical thing directly connects us to something at the core of who we are. And that is, plain and simple, a human record we can be proud of. A record, physical or no longer extant, but taken together as proof positive we are a species capable of wondrous and good things. The authentic original in our hands quietly assures us that, contrary to other evidence, we are indeed capable of ensuring the preservation of humanity, other species, and the planet itself. Thank you.
I first want to thank Dandy Simone for inviting me to speak, and I also would like to thank Tim Barrett for that very inspirational talk this morning. Mine will not be quite as inspirational because I'm going to be discussing how we at the National Gallery over the past several decades have looked at prints and drawings to determine their authenticity. So you're going to see the kind of the seamier side of human nature. As paper conservators at the National Gallery of Art, we are often faced with the questions, what is genuine or false? What has been enhanced by previous restoration? What is the extent of the fabrication? And how do our observations affect the perceived quality of a work of art? I will present the cumulative efforts of paper conservators, curators, art historians, connoisseurs over several years in determining the authenticity of prints and drawings from the gallery's collections. Many of our conclusions are based on careful looking with and without magnification, using different lighting, including raking, specular, transmitted, natural light, incandescent or fluorescent, and ultraviolet. In some cases, examination tools such as beta radiography or infrared reflectography also played important roles. Works of art in question were compared with related prints and drawings in the gallery's collection or from other institutions. Even though scientific analysis can aid in determining whether materials are consistent with the time period from which the artwork may date, traditional connoisseurship skills still remain at the core of assessing authenticity of works of art on paper. Facsimiles of masterworks. Facsimiles of important prints and drawings have been commercially available since at least the third quarter of the 19th century, produced using photomechanical printing techniques, primarily collotype and photogravure. They were originally intended to educate people about great works of art, to document collections, or to catalog the collective works of an artist. Although the collotype and photogravure differ technically, both involve plates and photosensitive gelatin coatings or tissues that are exposed to light through a photographic negative. The matrix is then printed with ink onto paper. In appearance, a photogravure, also sometimes called a heliogravure, such as the one printed on the screen after Baccio Baldini's original engraving from the 15th century, resembles an intaglio print. In contrast, a collotype exhibits a distinct microscopic pattern of ink printed from a reticulated surface. This photogravure is part of a set produced in 1886 by the International Chalcographical Society and is properly labeled on the front, as well as on the back, as a reproduction. However, facsimiles can be easily misrepresented in the marketplace, and when they are enhanced with drawing media, they can appear even closer to an original print or even a drawing. This small, rare, and delicate engraving by the master E.S., Madonna and Child in a Garden, from circa 1465, is printed in white ink on a paper toned by brush in a thin brownish black drawing ink. On the right is a facsimile of the engraving, a collotype, printed in a dark brown ink with hand-applied additions in white paint and blue wash. Lessing Rosenwald, known to be a discerning collector of prints, unwittingly purchased the facsimile in 1959. He also collected portfolios of facsimiles, including the Baldini image from the previous slide. In the early 1990s, the connoisseur and print dealer of early northern prints, Nicholas Stogden, was studying all 6 of the known impressions of the engraving. He expressed misgivings about the Rosenwald impression and asked if gallery conservators could examine it using a microscope. With magnification, it became clear that the impression, pictured on the right, is printed in dark brown black ink. The absence of ink creates the image. In the original engraving, as seen on the left, the white ink lines stand slightly proud of the paper surface. The engraved white lines appear crisp in contrast to the less distinct, fuzzy image of the facsimile. Lines of white paint were applied with a fine brush to strengthen some of the indistinct areas in the facsimile printing. By increasing the magnification, the repeated pattern of the collotype, resembling clusters of tiny fish eggs, is apparent in the less densely printed areas. Scattered throughout the facsimile are faint patches of blue watercolor, as you can see in the hair of the Christ child. On the verso are traces of a pencil outline of the watermark. The watermark is a cross on a mountain with a star, which is an appropriate watermark for the period of the engraving. Even though the watermark looked fine in transmitted light, there was something peculiar about it in normal lighting conditions. When the paper is viewed with the microscope, it becomes clear that the watermark has been carved into the paper with a sharp knife. To disguise the lighter paper color revealed by the carving, strokes of pale brown watercolor were brushed over the watermark, which can be seen in the magnified image. It may look more like the image is out of focus, and that's because of the technique that the person used to actually disguise his carving of the watermark. One also begins to suspect that even the large stain, dirt, and stray red and black chalk marks are on the verso, were artfully applied to convince the buyer of the print's presumed age. Beta or X radiographs offer a means of recording watermarks and other formation characteristics of paper. They also can provide information not always readily visible when a print or drawing is viewed using transmitted light. To make a radiograph, the paper is placed in contact with a sheet of photographic film, or a digital plate, and then subjected to beta or low energy X-rays from the other side. The rays go through the paper at different rates depending on the relative thickness of the paper, and the image then registers on the sensitized plate or film. And here on the screen you see on one side the transmitted light, and on the other side the beta radiograph, and I think you can see slightly different features that both of these techniques produce. Stogdill noticed that the lines of the white printing ink did not show up in the beta radiograph of the Rosenwald print when he compared it to a radiograph of another impression. The ink used to print the original engravings is composed of lead white, which blocks the radiation, and thus the lines appear white in the film or digital plate. As you can see from the beta radiograph of the Rosenwald print, there is no evidence of the printed lines. In the transmitted light image, the design appears brighter because there's little media limiting the penetration of light of the paper. The also thing that I noticed recently is looking at the beta radiograph, how clear the watermark appears compared to the chain lines. After you realize that the watermark had been carved into the paper, it's then easier to see in the beta radiograph that there's a difference between the chain lines and the watermark. Facsimiles can be so extensively enhanced and covered with drawing media that they may pass as drawings. A presumed 19th century graphite and brown ink drawing passed through our paper conservation lab recently. We never suspected the work in front of us was a doctored collotype, perhaps because it is human nature to believe in the authenticity of a work that has already been accepted as such by others. One conservator examined the work in terms of possible repair of minor damages. I looked at it to describe the drawing media to a distant scholar. Luckily, a third conservator, Marion Durda, was requested by the curator to examine a small area off to the side of the image. I'm sorry I can't really show you this work of art because there are still some questions in the air about it, and it was purchased by a private collector. Using magnification, Marion realized the paper was deliberately scraped in this small area off to the side of the image, but some printing ink remained. Our curators have viewed a facsimile of the original drawing here in the Library of Congress, which contained a collector's stamp in that same spot that was scraped out on our doctored facsimile. Finding that initial flaw led Marion to detect the forgery. Examining the supposed drawing further, she discovered the reticulated pattern of the collotype lying beneath the drawing media, and even in what appeared to be creases. Innocent imitation or purposeful deception. On the left is an etching and dry point by Rembrandt from 1648, and on the right, a copy of Rembrandt's print by the 4th Lord William Byron, an amateur watercolorist and etcher working in the early 18th century. Comparing the line quality in these details, one readily observes Rembrandt's masterful and subtle hand at depicting light and depth of field. Byron's prints imitating Rembrandt are well documented, and the Lord's intentions were honorable. Of course, someone searching on eBay today could easily be convinced the print is by Rembrandt. Now we come to the purposeful deception. This is a drawing by Eric Hebborn. He was a well-known 20th century art forger in the manner of the great 15th century Italian artist Andrea Mantegna or his circle. The sheet is mounted in a style often found on old master drawings. Mounts make it more difficult for the conservator to thoroughly investigate a work of art and ferret out incongruities of media and paper. As you have seen, the verso of a work of art can provide as much information about its manufacture as does the recto. On the right is a lovely small pen and ink study by Mantegna from the gallery's collection for comparison. Of course, this is not really a fair comparison, as Mantegna's masterwork makes the Hepburn look rather weak. His figure seems awkward and unconvincing. While looking closely at the Hepburn, the diagonal lines are drawn somewhat haphazardly, especially in the modeling of the figure's limbs. In contrast, Mantegna's lines in the eagle are more thoughtfully rendered, and the spacing between the hatched lines is carefully thought out and altered in order to represent different levels of shading. Using magnification, it is evident that there are two drawing inks in the Hepburn work. One is a gray-black ink, the other dark brown, as seen in the palm of the raised hand and directly above the figure's head. It's not unusual for an artist to use two colors of inks in one sheet. However, in this drawing, their use seems indiscriminately applied. This inconsistency in drawing technique could imply that rather than one hand rendering the sheet, that there is a second hand, possibly a restorer, reinforcing an original sketch using different ink. Both scenarios raise doubts about the general quality of the drawing. Also notice the name Mantegna is penned at the top of the sheet. It appears to be the same ink in the drawing, which is quite curious and unusual for a drawing from that period. Conservators frequently use raking light to examine characteristics of the media and paper. In this image, the raking light emphasizes the network of lines in the paper from when the freshly formed sheet of wet pulp was pressed between woolen felts to remove the excess water. This felt texture is what one expects to find in old prints and drawings. However, the texture in the Hepburn drawing is very pronounced, and unlike that found in 15th century Italian drawings and engravings. Those papers tend to be slightly thinner and smoother, with a less puffy texture. If the drawing was encountered without one's knowing of Mr. Hepburn's line of work, these combined observations about the media and paper suggest the drawing is a study made by a later admirer of Mantegna and not of the period. However, the damages such as the loss at the corner, abrasion, accretions, and even the wormhole seem intentionally inflicted on the sheet to make it seem old. Now one really begins to suspect the drawing was probably intended to deceive. Many collections contain works by Eric Hepburn, either acquired as known forgeries or discovered later. When looking at some of his drawings today, we wonder how they were able to actually fool people into believing they were originals. Of course, we must remember that our collective eye has become more sophisticated and educated since Hepburn first presented his drawings in the 1960s. More commonly at the National Gallery, paper conservators are asked to evaluate prints and drawings for evidence of previous restoration. Conservators commonly reintegrate losses of paper and media with new materials to improve the aesthetic appreciation of works of art. At times, these restorations can be extensive and difficult to determine. Old master prints have been more invasively enhanced or altered by restorers' hands than drawings. For example, by taking two impressions of the same print that have been damaged in different areas, restorers can seamlessly join the two papers into one. They have added margins to prints that were once trimmed to the plate mark. In worn or late impressions, they have reinforced the printing ink by adding watercolor or drawing ink. Here are two impressions of Martin Schongauer's engraving of a censer from 1480. In the print pictured on the left, a restorer trimmed around the edge of the printed design with a knife to create a silhouette of the image. The print on the right is intact. Using a second sheet of paper matching closely in weight, color, and texture to the print, the restorer cut away the shape of the censor. The print and the second sheet were carefully aligned, matching the laid and chain lines in both papers as closely as possible, and then the two were adhered together and pressed. This type of invisible repair is exemplified in the treatments of the German restorers Max and Karl Schweidler. Roy Perkinson, retired paper conservator from the Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, translated Max's Guide to Paper Restoration, first published in 1938 and reissued in 1950. In his English translation, Roy includes an appendix of examples of prints and drawings, primarily from the MFA's collection, but also from others, that have been what are called Schweidlerized. The detail image on the right exhibits ink from superficial scratches and tiny pits in the copper plate. The one on the left does not. Large areas of a plate without any image are difficult to print cleanly. Any scratches, pitting, corrosion in the plate show up in the impression. The arrows point to the join of the print to the background sheet. You can see hints of the difference in paper tone and deformation along the seam. The joining of the print and background paper becomes more noticeable in raking light, as does the difference in typography between the two sheets. When viewing the print at an acute angle in raking light, the distinction between the print and the background paper is even more striking. The silhouetted image stands proud of the background sheet. Even though the background paper's laid pattern matches very closely to the original print, the placement is slightly off, and the laid lines do not perfectly line up. The arrow points to a section where you might be able to see this on the screen. In transmitted light, the laid pattern of the repair paper is quite strong. The paper in the print looks different, and in some areas almost resembles a wove paper. It is estimated that over half of Schongauer's impression of the censor have been treated in some manner, and some scholars speculate that the plate became damaged in the margins, hence the intrusive treatment of the prints to remove the undesirable areas and retain the primary image. The National Gallery has 3 impressions of Palaioolo's famous engraving, Battle of the Nudes, from circa 1470, one of the few prints to be included in most texts surveying the history of art. And at one point, it was the only print. This monumental work is one of the largest, earliest, and most influential of Italian engravings. At first glance, the top print seems to contain some of its original margins, but the color of the paper appears uneven throughout the sheet. The print at the lower left is discolored, and the inking is somewhat thin. And lastly, the print at the lower right seems to be in relatively good condition, with better paper tone than the other two and stronger inking. When that top print is examined more closely, the prior restoration of damages to the sheet is obvious. However, the printing quality is fairly good in comparison to other extant impressions of the Palaioolo print. Here is an example of where paper has been added to extend the margin. These are only 3 of the areas in which losses in the paper support have been filled with paper and the image drawn in on the fill paper. The fills were probably closer in tone to the original paper support when the print was initially restored. However, they now appear brighter. These papers have aged differently. possibly because of a chemical treatment to the print that has now darkened the sheet but not the fills. Difficult to say. These repairs are obvious compared to the more skillful restoration found on the Schongauer engraving. For those of you who are interested in learning more about Paloalo's Battle of the Nudes, the Cleveland Museum of Art's website provides background information on the plate, plus a glimpse into the invisible repairs in their impression. Paper conservator Mina Stanton does an excellent job of explaining the restoration and her investigation using thermal infrared imaging. Okay, now let us compare the other two impressions, focusing on the printing quality and not the paper tone. Looking at details of the two prints, we question if the engraving on the left is a later state than the one on the right, as much of the background vegetation is shaded with diagonal lines. Indeed, for many years, this print was thought to be a third state of the plate, until suspected otherwise in the early 1940s. It becomes quite clear with magnification that the printed lines have been reinforced and new lines have been created using black drawing ink. In fact, the entire image has been overpainted. The history of the print and the extensive overpainting is discussed in a publication from 1973 by Evelyn Ehrlich and John Hallmark Neff. There are 17 impressions of the second state of Paloalo's battle scene in North America, of the known 49 examples worldwide. It's a high number for a 15th century engraving. A unique first state impression is in the Cleveland Museum of Art. Many impressions of the second state are of less than ideal quality for various reasons, including weak initial printing from a worn plate, such as the bottom left impression, poor condition, as seen in the top print, and extensive restoration, as evident in the third print. Despite all of this, it is remarkable that the National Gallery has 3 impressions of this important print, and the 3 together present an interesting look at the history of print restoration. We were asked to examine an engraving by Master M.Z. for possible acquisition. The impression quality was extremely fine and far superior to the other 2 impressions of the print in our collection. We were aware that the dealer's conservator in Europe reduced the prominence of a large stain in the top left quadrant, but unfortunately we did not have the conservator's report. Knowing the print had been conserved, we speculated the stain may have been treated locally with a chemical bleach and then washed overall in water to remove the bleaching agent. In addition to evaluating the results of the bleaching and washing treatment, we wanted to determine if the print had received other kinds of conservation or restoration, such as the repair of losses or the enhancement of the image with drawing media, as you've seen in the Paloalo. Close inspection of the print revealed a long horizontal tear, mended carefully to align the printed lines as best as possible. In this detail of the repair, you can see the slightly dirty edges of the tear. Losses in the printing ink were inpainted with black ink or watercolor to better integrate the design and make the tear less obvious. Once retouching is noticed in one area, we try to learn the characteristics of the restorer's hand and check the print for other areas of restoration or enhancement of printed lines. A print may be through the hands of several restorers in its lifetime, and different kinds of retouching can be present. In this case, we did not find other areas of retouching or any enhancement of the lines. Despite the pale stain remaining at the upper left, the large tear, and the minor retouching, this print makes a wonderful addition to our collection. In these 2 details, I think you can see how the engraved lines of the recently acquired impression on the left are more richly printed and 3-dimensional compared to the lines from one of our other impressions as pictured on the right, which seem to be more dry. Enhancement of the image, such as in the Paleowalo, is not accepted practice by conservators working today. We inpaint losses of media to visually integrate damaged areas of the design, but we very rarely, and I can't even think of an occasion, enhance the impression quality of a print by overpainting the original medium. Because inpainting on paper is not always easily removed, paper conservators apply retouching media to carefully selected areas of the original. A few dots may be all that is required to visually compensate losses. Looking at these prints and drawings in hindsight, their deception may seem obvious to us now. They all deceived someone at some point. It is important to share our successes and our failures in order to further all of our abilities in determining authenticity as the methods developed to deceive become more and more sophisticated. I am grateful to my colleagues at the National Gallery of Art for their support and advice, and the many individuals who carried out some of the investigations that I presented today. Thank you very much.
Good morning. It's a real pleasure for me to be here speaking on a subject that is very near and dear to my heart, paper, although I like printing and binding and all those other things too. And what I intend to do this morning is just to give you a very brief overview of a lot of characteristics that one can usually see in pieces of paper. And as a way of comparison, I'm going to be talking about handmade sheets as well as 19th century machine-made papers, and so that you can get a better idea of perhaps the wide variety of things that one can actually see in a sheet of paper that comes into your hands. In order to see most of the characteristics, and I should also say that I'll be dealing almost exclusively with book papers and not works of art, flat works of art on paper. In order to see most of the characteristics of the paper in books, the examination setup, such as this one, should be simple and adaptable so that it will not take up very much space in your lab or even on your desk or too much time to set it up. If this ends up being the case, people will be much more inclined to use it, and this kind of setup can be used not only for the examination of books or just reading through a book, but also photography. I'll be talking about three basic kinds of light that are used in normal examination. I'm not talking about instrumentation analyses or examination techniques, but just simply the light coming from a bulb in an adjustable lamp. Assuming that their bindings are in good condition, most books can be supported by felt rolls, which are adjustable in thickness and can accommodate opening changes as one moves through the book from one end to the other. The setup pictured here is recommended for, as I said, general reading and more extensive examination. In the lab at the University of Michigan Library, we use LED bulbs for examination in these lamps because they emit almost no light. In fact, the conservator here, Aisha Wahab, has her fingers directly on the bulb, and this bulb has been on for about an hour. The lumen output for this particular LED bulb is about 450, which is actually quite bright as these bulbs go. The bulb itself costs about $16, so it's a somewhat of an investment, but it's supposed to last for 10,000 hours, so you get what you pay for. Raking or oblique illumination is another kind of light to use. And when using raking light, particularly when making or taking a photograph, the image of the raking light photograph should be correct relative to how you would actually read the page. And therefore, the light source should either be positioned to the left of the reading position or at the top, and to the left is indicated in this slide by the yellow arrow, and by the red arrow, the light would be positioned at the top of the page. This is so that the innies don't appear to be outies, and et cetera. If you light from the bottom and the right, everything that comes out actually looks like it's going in. And in this particular case, the light is positioned at the left so that to the page as it would be read. And so all the impression that you see on the recto of this page is correctly coming out at you. I don't know how, this looks very strange on this monitor. I'm not sure how it looks on the monitors that you're looking at. For the examination of mold or wire patterns and watermarks, again, a rolled felt behind, or perhaps two on either side, can be used to support a page standing upright. To see down into the gutter, completely into the gutter, the page can be held at the foredge with the felts removed. While thin, commercially available light sheets are available for this kind of examination, and particularly for use in books, they often cannot provide light completely into the gutter because of a margin around the sheet, or the light source simply is not bright enough to get a really good view. And they can also be expensive. It is recommended that some kind of tripod or support is used to avoid having to hand hold the camera. On the left is the adjustable Manfrotter, I'm not sure where that name came from, that clamps to the table and is actually extremely flexible so that you can position it pretty much any angle. This entire setup, including the tripod, the lamp, the bulb, and the felts, comes to about $200. So we're not talking about any kind of major investment here. And most of this equipment can be used in other situations. Okay, once we've figured out how to look at paper and perhaps record what it is that we see, we can start thinking about the characteristics that we actually see in these papers. In the West, from about 1200 to the 1750s, the only kind of hand mold was covered in a wire, laid, and chain pattern. This is in the West I'm talking about. Basically the same cover design found on paper-making molds from Islamic and Asian countries. Paper made on this early laid mold is now referred to as antique laid to distinguish it from the later modern laid mold. These terms get a little bit confusing, but I will sort them out. Prior to the 1750s, however, before a second type of cover called wove was invented, the term laid was unnecessary because it was the only kind that was in use. So it was just paper. Everything was just paper. In antique laid paper, there are characteristic shadows, and Tim has shown examples of this in his talk. And these are actually accumulations of greater, areas of greater accumulation of fiber in these shadows. And they appear at regular intervals across the sheet, usually about 1 inch apart. These shadows are parallel to the vertical chain lines, and often, but not always, are located over the wooden ribs to which the cover was sewn with wire stitches. Water-carrying fiber is drawn toward and deposited where the cover actually touches the ribs because of capillary action, and it's this which causes those shadows. This composite hand mold in the upper left with its matching decal, not shown here, was made for me by Timothy Moore, and I use it as a teaching tool to demonstrate all of the cover variations that one finds on hand molds. And I want to point out particularly that the paper on the right does not have the shadows falling directly underneath the vertical chain lines. And this is because this mold was recovered at some point, and it just simply didn't fit exactly as it had, the cover didn't fit on the previous mold frame itself. Reputedly, in the 1750s, printer type designer John Baskerville asked English papermaker James Whatman to make paper that was smoother than antique laid. The result was wove paper, which saw only intermittent use from then until about 1800, after which it became increasingly common for both hand and machine-made paper. A rare example of the so-called antique wove pattern is seen in this 1795 book, and according to Isaiah Thomas, the publisher, this was the first time an American-made wove paper was used in a book. This kind of wove hand mold involved sewing a cloth-like woven wire cover directly to the wooden ribs, which resulted in the same shadows seen in antique laid paper. And you can see these, I hope, in the upper right. This particular copy, which is at the William L. Clements Library at the University of Michigan, is a never bound copy. And so it was wonderful to be able to take out the folios and just simply unfold them and spread them out on a light box and see what the sheets actually looked like when they were made and then probably torn for printing and then collated into signatures without any sewing. As I said, the antique laid design is very, very rare. So it was a real pleasure to be able to see this. While the undulating laid lines, in other words, those up and down areas as you go across the sheet in laid papers, while those were gone in this early wove paper, the more dense areas in the shadows still presented problems when printing hairline typefaces such as Baskerville. To remedy those printing woes, Whatman, we think, placed a layer of wires or perhaps another wire cloth between the wooden ribs and the wove cover. And because the cover no longer touched the ribs directly, fiber ceased to build up in those areas and the resulting sheet was smooth and evenly thick. And I hope you can see in the paper shown here that there are no shadows in this paper. This type of hand mold was technologically possible by the mid-1750s, but is rarely seen until after 1800. Like the modern, so-called modern wove paper, there are no shadows because the laid cover is sewn directly to an underlying set of wires or a wire cloth and not to the ribs. Everything else about this mold is exactly the same except for that underlying layer. Because the covers of all hand molds were woven off the frame and are fairly flexible and easily damaged, they must be secured to the lower mold frame so that they do not collapse or lift off when the wet sheet is cooched onto a felt. When viewing handmade papers, it is often possible to see not only the chain wires that link the laid wires together, seen in the green circles, but also the stitches that attach the cover to either the underlying ribs directly or to the layer of wires or wire cloth, and those stitches are seen in the red circles. And I hope you can see these little bright dots that appear along the chain lines and particularly in the lower left, this very exaggerated oversewing that you see along the chain lines. In wove paper, the stitches are very difficult to see actually in the paper, and actually I have not come across any wove papers that have this particular stitching visible in them. So let's talk about machine-made papers. The first paper-making machine was designed by Frenchman Nicolas Louis Robert at the end of the 18th century. A commercially viable machine based on Robert's design, later called the Fourdrinière, was operating in England by 1803, and the first Fourdrinière in an American paper mill was installed in 1827. Very simply, the pulp was scooped or poured onto a moving loop of woven wire. Then the wet paper on the wire was squeezed between two couching rolls to remove more water from the sheet and then reeled up at the end. And that is seen at the top illustration. As innovations to the so-called wet end of the machine occurred, more elaborate couching and felt transfer sections, as well as a completely new dryer section, were added before the dry paper was reeled up at the end. And you can see this just one heated cylinder dryer in the illustration at the bottom. Perhaps the most important distinction between handmade and Fourdrinière-made paper is that all of the paper made on a Fourdrinière is wove. Regardless of what you might see as another pattern, the underlying design must replicate or must be described as the surface that the paper actually first comes into contact with, not anything that may be impressed onto it afterwards. In 1825, the dandy roll, seen in the red circle in the diagram at the top, it doesn't look very red on my screen, was invented, and while its primary function was to squeeze more water from the paper before the sheet reached the couching rolls, the surface of this rotating cylinder could also be constructed so that a secondary pattern, such as modern laid and watermarks seen here on the left, could be impressed into the wet wove sheet. And on the right, I don't know how well you're going to be able to see these details of these three dandy rolls. The one at the top is a wove, the one in the middle is a laid, and then the one at the bottom is a vertical or a horizontal laid dandy roll. But regardless of whatever was impressed into this sheet, the ever-present wove pattern can still be seen underneath. At the left is a typical wove book paper made on a Fourdrinière, and I hope you can see the pattern of the wire screen in that paper. At the top right, this wove paper was made on a Fourdrinière with a dandy roll having a modern laid cover attached to it. But again, underlying those impressions of a laid design, you should be able to see the very characteristic dots of the wove pattern. And at the bottom, these are always very fun when you find them, we see the seam where the two ends of the wire screen were joined to make an endless loop. Also in these, in actually both of the machine paper making machines that I'll be discussing, you can often see patches and wire stitches that were used to make patches in the screen itself. In England in 1809, the cylinder paper machine was invented by John Dickinson. In America in 1817, the first type of paper machine installed in any American mill was actually a cylinder machine. And this was made and operated by Thomas and Joshua Gilpin in their mill on the Brandywine River. This cylinder machine predated the first Fourdrinière in use in America by 10 years. Along the top row is an issue of the National Recorder, Volume 2, number 24, for those of you who are taking notes, published in Philadelphia on December the 11th, 1819, which was almost exactly 194 years ago. And on the last page of this, noted in the red circle, is patent machine paper of J&T Gilpin Brandywine. To the right is a transmitted light photograph of the rather cloudy formation in this historic paper. So it wasn't great paper, but we have to remember, these were very, very early days. And trying to work out all of the variables that go into making paper on a completely new contraption must have been quite astounding. Paper made on the cylinder machine could be either wove or laid, with or without watermarks, depending on how the cover over the cylinder was constructed. The cover shown on the bottom left, which you can just see, is a laid cover with watermarks soldered on. In the early 20th century, for expensive so-called mold-made papers that were often mistaken for and actually sold as handmade papers, and I think all of us have probably come across that little problem, the laid covers were woven as they were for hand mold covers, and therefore the chain lines separating the laid lines are often visible in these papers, and they can look very, very much like handmade papers. The cylinder machine works by this large cylinder rotating at relatively high speed in a vat of pulp. And because of the vacuum created in the center of the cylinder, sometimes aided by suction boxes, pulp is pulled onto the cover, and the paper takes on whatever pattern is on the cover. A split second, and I'm talking about a split second or maybe a whole second, the continuous roll of paper is then cooched from the cover onto an endless felt, and then it goes to the dryer end of the machine. We'll talk about that implication in a little bit. Something that we often don't talk about when we're talking about the characteristics of paper, especially visual characteristics, is grain direction. And there's a lot of myth about grain direction. How many of you heard the myth that handmade paper does not have any grain direction? Okay, a couple of hands rose up. Grain direction exists, I'm sorry, but grain direction exists in every single sheet of paper that's made. Even in a laboratory sheet, the grain is running up and down, not across this way or that way. But it still exists because it is dependent completely on the flow of the pulp as it moves from one position to another position. And that predominant direction of the flow of pulp as it is first deposited on the cover of the hand mold, or on the Forge and Air wire screen, or on the cylinder cover, all determine the grain direction in the resulting paper. In Western handmade paper, the grain direction is parallel to the short sides of the mold, of the hand mold, and if it's laid paper, it's also parallel to the chain lines. It becomes more difficult to determine grain direction when you're looking at wove paper because there are not those visual pattern indications in the sheet. In Western handmade paper, the grain direction, I'm sorry, I just said that. In the upper left, Neil Bonham is demonstrating 4 steps of only one of many kinds of dipping the hand mold into pulp in the vat. The basic principle that governs grain direction is seen here as the flow of pulp moves from the front and across the cover to the back. If there is no shaking of the mold from side to side, the grain direction in handmade paper would be quite prominent. In practice, however, the upper layers of pulp still hold enough water to be reoriented by side-to-side shaking, and thus the grain direction in handmade paper is reduced but never completely eliminated. As we'll see in a moment, Grain direction can often be seen on the surface of machine-made papers, particularly Fourgenaire-made papers, but is very hard to distinguish visually in handmade paper. But how the paper drapes, particularly in a book, or if you bend paper over, if it's a single sheet, and either the ease of that bend or the resistance from that bend gives you a clue as to how the grain direction is running. And a book that drapes well is seen here on the left. This is usually referred to as grain long. The paper is grain long, which is only relative to its position in the book. It has nothing to do with how it may have been made. And to the right, the pages tend to stand up and are very difficult to actually bend over. And these are referred to as grain short papers because the grain is running perpendicular to the gutter. Most of you are probably familiar with the problems that grain direction can cause in bound volumes of plates of John James Audubon's The Birds of America. All of the double elephant folio size, wove, handmade paper manufactured for this work exhibits grain direction that runs parallel to the short sides, indicated by the red arrow. This is a very unfortunate property because the large, heavy sheets of paper cannot drape properly when the pages are turned. And as seen on the left, this rigidity often causes the page to be crushed when the book is, when the pages are turned carelessly, but more importantly, when the book's actually closed. Everything just gets caught because it cannot just drape over easily. I think the safest housing for this monumental work is to be free from any binding and the plates stored as individual sheets. And I'm gratified to see there are some shaking heads in, or nodding heads in agreement. The disadvantages of a pronounced grain direction in paper were apparent early on to paper makers using the Fourgenaire, and mechanisms for shaking the wire from side to side were soon employed and continue in use to today. While the grain direction in most 19th century book papers made on a machine can be determined by the drape, in many instances this can be confirmed by rotating the page 90 degrees under a raking light, as shown for this 1836 Fourgenaire made wove book paper. It's exactly the same page, it's just that the angle has been changed. And if you turn the book, or even the piece of paper or a piece of board, actually with a strong raking light, you can often see the grain direction in that paper or board. The cylinder machine creates paper with a very, very strong grain direction, primarily because there is virtually no time for the upper layers of pulp to be manipulated with a side-to-side motion before the paper is couched onto the endless felt. By the 1830s, agitators in the cylinder vat were fairly successful in distributing the direction of the flow of the pulp, but the problem remains to this day in cylinder or mold-made papers. Those of you who are binders in the audience who use mold-made papers, particularly as end sheets, find them to be very problematic because the grain direction is so strong that the swell, when you paste those out, either from the top or from the bottom, can be extensive and very worrying. For both types of machine-made paper, depending on the movements or mechanisms employed to reduce grain direction, it is often possible for the wire and felt sides of the paper to be quite different in appearance. And I hope you can see that difference in this page from The Leaves of Grass. The wire side does show a little bit more of an impression of the screen upon which the paper was formed, while the felt side does not have that impression. However, in traditional handmade paper, I find that these two sides can be quite difficult to distinguish whether you're looking at the wire or the felt side, as seen in this example of exactly the same paper, just the other side. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that the hair from the felts tends to get in the way of seeing that actual grain direction. Strictly speaking, decal edges are formed up against the insides of the upper part of the hand mold called the decal, which is German, I believe, for frame. The wildness or the uniformity of decal edges depends upon how snugly the decal fits onto the lower part of the mold. In a book, variations in the uniformity of decal edges of handmade paper, presumably made in the same mill at about the same time from the same stock, might be due to the fact that while the decal might fit well over one of the pair, and there are always a pair used, two lower parts and one decal, it may fit over one pair of the two lower parts. It may not fit well on the other, and so you may see these differences in decal edges. And you should see differences in other characteristics of those two molds as well. If books were temporarily sewn for distribution, for warehousing, and eventually for sale, the decal edges were often left untrimmed. Trimming was usually done when the book was permanently bound. It is not uncommon to find a few decal edges within a book that were missed during trimming because the paper was folded to align the text blocks rather than folded to the paper's edges. And so sometimes, depending on how careful the printer was, you can get text blocks that are positioned slightly differently on the sheet from sheet to sheet. On the right, in this handmade paper, a tearing wire was sewn onto the cover, creating a thinner area where the paper could be easily torn. Here, though, not very successfully. One wire stitch holding the tearing wire to the cover can be seen in the red circle. On the early Forgenaires, two decal straps at G, here in the red circles, were positioned on either side of the endless wire screen to contain the pulp. Later, adjustable jets of wire cut, in quotation marks, the paper into designated lengths while it was on the wet end. Dry, reeled paper coming off this machine was usually trimmed to remove the irregular outer edges, and then the reel of paper was slit into sheets. Thus, the original edges on Forgenaire paper are cut and regular compared to handmade paper. If a guillotine or a paper cutter was not available in the print shop, large sheets of machine-made paper were folded and torn down for printing. As mentioned before, sometimes torn edges are missed when books are trimmed, as seen in this first edition copy of The Leaves of Grass. In the latter part of the 19th century, presumably in an attempt to simulate the decal edges of handmade paper, fabricated edges were given to Forgenaire machine paper, seen at the lower right, two examples. Before collation, signatures were trimmed to slightly different dimensions or torn or were sort of nibbled with a die-cutting machine. And then once the signatures were collated, all of the edges appeared to be irregular and look more like they were handmade. On the cylinder machine, waterproof materials could be used to mask out areas on the cover in order to imitate handmade paper. See the hatched lines indicated by the yellow arrow here in the diagram. All of the borders of the papers at the left-hand side and center had true decal edges because the pulp would be butted up against that waterproofing material. So that waterproofing material is essentially acting as a decal. On the right of this diagram is a setup to make a continuous sheet that was eventually reduced to individual sheets having both decal and torn edges. The red lines indicate where a wire or thread was used to create a thin layer of pulp, so paper could be torn apart while the sheet was still slightly wet. In these sheets, the side edges are decal, while the top and bottom edges are torn. And hopefully in the bottom right, you can see that this edge actually resembles very much the watercut edge of Japanese papers used in conservation and other uses. Obviously, in a 30-minute talk, I could talk about this for weeks, but for the 30-minute talk, I couldn't include everything. And except for the fabricated decorative edges spoken about just a little while ago, I have not included characteristics associated with treatments or additions performed after the paper is dry. Why not? Because there is often no certain way to determine when those might have been done. Some of those characteristics are the mechanical surface treatments, such as hand burnishing, calendaring, or plating, used to smooth the paper surface. The addition of a surface or internal sizing agent early on, particularly in the handmade era, gelatin, later in the 19th century, starch and casein. Or covering the surface with a clay-based coating, either single or double-sided, either for decorative purposes, such as for color-coded end papers, or to enhance the printed quality of halftones, most often on a white-coated paper. In conclusion, determining the authenticity of any paper is very difficult and complex. But I hope this talk has given a few clues about some of the basic differences between hand and machine-made papers. While we read books about paper and papermaking and listen to talks such as the ones presented in this important symposium, there is simply no substitute for holding a great many books of known provenance and date, so that your fingers and eyes can help your brain recognize what feels and looks right. It is imperative for all of us to keep an open mind about what it is that we hold in our hands. To make assumptions about any artifact based perhaps on a date printed on a title page or a catalog description can often lead one down the wrong path. And it seems like once that path is taken, it is very, very difficult to find your way back to the beginning. So good luck. Thank you.
So if there are questions from the floor, I suggest you stand up and wave frantically until someone with the mic can bring it to you. Right up here.
Does this work? You know, I have one, just for Tim, one kind of a comment, a kind of a reorientation about 15th century paper and the idea that it imitates parchment in the way that typography imitates handwriting. And I really don't think that quite works and represents the way of thinking in the 15th century. And for typography, when we compare it with manuscripts, what most commonly happens is that people compare a printed book with something like the Très Riches Heures of the Duc de Berry or something. These are like, you know, not even 1/10 of 1% of the actual handwritten books that people used. And so I would say that, in fact, the early printed books looked much better than the vast majority of the handwritten books that they substituted for. And I think one sees this extremely clearly in the case of the first printer of Cologne, Ulrich Zell, who printed a lot of quarto-size religious devotional tracts of types of text that were found in a lot of monasteries of northwest Germany and the lowlands. There are many reproductions of such comparable manuscripts, particularly in this great series, the dated manuscript series of different countries. And if you just match them up one by one, the difference is overwhelming. The clarity and blackness of the printing compared to the brown handwriting, rarely a truly formal book hand. Even when they are formal book hands, often by a scribe who isn't terribly good. And so I kind of feel that this is how these new forms of book were seen by 15th century eyes.
Thanks. Is this working all right? Can you hear me okay? For those of you who haven't met Paul Needham yet, he really knows this period far better than I do. So, Paul, I very much appreciate that. And I think, are you saying that the early book printers purposely selected very high quality paper because they were engaged in a expensive
Yeah, what I think is, at a conference in Heidelberg I was at a couple of weeks ago, which is paper in the Middle Ages. You know, one thing that's, like the Gutenberg Bible was printed on paper imported from northern Italy, from Piedmont, where there were a number of Savoy, administratively, where there were some very fine paper mills. And these North Italian papers were really the best. I mean, they're just great things. But it's not that printing created the demand for that paper, because these same paper mills in the first half of the 15th century were also making magnificent papers. And that paper, in one sense, is parchment-like, in that the distinction between the mould side or wire side, as Kathy says, and the felt side is not very evident because the chain lines are very thin and the wire marks making the watermarks were rather thin. It's kind of hard to distinguish the two sides. But of course, then a lot of northern European paper was used in printing north of the Alps, 1470s, even very late 1460s onward. That paper doesn't look at all like parchment. It's very high quality paper, but they use thicker chain lines. The wire marks were thicker, and you see very strong indentations. And in fact, that's part of what I would consider the aesthetic of papers made, for instance, in Champagne-Artois region, where there were a lot of mills. And it's very nice in its own right and is a pleasant aesthetic experience, but there's a real distinction between those sort of Savoy, Milan area mills and the Northern European ones.
Well, just in response, I think the whole idea of this symposium is to bring specialists together from different disciplines, and I think this is great, Paul, that you're giving me this perspective on all of these papers, which I don't know really well. I do think this kind of research begins to get exciting because once you have accumulated the data, you can begin to split out geographically and regionally where the papers are coming from and the different concentrations of calcium and gelatin. So I look forward to pursuing the conversation. So,
Can I add a little tiny note? I think, Paul, you said the brown ink doesn't match the black printing ink. Well, actually, that was probably iron gall ink, which starts out life being very black. Yes. Yes. Okay. We'll have to talk.
There'll be a special ink group forming in the back of the conference during coffee break. Another question? Yes. Hi.
Good morning, and thank you very much to all the speakers. Wonderful systematic walk through your topics. My question relates to the typography of sheets from 16th century Italy, and I'm interested in the relationship of the felts upon which the sheets were couched and the resulting typography of the sheets. Do any of you know or have studied the formation of felts, whether they were box weave or twill or otherwise formed, and the resultant evidence left in the sheet?
Well, true felts are not woven at all, and were traditionally the kinds of felts that were used for paper making. So you really only start to see later on, and I'm not exactly sure when this happens, but I think it's at some point in the 17th century, maybe early 18th century, where you start to see the woven texture of woven felts, woven from wool, particularly felts that are very, very worn. And you can see very clearly the impression that's left on the surfaces of the paper on both sides, the wire and the felt sides. And in fact, if you look just at those papers in raking light, you will swear that they're wove papers until you look at them in transmitted light and see that they're actually laid papers. But I don't know the answer to your question. There is, it has been written about by someone, and I can't remember who right now, that the paper makers were very careful about which side of the felt they couched on. And I believe that the nap of one side of the felt was cut quite short, while the nap on the other side of the felt, the hairs were left quite long. And the couching was done on the short nap so that it could be more easily removed because there was a greater affinity of the wet sheet as it went onto the felt rather than to the sheet that was placed over the top of it. I have not seen any paper that exhibits a very clear distinction between a short nap and a long nap. So,
Okay. Kathy, can you clarify if you're speaking of the 16th century or another period?
well, I say that if true felts were used, probably we're talking about late 17th, early 18th century papers.
Okay, thank you.
The only thing I'd offer to the conversation is, my guess is that woven felts of some type actually come along fairly early, just because a true felt, I'm not sure how even and consistent it would be possible to make them. But regardless, and Paul may have something to add to this, some of these incunabula sheets, as many of you know, have a very hairy impression left almost certainly by the felt. It's like they were felts needled with yak hair or something, you know. They're just really, it really stands out. And Paul may be able to tell us if that's a regional distinction. But it's one of the things I've been looking for in trying to make papers that have a similar look and feel. It is quite clear to me that you can make a big difference in the grain, the surface texture of the sheet. Everything from a really gnarly, kind of almost pebbly surface to something very, very smooth, not by means of the felt, but by the amount of exchanging of the sheets during the final drying. You can end up with, if you try to minimize that, you end up with a much rougher surface, again, for me, characteristic of incunabula period sheets, than you do if you repeatedly exchange and press the sheets during the final flattening and drying. So it's a felt issue, but it also has a lot to do with how the sheets are finished, either in their semi-damp state or after they're dry.
I think Tim's comment about exchange, I think that's one of the issues looking at that Hebborn paper and why it doesn't look so much like an earlier paper is because it still is very bulbous and puffy, and when papers are exchanged, they do get a certain smoothness to them that you don't see in even later handmade papers.
But if you get those papers wet again,
That's right.
you don't press them, it's very possible that that surface, that original surface texture, I think, can be brought up a little bit. So I didn't see anything wrong with that paper when you showed that slide. That surface looked very authentic to me.
It looks authentic to an extent, but not when you look at engravings and drawings from the period that have lived lives. They've been pressed, they've been kept into albums, then they go off to the next collector who moves them to a different mount, to a different book. And so they've been through lots of hands. And that's the one thing the headworn paper didn't look like. It looked like it came fresh from a book and not through hands.
But it was a drawing, right?
It was a drawing, but he probably took that paper from a book.
But but I don't think that makes that much difference. I think the smoothness of a lot of papers that you see, particularly in intaglio prints, is caused by the damp paper compacting on the smooth surface of the plate where the ink is not, and that crushes that paper.
Oh, exactly, in an
But the
engraving.
margins, remain.
But what I'm talking about is when you are comparing it to something from that period, and you really are trying to say this is 15th century drawing or print, that, as you say, in an engraving, that texture's gone. Or not gone, it's just definitely not as pronounced. And also in prints, they've often been, in drawings, they've often been pressed in their lifetime. So some of that texture is greatly reduced. And so that's what I meant in looking at the headboard. It hasn't, it wasn't burnished for pen and ink drawing. In order to make good ink drawings, it's nice to have a smoother paper than that. And so it was in comparison to other works of art, put it that way, not into paper.
Just as a matter of interest, did you test the gelatin, the sizing agent, to see what might have been used as sizing agent?
Other questions from the floor?
Can you hear me? I have a question about woodcuts, because you've talked a lot about engravings. Can you say something about the process of recognizing faked or over-restored woodcuts, early woodcuts, 15th and 16th centuries, and speak about the paper a little bit? All of you, I guess.
Well, with paper, the first thing I think probably to look at is the watermark. And again, that's not just a designed watermark, an animal or a letter, but the mold surface itself. That needs to be right. In other words, as Kathy has explained, if you see a modern laid, if this is an early, woodcut, presumably from the 15th or 16th century, and it's on modern laid paper, something is seriously wrong. That's the first thing to look at. And believe it or not, this stuff comes our way. We get people email, oh, I've got these great etchings, and I'm convinced it's on a unique and unusual Asian modern laid paper that this European artist had access to. And, we take one look at it and it's like mold made, and you try to tell the person it's mold made. No. So if you don't see those shadows underneath the chain lines, something's really wrong. Then, of course, watermark designs can be used with watermark albums. But just to pass this on to the other people on the panel, you could make a zinc cut of an original woodcut and print it on a piece of period paper if you can get hold of it, and you're starting to make a little headway. Now, as we'll find out when we talk about Galileo, there are some things that can get in your way with these zinc cuts. But so anyway, the paper, the first thing to look at, I think, is the paper, and watch out for that modern laid. It's out there.
I think the only other, I don't think this is on.
It's on.
It's on. I think the only other difference in printing woodcuts, which are printed relief rather than intaglios, is that the unprinted part of the paper remains essentially the same as it started out within the printing text block area itself, where that is dramatically changed in intaglio and slightly flattened during lithography.
We examined a hand-colored woodcut several years ago that we intuitively thought something was a little not quite right, but we couldn't put our finger on it. Coloring didn't look right. And art historians questioned the composition. But the relief, there was still relief there, but then, you know, if you're doing a deceptive repair, you can go to great lengths with a tiny little agate or point to emboss that paper, and I think the Schweidlers actually did that at times. I've seen more repairs personally, or deceptive repairs on engravings and intaglio prints of other kinds. So there are a number of other conservators here in the room who maybe you could talk to later on about woodcuts and deceptive repairs.
Okay, other questions in the audience?
Michael Laird, Ms. Schenck has drawn our attention to
Is
the...
it mic on? Is it on?
Hello? Yes.
Yeah, that's better.
Ms. Schenck has drawn our attention to these 19th century reproductions, forgery attempts. I just wanted to draw our attention to the 1501 octavos that were produced by Aldus Manutius that were almost immediately fabricated in 1502 onward by this Lyon consortium, Bartolome Troth, and 50 or 60 different efforts on their part. So what we have is almost immediate commercial gain, which we haven't really drawn our attention to as being the catalyst of these counterfeits. So that was very early indeed.
Yeah, and the paper was the right period, right? So
They were probably a lot more successful than people are now. We were talking about this during dinner last night about what are the motivations for people who put out fakes, and I think it's mostly a matter of ego first and foremost, not financial gain. That people think they know a great deal more about any aspect of something that is valued, and that they're convinced that the people, the custodians, caretakers of those materials know nothing, and so they really want to pull the wool over the so-called experts' eyes. I think it's only later that's, for a lot of these fakers that we know, I think it's mostly an ego trip first, and then it turns on maybe into a financial gain issue. And certainly there were people who wanted to make money right off the bat. But it's not always, the motivation is not always to try to sell something as fake, but rather to show someone else up, and usually very specific people. So the attempt for these ego trip people perhaps is not as intensely correct as you might expect from somebody who expects to gain a lot monetarily from such transactions.
kind of like people who design viruses wanting to make life difficult for Bill Gates. You know, they're not making any money, but they're getting a lot of pleasure out of making life terrible for the rest of it.
So before we go too far down this path, let's acknowledge our panel, our lovely panel, for our very distinguished. We're moving on into our next session, authenticating and de-authenticating the ML Siderius Nuncius. Some of you attended this conference, others of you may have heard about it, but a couple of years ago, the Library of Congress was fortunate enough to acquire a copy of Starry Messenger, a beautiful copy of Starry Messenger, and we held a conference around it. These are the conference proceedings, which also includes a digital facsimile of our copy and an English translation for those of us who stumble through the actual piece itself. I raise this up because that conversation has not yet finished, and that's what this session is about in a way. Today we're not so much interested, I think, in the right or wrong as we are interested in the moment in which authentication can either be yes or no. It's that moment of subjectivity and the humanity in that decision, reminding us ever again, as we were hearing earlier, that for all the expertise that we have, it sometimes becomes a human decision that can quickly be attested to or corrected. So we have the Needham-Wilding Hour, and I think this is going to be a really important panel. I'm going to quickly introduce our speakers. Many of you know them well, and then we're going to ask them to talk a bit about authenticating and de-authenticating the Siderius Nuncius. Since 1998, Paul Needham has served as the curator of the Scheide collection at the Princeton University Library. Before that, he worked at Sotheby's and the Pierpont Morgan Library. He's on the faculty of the University of Virginia's Rare Book School and is widely acknowledged as the leading expert on Johann Gutenberg and the early history of printing. Needham has specialized in evidence-based bibliographical studies of early printing. He has written or contributed to more than 90 publications. Among his books are the 12 Centuries of Bookbinding, 400 to 1600, well known to many of us, and a piece done for the Library of Congress, The Printer and the Pardoner, an unrecorded indulgence printed by William Caxton. His most recent book is Galileo Makes a Book, the first edition of the Siderius Nuncius, Venice, 1610. In 2011, he was awarded the Gold Medal of the Bibliographical Society. Nick Wilding is assistant professor. Congratulations, I almost promoted you. Assistant professor. That may happen, actually, while you're here. You never know. Mazel tov. Let's give him a round of applause. Right? We're going to expect that much more of you, of course. Nick Wilding is assistant professor in early modern history at Georgia State University. He works on 17th century natural philosophy and has published articles on Galileo, Hooke, and Kircher. He's held fellowships at Cambridge, Stanford, Columbia, and the American Academy in Rome, and is a Mellon Fellow in Critical Bibliography at the Rare Book School at the University of Virginia. His book, Galileo's Idol, The Masks and Machinations of Gianfrancesco Sagredo, is coming out in 2014 at Chicago University Press. Interestingly enough, he's now working on identifying forgeries. Would you please welcome our panel?
First of all, I'd like to thank Mark and Dan for their vision in organizing this conference. I'd like to thank Richard Land for giving access to the copy of the Siderius Nuncius at the center of this inquiry. I'd like to thank the many dealers, collectors, librarians who've helped with this inquiry. And I'm not sure if he's here, but the journalist Nick Schmidl, whose article on one aspect of this affair will be coming out in the New Yorker on Monday. So buy that if you want to know. We're not dealing today with all the social side and the criminal side. We're looking purely at the process, as Mark said, the process of authentication and de-authentication. That's what we want to think about today. Okay, so let's begin. In 2005, a copy of the Siderius Nuncius, published in Venice by Tommaso Baglioni, surfaced, which was peculiar in a number of ways. As you can see, we'll go through all of these elements one by one, but what made it special was that it had a little inscription at the bottom saying, Io Galileo Galilei fecit, I Galileo Galileo did this. There's a library stamp you can see to the left of the printer's woodcut, which is identified as Federico Cesi's Linchain library stamp. And most important, instead of having the familiar lunar etchings, which almost all of the first edition had, although it's important to bear in mind that there are a number of copies, Galileo says maybe 24 copies which lack the etchings. This particular copy, this particular copy had hand colored bistre sketches. I'm running very quickly through the initial phase here. In 2007, the German art historian Horst Bredekamp published a book, Galilei de Künstler, with this copy, known as the Martian Land Sidereus Nuncius, as its centerpiece. And he argued there that the images of the moon were Galileo's autograph sketches. This book was followed in 2011 by a 2-volume study called Galileo's O, where the book was subjected to extensive technical and artistic, stylistic analysis. And I'll just run through the central arguments of Galileo's O. So the SNML, as I'll refer to it, because the Sidereus Nuncius Martian Land is a bit of a tongue twister, it was argued, is Galileo's autograph proof copy. All of those words are very important. Autograph proof copy. The inscription on the title page was deemed authentic. This clicker is there. The library stamp was considered to be authentic. The lunar illustrations were authentic. And it was argued that the paper was from a very similar but slightly different stock to that of most copies. Paul Needham's volume, for the first time, showed us that there was 2 different paper sets used in that first Venetian edition. We now know from this study far more about the Sidereus Nuncius than we did previously. It's a wealth of information. But Needham identified the paper stock as being slightly different to the standard paper stock of the Venetian print run. The binding was deemed authentic and identified by Needham as coming from the Sorrentini bindery active in Rome in the 1630s, 40s, maybe 50s. And it's bound along with parts of a 1656 Bologna Dozza edition, and there was no evidence of tampering in the book block. So this was an original binding with 17th century genuine material, and it didn't look like it had been tampered with. The printing errors present in the SNML were later rectified in the ordinary print run, it was argued. And Bredekamp's strongest argument for its implications for historians of science was that the lunar illustrations, these watercolor images of the moon, are the basis for, rather than copies of, the Sidereus Nuncius etchings. So Bredekamp argued that these are the originals, and moreover, the first observations, extant observations we have of Galileo's observations of the moon, which makes them pretty important for historians of science. And if that's the case, it therefore follows that a very famous sheet of images, which I'll show you in a minute, don't worry if you're not familiar with the Florentine bifolium, is displaced from its central iconic position in narratives of the making of the scientific revolution. In 2009, so between these 2 books, between Galilei de Künstler and Galileo's O, Harvard professor Owen Gingrich, somewhere here, published a very nice little article in the journal Galileana, which showed, to my mind, conclusively, that the lunar illustrations cannot astronomically date from the very small window that was from which they had to date, given what we know about the chronology of the book's writing and printing. And therefore, they cannot logically precede the etchings, and therefore they don't displace the Florentine bifolium. And he suggested that the SNML drawings are, in fact, modern forgeries. This is the Florentine bifolium, this sheet, or one side of it. So this is the iconic image we have of the lunar drawings. And one of the things that Gingrich noted was that this illustration in the Martian Land Siderius Nuncius was supposed to give rise to this etching, but actually its orientation and its dark night sky background make it look much more as though it was copied from the Florentine bifolium rather than the other way round, if that followed, if you follow that. So there were severe doubts in some quarters about the authenticity of the images. That doesn't mean, though, that anything else about the book was necessarily problematic. But it does mean that if you accept Gingrich's arguments, and it's hard to see a logical way around them, that there was a problem with the book. Here's the title page. Most of the evidence that I'll be talking about today will come from the title page for reasons that will become evident in a minute. Paul will speak much more about the rest of the book. So we really have to go through the various elements of the title page or of the book and see what they can tell us. And one of the things that I was interested in doing was to try and recontextualize the evidence initially presented in Galileo's O and compare this evidence in the light of other copies and other forms of evidence and see if enough anomalies emerged to force, in Kuhnian terms for those of you who've read the Structure of Scientific Revolutions, a paradigm shift where this book suddenly leapt from one state of authenticity to another state of forgery. It was a long, drawn-out process, and each element had to be interrogated quite under quite kind of high levels of skepticism. The first element that drew my attention was the library stamp, the Cesi library stamp. Here we have an example of a genuine Cesi library stamp. Cesi's library was dispersed in the 17th century. Extant parts of it are now in the Vatican Library, the Modern Lincei Academy in Rome, the University of Bologna, and Montpellier Library. So I obtained samples of the libraries and some private collections. I obtained samples of Cesi's library stamp from all of those collections, and I found, comparing one to another, that they were all absolutely identical. Right? Only a single library stamp had been used in all copies with provenance of more than 10 years. When I compared this to the library stamp on the SNML, I noticed a problem. All genuine stamps have a break inside the inner oval, and the SNML doesn't. Moreover, the clicker's ceased to respond again. There we go. The O and the T of the word biblioteca are joined by a ligature, and this could just be a result of poor inking, but I didn't see that there. At roughly the same time as the SNML emerged, a series of other books started appearing, mainly genuine books, I think exclusively genuine books, with the Cesi library stamp. And all of those had the same library stamp as SNML. So that made me think that the Cesi library stamp with the intact inner border was deeply problematic. And in fact, some dealers started telling me that they thought they knew who was actually applying these stamps. They'd sold genuine copies, unstamped copies, to a certain individual we'll be meeting soon, and then seen them back on the market very swiftly afterwards with these library stamps on them. So the library stamp became much less secure evidence than it had been previously when looked at in this context. Moreover, there's actually two extant inventories of Cesi's library drawn up upon his death. Every extant Cesi book in one of these four collections is listed in those inventories, but there's no mention of a Siderius Nuncius. So that made me wonder why this this wonderful copy with this illustrious provenance wasn't actually listed in the extant library inventory. Okay, so enter our hero. The guy in the center, usually this picture's cropped, so the Father Marsano isn't usually there, and you just see these three hands holding this book. It's in this man's trade, it's very useful to have that third hand. So I take it you all know by now who this fellow is. He was on the frequently on the New York Times. Massimo Marino De Caro, currently serving 7 years under house arrest, no longer in jail, under house arrest in Verona for massive thefts from the Girolomini Library in Naples, a late 16th century institution of which he was placed director. He stole between 4,000 and 5,000 rare books from that library. And only, I think, about half of that number have so far been recovered. We're not really here to talk about De Caro's criminal record, because that would take too long. But why he's important to this story, the first bit that's important is that in 2003, the Vatican Library authorized an exchange with Massimo De Caro. On the left, you see the books that De Caro obtained from the Vatican Library. On the right, I didn't list them, but the highest monetary value we can give to his contributions were about $100,000 worth of books. If you compare that to the quality of the books on the left, most of the books on the left, if you can all see, we have a Galileo Operazione del Compasso Geometrico, very, very rare book. A Galileo, the Barberini copy of the Saggiatore, the Barberini copy of the Dialogo, the Barberini copy of the Discorsi, and for good measure, a Hypnerotomachia Polyphily and a Lactantius. I'd like to conduct an auction and see what the highest bid would be on that collection of books, more than $100,000. The Vatican isn't being very helpful with my inquiries about this exchange, but it's well attested from internal sources. But I'm not allowed into the prefect's archive where I would find documentation on this. If you ask for most of these books now, the evidence that they were there has been removed, which, yes. One of the first of those books is important for this story especially. We have a microfilm of it. It's the Cicognara copy of the Operazione del Compasso Geometrico, and as you see, there's a genuine Chesi stamp on it. Apologies for the poor quality, but this is a scan of a microfilm of 15 levels of transmission going on. You see with the break in the internal border, and I think this copy provided the template for the forged library stamp. Moreover, in 2005 again, several copies, at least 3 copies of the Operazione del Compasso emerged on the market. And they were subjected to tests by Owen Gingrich and Frank Mowry from at that point at the Folger Library. Both Gingrich and Mowry realized that the paper was wrong, and they both identified the following little printing flaw in the dedicatory letter. Right, yes. To those of you familiar with type, you'll know that this is a pretty tricky effect to produce. So this book, even you can see the deep imprint in the paper. There's a very rich imprint, but something very weird has gone on here. Probably what's happened is that a creased copy has been unfolded, or a scanner has been jogged, or something like that. We're not entirely sure. But these 3 copies of the Compasso are fakes. Let's return to the SNML in the light of these bits of evidence. And we need to recontextualize the SNML alongside some different copies. The first of these was proved crucial. This is a copy that was offered for auction at Sotheby's, New York in 2005. Didn't sell. And it was a peculiar copy because it was described as a genuine copy with facsimile etchings. We don't know where it is now, but we do have the catalogue's photographs. And this really proved to be the central piece of evidence that made the paradigm shift occur. We also need to look at a few other copies. One is in the Brera, Milan. One is a 1964 facsimile done in Florence. And one that's recently emerged is a copy offered by the Parisian, outside Paris, the French book dealer Sorget, also in 2005. The way that these fit together, sorry, whoops, don't get seasick. Okay. So the way these bits of evidence fit together is kind of complicated. We're going to walk through step by step about how the evidence accrues and that the authentic status of this book starts to diminish. So far, everything we've looked at could be purely superficial evidence. We could say that the book block itself is genuine, but that somebody has tampered with it, added drawings, added a library stamp, done that kind of stuff. What I was interested in was the question of whether the book itself, from paper up, was materially a forgery or not. So the first thing I noticed was this little beauty spot over the L of Galileo. When I compared that to the Sotheby's copy, I realized I saw the same spot there. When I looked at every other copy, there was no spot there. So that made me think, if originally I'd assumed that spot on the SNML was just a blot of ink, but for it to appear as well on the Sotheby's copy meant that it was actually imprinted. And you can actually see that there is an impression made there. This meant that, so I thought, well, maybe there was a miscast L, which was removed, but that would mean that the proof copy status of SNML had also, at least in this one copy, the same miscast letter had been used, and that struck me as a little peculiar in the Sotheby's copy. The next element is very peculiar, and almost in itself is proof of forgery. Okay, instead of the correct reading, periodis, we read pepiodis, not a Latin word. And you see the same thing in the Sotheby's 2005 copy, pepiodis. The P and the I, Paul Needham and I had a long discussion about whether this was possible typographically. I thought that they actually touched and that that's not physically possible with typeface. Paul said that they might have their bodies filed down or just be worn or something, and that he thought he could discern a break between them. So we weren't sure what this proved, but again, we see the proof copy status of SNML being thrown into question at the very least. Now, the real clincher is this little blotch on the word privilegio at the bottom of the page. I almost didn't bother looking at it because I knew I'd seen it somewhere, and that place is where we all go to look for information. Wikipedia, exactly the same blotch. I checked on the 1964 facsimile, also present. It was there too in the Sotheby's copy. At that point I thought, okay, it's a very miscast letter P, that's fine. Then I decided to double check on as many genuine copies as I could, looked at a couple of dozen, and there was never any miscast P. Now, the solution to this little problem was supplied by Galileo's O. Paul Needham had identified the 1964 facsimile, which incidentally is the basis for the Wikipedia image. That 1964 facsimile claims it's based on a Florentine copy, but in fact is based on a copy in Milan at the Brera. And there's a paper discoloration, which when photographed in 1964, Don't worry about taking photos. You can just download this on the Prezi. Just type in my name and LOC, and you can have this at home as well. So that meant that this paper discoloration was turned in 1964 into a black and white image, which was the basis of the facsimile. The question then is, given that this is an artifact of the 60s, what's it doing in a 17th century book, right? Therefore, this is not a 17th century book. So that was the first time we agreed upon, Needham and I agreed on there being a really deep problem with this copy. I'd assumed, therefore, that the 1964 facsimile was the basis for SNML, but Paul pointed out a number of places where that simply couldn't have been the case. Recently, a copy has emerged. I'm sorry for the poor quality of this. This is a copy advertised by Sorge in 2005. We haven't been able to trace the current whereabouts of this copy, which I think provides most of the solutions to how the copy was actually done. I'll have to speed up a little bit here. So you see there's a little bit of, I'm not sure if it's ink or if it's foxing, but there's a little dot there, which, the image I then brought up was from SNML. You see that L dot is explained perfectly by this copy. And you can go through a whole series of anomalies in the SNML and the Sotheby's copy and see that little dots which don't appear on other copies are present in SNML, and that SNML is therefore based, there's another one on the letter M, is therefore based almost exclusively, we think, on this Sorge copy. This is especially apparent in the woodcut. You see the little blotch there, appears as a blotch there. I mean, it's really like spot the difference, and there aren't any. 3 little dots there in the woodcut. The problem then arises, that means that my identification of the facsimile as the basis for the forgery was wrong. And this really confused me. But then when you look at the relevant section of the Sorge copy, you see that the ink where it says permesso, it should read permesso, but someone's changed it to an O, and then ampersand privilegio, has somehow been mucked about with. It looks like somebody has scraped something away there. Most probably, I think I can say this, most probably a library mark at some stage. We're probably looking at a copy with a library mark that had to be made to disappear. Draw your own conclusions. And this other library mark applied, which is an extremely weird library mark. I have no idea what that's meant to be. So I think that you see above the SNML place of publication details, and the differences here are, at least to my eye, quite striking. It's not just the blotch on the P, but also the location at the first letter of venitis. The V shifts frequently, or probably shifts once during the print run, from upright to being slightly over to the side. So you can see that the SNML in this detail is not taken from the Sorge copy. Now, a proof that occurred to me just 2 days ago was that if that image has been spliced in, cut and pasted in, those 2 lines of text, then perhaps the alignment wouldn't be quite true. So I took a series of genuine copies, and I drew a line from the caryatid's nose at the top to the, is that a caryatid? I don't know. Whatever those faces are in the cartouche, from nose tip to nose tip, and saw where it aligned in the line of type underneath. And you can see in 4 genuine copies, it's always to the left of the letter A in the word Thomas. In SNML, it actually bisects that letter, which I think is evidence that that this thesis is right, that it's a composite image used for, at least for the title page. We haven't examined this copy because it's since disappeared, or we don't have access to it. So we need to see at what other places this forgery is actually made from 2 or maybe even more original copies. I'm running out of time, so I'd like very quickly just to think through some of the technological problems in order to give some idea of some take-home messages where we can have some tools to identify forgeries like this. Obviously, this kind of detective work cannot practically be done on every book that comes into your hands. So this is a rough and ready guide to what I think is going on, to a major flaw in the current mode of forging. It's not by any means insurmountable. If you want to make a forgery, it's very easy to get beyond this once I tell you what the test is. So there's some, I take reasonable commissions. There's some composed type. And what I want to think about isn't the type itself, but the furniture and the spacing bars, weirdly, because that's the kind of thing we have to look at. That's the kind of thing that the forgers haven't been thinking about properly. Here's a photopolymer plate, which is the, I'm fairly certain, the technique used to make this book. You take a sheet of plastic that is light sensitive, you lay down a negative over it, you expose it to light, and then you wash away the unsoftened plastic with a solvent, and you're left with this beautiful photopolymer plate. Very handy, cheap, easy to make. Now, I want to think through the 2 differences between these technologies and how they produce different effects when we deal not so much with type impression, but with incidental inking. This is clearly, so this is meant to be some composed type. Obviously, it's a fake because it should be written as a mirror image. And what I want to think about, though, is the ink that gets in between the cracks up in the wooden or metal furniture and in little crevices and nooks like that. And what happens when that ink touches the paper. Right? You're all familiar with 17th century books. The general mess that we don't read, that you get frequently in the headers, the footers, sometimes in the margins, especially around page numbers. Now, if you think, print from this, you'll get those little lines where the ink is maybe. If you then make a photopolymer plate from that, what you're going to get is something like this, right? The photopolymer raises or leaves high any element which is black in the photograph. It makes a 3-dimensional model from a 2-dimensional image. So in that translation, we get a kind of a mistake introduced. The shoulder ink here comes out, or should come out, if the thesis is correct, as impressed in the paper with the same force as type, which it isn't on a hand-pressed book. So let's see if that is in fact the case. Here's the LOC's lovely new, or thankfully very old copy of the, sorry, a few heart attacks over there, of the Siderius Nuncius. And what I'm talking about is, if you look, say, at the number 3 there, and then the lower image is the reverse of this page, and the image, I've then digitally flipped the image. So you can see the number 3 pushing through, and you could feel this with your fingers, or if we photographed it in lighting from the side, you'd see a nice relief there where the type pushes into the page and pushes through to the reverse of the page. The shouldering, this is what I'm talking about, this line of ink here, does not push through at all. Right? Because there's no physical force behind it. It's just where the paper kisses the ink that's in between the cracks on the furniture. Compare, though, the Martin Land copy. Here you see nice, bold shoulder ink, and then reverse that page, look at the back of that page and reverse it, and you see it pushes through with exactly the same pressure as all of the type. So that really is, I mean, there's no reason why that should always be the case. You could file that down, you could digitally remove it and then apply that shoulder ink by hand. There are plenty of ways around this. We're not out of the nightmare of forgery yet by any means. But that's the best test we have at the moment. I went over my time and now I'll pass over to Paul. Thank you very much.
This is the point where if this were a courtroom, there'd be a lawyer in an Armani suit standing up now and saying, the defense stipulates that the witness got everything completely wrong with his earlier analysis of SNML, and so let it be recorded. I was completely wrong. And so I gave my first slide what I would call the copy now, the Siderius Nuncius Falsiloquus, the fork-tongued starry messenger. Now, Nick has told you how in the month of May 2012, with a lot of emails between the two of us and so forth, there really was a crescendo of doubts arising about the authenticity of SNML. And certainly, I just couldn't put it out of my mind. And in what I'm going to show you here, I want to concentrate just on one day in about an hour and a half of time when I went into New York City and by the kindness of Martine Lan, just took the ML copy in a taxi, went up to Columbia Rare Book Room, and there they have an authentic, definitely authentic copy of Siderius Nuncius that they got out of the collection of the well-known historian of mathematics, David Eugene Smith. And I put them side by side, and I have some little snippets here of the notes I wrote in my notebook on that day. And here, you know, I just started this I did the night before. I wrote out things I wanted to be sure to look at, not to forget the next day. Then here, and these points, in fact, follow precisely, although I've left out a lot, but each point is in chronological sequence. This is the first time when I began to doubt. And I wrote there about the catchword, which you can see, that word areoli, at the bottom of this page, pointing to the first word of the following page. And I said that in SNML, the whole word seemed to be rather misshapen. I said especially AE, whereas in the Columbia copy, the letter shapes are clear. The very good illustrations you'll see are not from the Columbia copy, but from the Institute for Advanced Studies copy, which my friend and colleague at Princeton, Roel Munoz, made truly wonderful, highest quality digital images of. And that copy, by the way, is at the Institute of Advanced Study because of the generosity of Lessing Rosenwald, who bought a sort of large history of science collection that Herbert M. Evans formed in the 1930s and donated it to the Institute. Well, you know, the difference is subjective, but there's a kind of a spikiness, especially, I think, in the first A of areoli, that seems to be different from other copies. And I found 4 or 5 similar instances, wrote down notes about them. And then the second general point I took up is one that I'd always intended to, and that was to measure across the gutter in the center of gatherings, like it's, you know, there's quarto sheet of 4 leaves each gathering, and so to measure from the right margin of the verso page down into the gutter and over to the left margin of the recto page, and that's a particular distance. And in printed books, that distance should not change very much if the book was printed in locked up forms of more than 1 page. So here you see, like if you look in the left there, that A2 verso 3 recto. The ML copy, I got 48-49 total. The Columbia copy, 53 millimeters total. And again, at another gathering, 47 versus 52, 49 versus 52. So the measure of the ML copy is always less, and less by a significant amount. And, you know, I had this in mind because I'd actually, in my book on Galileo, I had discussed this very point. And here's a picture of one half of a printed sheet, notionally coming out of the press. It hasn't been folded yet. It still has its pinholes preserved, for instance. All the margins are in scale to the size of the sheet. And there's the difference in the form, which is the mirror image of this, between the adjacent type pages, 54 millimeters. Well, Columbia fits. And I'd never measured this in the Columbia copy before. I'd measured various copies. SNML doesn't fit. And personally, at that point, I felt I just plain knew that this was a forgery. Then I looked at another aspect that had interested me, and I discussed this in my book about these asterisks that Galileo had the printer set when he wanted to show the disposition of Jupiter and the 4 moons he detected. And he used eventually, he used a large font letter O to represent Jupiter. The letter was always set on its side, so if you have real sharp eyes, you can see that the axis of the O is more or less horizontal rather than vertical. And then he used 4 asterisks representing different magnitudes, brightnesses of the little dots he saw in the sky, because, of course, all he saw was pinpoints, except for maybe blurriness of his own eyes or the atmosphere. And he needed 4, he distinguished 4 magnitudes in his notebooks, and so he needed 4 asterisks. And 3 of them, the 3 that aren't circled, are actual cast metal asterisks from fonts of different sizes in the printer shop. But the fourth one, with the red rectangle around it, is, I feel sure, and I wrote about this in the book, is not cast type. These are ersatzes, where, for instance, on a page, if you find 4 such, every one will be a little bit different because they were like blank letters that must have gotten filed down to make a shape of a kind of an 8-armed star. And in any given form, every single one that belonged in that form is different because they're not cast, they're handmade. And here's what I compared. Here's the one page where there are 3 of these fuzzy asterisks. And I show on the left the way they look in the Institute for Advanced Study copy, on the right the way that same presumed character looks in the ML copy. And then in the middle at the bottom, this is a very good picture taken of the Library of Congress copy before it went to Library of Congress. A brilliant conservator at Graz University Library, Manfred Meyer, took this. And, you know, this gives you a very direct question. This is a kind of an either-or. Which column shows the true face of type? So just hypothesize that ML is the true face of the type, and that it being, as I had argued, a proof copy. In fact, this is the earliest printing of these types as they sat in their form. Could those shapes on the right produce the ones on the left? Or is it the Institute copy, which is right, and of course it is an authentic copy, could photographic degradation produce what you see on the right in the ML column? And I think the answer is pretty clear. These are photographically derived. Then another point I looked at that interested me. Here we're looking at that magnificent Library of Congress uncut copy, where there's this page that shows a woodblock representing the stars of a portion of the constellation of Orion. This is a single, very large woodcut, which is the only thing that's printed on that page. That woodcut, in fact, follows very closely as to size and even the shapes of the stars a model or maquette that Galileo himself prepared and is preserved in the National Library in Florence, and which I've looked at. So stars of different shapes, larger stars represented as larger. And here's what I noticed, that in Columbia copy, many of the stars have border inking, and I had a printout with me. I circled some of them on a color print I brought with me, whereas in the ML copy, almost none do. I presumed retouched out, and I wrote, this is pretty strong evidence for photo forgery. And the next slide shows a detail of this. And so here's the Institute copy on the left, ML copy on the right. And here are just, 4 stars. There are a couple of dozen stars showing border ink in the Institute copy impression of this page. And you see those borders that weren't cut away. And that's because when the woodcutter made the block, he had a 2-part system. And first he cut away all the area that he didn't need at all, that was to print white, and so he just gouged it out, presumably rather rapidly, to bring it below the printing surface. And what he was left with was a series at the points defined by Galileo's maquette of where stars should go. They're like little mesas or pegs sticking up from the wood. And then what he must have done at a second stage is then he modeled those by cutting away to make the star shapes. But he didn't always clear away at the borders, and so you get, in fact, what is shoulder ink, just as Nick spoke about. But when the ML copy was being produced in whatever country it was produced in, somebody didn't like the way that looked and did, well, whether by photo retouching, Photoshop, any number of systems, took them away to make them look better, which in fact damned them. And then I got to a point, and this is that one where this damaged letter L that shows up in 3 pages, 3 different forms of Siderius Nuncius. And here I looked them up at the Columbia copy. I knew they were there. I'd reproduced them and discussed them in my book on Galileo. And so you see, I wrote here, in the ML copy, none of these 3 appears to be damaged. Then I wrote, how could I have failed to notice this fatal error? Exclamation point. And this really was just, you want to beat your head against the desk, except the rare book people probably would consider that inappropriate behavior. And in fact, when I went home that day, I know I was very distracted, and that evening I finally remembered what I had done, which I'll show in the next slide. So here are those 3 damaged L's in 3 different forms, the inner form of sheet C, the inner form of sheet D, and then there's this half sheet, which is leaves D3 and 4. And so for the L to go from inner form of sheet C into inner form of sheet D, it means that all the type of that form was distributed, went back into the type cases, got picked up again in setting other pages. And the same after the full sheet of D was printed, they distributed, and that's when they set this half sheet, and the compositor, without thinking, drew on the same damaged L. In the ML copy, they're not damaged, and that's when I remembered. I did have it in mind, but I just completely failed to do what I ought to have. I had at home on my computer, I had JPEGs of the entire ML copy, and I looked at them, and I didn't see this damage, and I remembered what I thought. I thought, well, I know that copy is very heavily printed, and so maybe the impasto of the ink just came over them. But then looking at the ML copy again alongside another and 10-power loop and taking my glasses off and so forth, I saw, no, that isn't the explanation. What happened is somebody producing ML noticed that, thought it was unsightly, unseemly, and retouched it to make it whole, which again damned it. And this, to me, is the proof of proofs. It's what I call the not in this universe proof. Because if you argue that ML was set for movable type in the same printing shop using the same settings as the other copies, you cannot get this result. The first one could be undamaged and then damaged later in the course of printing sheet C inner form, but after that, it can't heal itself and then fall apart again, and then heal itself a third time, give it a kiss or something, and now it's all right, but then it damages again. So just in terms of time, space, material, it cannot be. So I felt sure. Now, one little addendum, Nick mentioned this, what I call the Domus facsimile, the Domus Galileiana facsimile, produced in 1964. I'd spent a lot of time with this because it's kind of mysterious itself, and there was this one part where they said that they'd used a particular copy in Florence, and I knew it, that it could not have been that copy. And all the copies I got information on, none of them had the right key variants to be what was photographed for the Domus. Until very late in the stage, I found this about the copy at the Observatory Library in Milan, and the librarian there sent me very useful digital images. And I noticed this sort of botched letter in the ML copy, the word contra, which doesn't look like contra at all, and it just plain looks wrong. And I knew that I wrote, I didn't have that facsimile with me, but I just wrote CF Domus G. And then, see, the next day in the margin, my copy was at the Scheide Library in principle, off the shelves, and I sort of wrote again, exclamation point for general excitement, 1 June 12, yes, as Domus G fax. And so this, like the imprint on the title page, to me is essentially proof that the Domus facsimile played a part in making ML. And I think the evidence is absolutely clear. And here we are, here's the Institute copy with contra-printed correctly, the ML copy and the Domus facsimile. And if you look in the word particuli a little further along the line, tenebricosi particuli, you see that the T and I at the foot, they seem to bend toward each other. And it doesn't look that way in the Institute copy. I think they had to have used this facsimile in part. And then, this is my coda, and so I'm right at the end. You know, I even remember an earlier email to Nick before the Sotheby's November 2005 copy arose as a problem, where in some other, I was being, I don't know, kind of dumb. You know, I wrote to him, I said, I feel sure that the Galileo signature is correct. Well, I shouldn't have said that in any case. However, it's true that to me it looked just awfully good. And I'd never really thought about Galileo's signature as a specific project, but I had in the previous years, you know, handled many, many pages of Galileo's handwriting in the National Library in Florence. And so I felt that I had some visceral sense of handwriting. I thought it was very good. So it was either December last year or January of this year. I had a catalog at home from the Vatican called Lux in Arcana, which are treasures from the Vatican Secret Archive. And a wonderful exhibition, and you know, like the original excommunication of Luther. And so, of course, one of their treasures, so to speak, is the Galileo's trial, spring of 1633, before the Roman Inquisition. And they reproduced it, and they reproduced this. Now, it's a little misshapen because the photographer took it at an angle, and I think you can see even his sense of focus was not what you would expect from a professional photographer. But in the old Edizione Nazionale of Galileo's works of the early 20th century, the volume, I think it's 15, that reproduces the proceedings of the Inquisition, they reproduced 4 examples between April, June, when Galileo attested, sort of, I agree with what's written above. And they all begin, of course, Io Galileo Galilei, and, as above, with my own hand, and I've deponed as of above. And so it's that right-hand one in the second line, that's the one that was the model for this signature. And, I don't like to think, I kind of refuse to say that there's anything clever about the email forgery, although indeed it fooled me completely. But this is the one case where I have to give just a little bit of grudging admiration to whoever wrote that signature. They're very talented graphically. And in that sense, I would say it's a good forgery, not a lousy forgery. And so we end.
Thank you both. We're going to indulge our schedule just a little bit because we imagine there may be questions from the floor, if there are. Is one here? Dan.
Thank you. Sonia Jordan-Mari, I'm Frank's wife. He apologizes for not being here. Thanks for alerting everyone to the article that's coming out in the New Yorker on Monday. But since you raised the topic of the compasso militario e geometrico, I thought that maybe I could just add a couple more comments because I was part of that, looking at the book. The client had actually brought 2 books, 2 copies. He had already owned one and had been considering acquiring a second one, and his own antennas had obviously gone up. The polymer plate technique of reproducing the text is pretty clear that that was used because that line which cut across that type is a typical sort of fracture for polymer plates. But there were, because you're also looking at materials, there were several other elements, as you know, that I thought perhaps the audience might also like to know. And that was that the chain and laid lines from the first to the second copy were inconsistent as they were with the Library of Congress copy. Both chain and laid were much wider. And then there was the other evidence of the annotations in the one copy and the other, and the impurities of one paper to the other. So sometimes one gets lucky and has a lot of things going wrong. And given that there were supposedly only 60 copies that were published, the likelihood and the odds of the papers being so different, so radically different, was a good clue. And we can just be thankful that the forgers were as inconsistent as they were. So I just wanted to add that. But thank you very much.
Just to continue on that thread a little bit, I want to thank you both. Wonderful presentations, and your honesty about this whole story is greatly appreciated. It's a very exciting story. Just to follow up on the paper a little bit, there seems to be maybe a lot of fake bookmaking going on here in this whole story as we dig deeper. Could you say a little more about the paper stock? Did they appear to find a historical supply, or do we know?
No, well, the paper is forged. Let me just say, because that's a whole other issue, and we're getting up to the end of May 2012 when we didn't know that yet and have not sort of tried to go beyond. There's a lot more to be said about the paper, and that does apply also to the compasso and to another Galilean forgery of come on the market in recent years.
But I guess the quick question is, did they seem to, was this recently made, do you think? Or did they
that's what I can't remember my exact words, but yes, forged paper for this purpose.
But it seems not every copy, it's, there are 5, I think, forged copies of the Sideris Nuncius, at least, probably only 5. Some of these, and the compasso, we've the usual model seems to have been to make them for, to substitute for copies that were stolen from institutional libraries. And sometimes those copies don't seem to have the right watermark. So,
That's right.
so the forged paper is done for the luxury edition,
right.
for the one that's actually going to be launched on the market and put under real scrutiny. And then there are others which are, I mean, they're heavily individualized. The provenance marks of individual institutional copies are replicated, but they're not at the same level of attention to detail when it comes to paper stock and things like that.
And of course, substitution would mean that it's less scrutinized.
Yeah.
Because it's
right.
already
Yeah.
in situ.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Since the question of the watermarking on the compassos has come up, let me give my own adventure story with respect to them. Two different dealers sent me copies of the compasso, I think neither knowing that the other had it. And so I was able to make a comparison with a copy, an older and genuine copy, in the Dibner Library, which was at that time still at MIT. I looked at the little watermark on the upper corner. It was a little tiny trident. And this trident was in the Dibner copy loosely connected with the chain line. It bobbled back and forth from one sheet to another. And it was as if there were no two sheets exactly the same. And when I looked at the other two copies, after a while it dawned on me that every single sheet was identical, that the little trident had the chain line going right up through the middle of the trident. And that's when I realized that there was really something wrong with those two copies. I subsequently got the third copy in hand and saw that there was a problem, and the collector then took the copy and brought it to the Library of Congress because he wanted a second opinion. And that's how this whole compasso forgeries situation unfolded.
Thanks, Owen. Let's go back to the SNML copy, if we may, because many people don't know the other story that we're talking about. And we've had a talk about the Siderius Nuncius. If there are questions regarding that. Right there, Dan, on the middle.
So the thing that baffles me most in this story is the retouching that that Mr. Needham mentioned, and that seems sort of the opposite of the other marks on, say, the title page, which seem sort of errors of laziness. This seems like the opposite of an error of laziness when they're actually fixing something. And I wonder, I know this is mostly a technical discussion, but can't completely separate the sort of social ramifications. If this is a mark of somebody who might have commissioned this being done, or a signature of a forger who was sort of intentionally doing this to show how sort of clever they were, that somebody wouldn't notice this. Do you have any thoughts about that? Because it just seems out of character with the rest of the marks of forgery that were indicated here.
I mean, I would just say generally, I really have tried to discuss just physical examination of this copy with no reference whatever to who was involved with it. And I think that is the right way to go about it. But you more or less have to retouch anytime you have a photograph of something because of all these little extraneous marks on the page you're photographing. And I think you may not be thinking particularly even of what you're doing as you start retouching them out. And at some point, you do something wrongly, and then that becomes evidence against you. But at the time you do it, you have no idea whatever. And like, with those stars on the Orion diagram, I think they just looked unsightly. And, photo retouching goes back, the Domus 1964 facsimile is filled with it, and that's what made it fascinating to me, because historians of astronomy had used that as their source and talked about printing errors in Sidereus Nuncius, none of which are in the 1610 edition. They all come from 1964. So that's how I got so involved in this kind of run-of-the-mill facsimile.
On the title page, if the Sorge copy is the source, which it seems to be, there's probably maybe 100 little dots which have been touched up. So to leave 2 or 3, I mean, that's not bad. I don't think there was, it's hard to know what's intentional and what's not. Schmidl's article will contain, I think, transcripts of conversations with De Caro, and he seems to oscillate between wanting to claim that everything was intentional and denying that his involvement. So it's, although he's actually, in the first trial of last year, he completely admitted to making these five forgeries of the Sidereus Nuncius. But we should also stress that there are 4 or 5 other titles known to be forged. And if the business model is the same, it probably doesn't make sense to forge a single, I mean, it would make sense to forge a single copy. The reason that I mean, while it's technically possible to identify a single forgery, the probability of spotting forgeries becomes much more likely the more copies appear on the market simultaneously. The first Compasso was bought unproblematically. It's only when the second and third buses come along that you think something's going weird with the train schedule, with the schedule. So, so presumably there are at least 25 forged books, only about 10 of which we know about. So, and there's no reason why this technology cannot be easily adopted by someone else. I mean, the real problem is the paper manufacturers, not the making of photopolymer plates. There are YouTube videos on that. I could run off one of those this afternoon if you want.
Maybe one more question?
Goodman from Rare Book School. At the beginning of the talk, you very briefly mentioned the binding. Was that also forged like the paper and the plates? Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Oh, yeah, that's another of the post-May 2012 investigations. But what I should say most, later in June, when Martin Land very kindly sent that copy to Princeton for closer examination for digital photography, I had always been puzzled about the binding. And I saw one thing in the sewing that I'd never seen before that really seemed damning. But what really happened is that in the fall, when Martin Land loaned the copy to Berlin for further investigations, Nicholas Pickwoad, whose name many of you know, came to examine the binding as a binding. And I know we other workers went out for tea and just left him alone. He sort of staggered off an airplane, and I don't know, he'd taken the wrong bus and so forth, and looked exhausted. We just left him in the lab with the copy, had tea, came back, and it was like a magic act, the way he decomposed every single element of that. I mean, it was really astounding. And the covers are real, but everything else about it was forged. It's just a very complicated construction. Just it is just an amazing.
Plug our book, Paul.
Pardon me?
Plug our book.
Yeah. Yes, and a volume is. I'm sorry.
Oh, plug our book is what she's saying.
Yeah, a kind of, well, it's going to be a curious publication. A volume 3 of Galileo's O is under active production, including work of Teresa, who was in Berlin at the time, and myself and Nicholas Pickwoad, which will be a brilliant chapter, which just tries to rectify all the mistakes embodied in Galileo's O, 1, and 2.
This is actually turning into an interesting title. So it's volume 1 is O, 2 is O-O, and 3 is becoming O-O-O. We're going to cut it off here. Let's thank the panel, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'd like to begin this second half of the program. All right, thank you very much. Super. All right, that's great. I'll pay you later on in the afternoon. My name is Eric Frazier. I am a reference librarian in the Rare Book and Special Collections Division here at the Library of Congress. And before we begin the third part of the program, I'd like to introduce Roberta I. Schaefer, Associate Librarian for Library Services. She's going to give a word or two. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I really will just be a word or two. I wanted to take this opportunity, although I know you've been here for already half a day, and I can see by your faces that it's been a great morning, because you're all still smiling and you're all sitting erect. So that's always a good sign on a rainy Friday that you've had a very enriching and nourishing morning and you're back for the rest. But I asked Mark if I could welcome you with a bit of an agenda, and that is to have the opportunity to ask you to join me in thanking Mark and Dan and the staff of the Library of Congress for really setting up this fabulous workshop. You can imagine when Mark and Dan came to talk to me about this idea last spring that it was just an incredibly exciting idea. And I thought, oh my gosh, this would be so perfect for the Library of Congress. This is something that's in the professional as well as the pedestrian news all the time, something that we are all interested in and appeals to people in all walks of the curatorial and information space. But I wondered if each of them really was willing to take on a fourth full-time job. And apparently they can do that. So this is an excellent lesson for me to learn. So enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Thank you all for being here, and keep sitting up straight and smiling. You all make me very envious. Thank you so much.
Now we are on to the third of our programs today, and I have the pleasure of introducing this panel of speakers who will be presenting on the authentication or the authenticity of color. And if I may, I just want to take a few words to help put the range of our speakers' expertise into a context. In the world of bibliography, we have scientists and we have curators that are often working toward a common goal, but from very different directions. Okay? Scientists using the latest technology they've expanded our understanding of historic composition and use of color. Though even with the latest technology, we still need the curator's knowledge of materials, processes, and the artistic convention to complete the entire picture and best understand what we're actually examining. And that is just one of the reasons that this particular panel is so very special. Today we have both scientists and curators working toward this common goal. Okay. We'll start off with the most scientific approach, so to speak. Lynn Bostroff is the senior scientist in the Preservation and Research and Testing Division here at the Library of Congress. Bostroff has a master's degree in polymer materials science from the University of Cincinnati and a PhD in chemistry from the University of Amsterdam. She also holds a master's degree in art history and a certificate in paper conservation. She is now in a collaborative study with the University of Maryland, focusing on the characterization and degradation mechanisms in iron gall, ink, and verdigris pigment. Through 2 case studies, Bostroff will explain the application of scientific techniques used in the examination of color. So.
Thank you. Here we go. Objects have stories to tell. I really believe that. And today I'm going to focus on how we can use scientific analytical techniques to help reveal minute details that help tell those stories. And it's a good thing because I noticed on our flyers we have all these words and now they're going to come up. So hopefully that will be a little more clear. So I'm going to start out with a kind of plain statement that I'd like to read. Cultural heritage scientists, and that's me, employ scientific tools for analysis of materials in order to shed light on conservation and historical questions, including authenticity. The key word here for me is tools, because no matter how sophisticated or complicated a scientific technique may appear, they're just that, they're tools, and it really depends on our intelligence to use them wisely and to interpret them appropriately in context of not only the questions that are brought to us, but in historical context, of course. So in our field, we often divide these tools into 2 categories, the first being non-invasive, there's one of those words, and by non-invasive, we really mean that we have not taken a sample, but we take that term from the medical field, which really in the medical world, it means no scalpel has penetrated the skin. And really that's the way that we mean it. And we have many tools now that are non-invasive. We like them a lot for that reason, and they're very convenient, and we often can do a lot of surveying, look at a lot of areas, often very quickly. And these include X-ray fluorescence, which is XRF, and you're going to hear more about that. Raman spectroscopy, which can be conducted through a microscope, and as shown in that picture on the lower right, can actually be done in situ with an object on a table outside of the instrument, which is really great. Also spectral imaging, which you probably all know about, and using many different wavelengths of light to examine things. As well as things like any kind of spectroscopy like UV vis that uses fiber optics so that we can look at something again like on a table. But we also have what we call minimally invasive techniques, and sampling is still very viable because we can take samples basically as small as we can see them and get them off, which can be, often on the order of 50 to 100 microns, which is basically smaller than a pinpoint or the width of a hair. And now we have instruments that are so good and the detection systems are so good that we can get tremendous amount of information from these tiny little samples that really are very difficult or impossible to see have been removed from an object. We do document whenever we do that, but what's even better is that we use the non-invasive tools first to kind of give us a lot of information, and then we might say, we need a little more information. Maybe we should take a sample from over there. And we may, again, use Raman or IR microscopy. We use other kinds of microscopes. We also do X-ray diffraction, and probably many people are familiar with scanning electron microscopy, which has been used for many years, and the little inset on your top right over there shows a sample that was taken and put in the SEM. You can go up to 100,000 times magnification, so it's really terrific. Do elemental maps. And what I'd like to point out is that sample was used non-destructively. Here's that other word, because I didn't use up the sample. So I was able to take a sample and do all of those techniques that are listed there on the same sample, and I still have it. So that's really what non-destructive means. So there's all of these techniques really have a very basic idea in common, which is that they use different wavelengths of light or different energies of radiation to examine things, and then different detection systems. And we all know about this because the best ones are our eyes. We use visible light, and the detector is our eyes, and it's really the same thing. But fortunately, there are many brilliant people in the world who have invented all kinds of other ways of taking radiation, impinging it on things, and then getting very sensitive detectors that can see in new ways. And I really should, I've circled there X-rays through infrared, but I should probably expand that to gamma rays, because we have a scientist up at Catholic University who's looking at iron gall ink with gamma rays now, so I'll have to change that. A technique that I'll talk a little more about in a bit, and that I'm sure that a lot of you have heard about or have even used, is X-ray fluorescence. On the upper left is an instrument that we have here at the library. And it's really an X-ray gun. It's a small, portable, handheld unit. I have it there on a tripod. And whenever we use any tool, what's most important is the analyst must understand the limitations of that tool. So everything gives us different kind of information. And there's also, we have to know what information we cannot get from that tool. In the case of XRF, we can understand what elements are present. So it's just the atoms, not the compounds, not how they're combined, just the atoms themselves. And there's more limitations because with this instrument, although there are other ones that can see lighter elements, we can only see elements from about aluminum and higher. So we're missing the very light elements like carbon and oxygen and hydrogen that make up organic materials. So we generally can only see inorganics. So my example there is, for example, we have lead white pigment, and I have the formula there. And when we do XRF of something that contains lead white pigment, we see lead, and we see lead pretty easily. But we certainly cannot see the other parts of that molecule. So we don't really know that it's lead white, so we need more information. We need to use an educated guess, or we need to use other techniques to tell us what that material really is. Another technique that we might use in a complementary fashion, or even by itself, is molecular spectroscopy. So what that means is that we're seeing molecules, not just atoms, but groups of atoms together. And the reason we're able to do that is because different wavelengths in the electromagnetic spectrum can cause groups of atoms to vibrate together. And if anyone can remember back to their chemistry, they probably had a professor that did these little dances with the vibrations. And I like to think about that, to me, objects are never really inanimate. I love materials. I think everybody in this room loves stuff. We all, we work with collections, and they're not inanimate objects. And so this is proof they're not inanimate. But when we look again at lead white, in this case, with, let's say, Raman spectroscopy, we actually are seeing more the carbonate, the hydroxyl groups. So this is allowing us to get a different information that can tell us what's present. And also, a lot of compounds will arrange themselves in very regular fashions and in what are crystals. And of course, we know crystals from gemstones and snowflakes, et cetera. And this is for lead white. It also is crystalline. And when we do X-ray diffraction, we get a lot of peaks. So we can make a very good match in this case, and it can be actually kind of definitive on its own if we have enough material to detect it. And lastly, I just want to point out, because this is also such an important technique, it's using different wavelengths of light to see how materials respond in those wavelengths. And we use UV a lot. We can use it in very sophisticated ways with sophisticated systems, or we have handheld wands, which are also very effective, as shown in the left there. And infrared has really turned out to be wonderful. We're using it a lot these days to see, for example, this was erased writing. This is a false color image that enhanced that infrared image so that we can then read. In fact, this is what I'm just about to talk about is in 1513 Ptolemy Atlas. We can read now actually that someone had written that one of the maps was restored and then erased it. So I would like to talk about the application of these techniques in the context of a technical study that has been going on here at the library for a couple years. And it's a study of a 1513 edition of Ptolemy's Geographia, and it's in the Rosenwald collection and particularly prized because of the hand coloring. And it's really a great example not only of the application of different techniques, but how we can work collaboratively, and we're very lucky at the library that we've been able to do this and bring in different expertise to look together, not just using scientific tools, but also everyone's expertise. And I really like the term archaeology of the book. It's a term I think that's very popular in Europe right now, but I think is very apropos, and I'm really happy to kind of throw this out on the floor, and we're talking about authenticity because for me it's not just looking for the original materials, but understanding the whole history of the book and even what the dirt is telling us about what the book has been through, or a manuscript or an object. And these are the members of our Ptolemy team. I think you'll recognize a few people there, but I really can't even emphasize enough how wonderful it has been and really kind of ideal to pool our expertise and learn from each other. So the analysis of colorants in this book has been an important part of the study. And we kind of quickly saw that there were different palettes. And here's a map from the atlas, and these shows the basic colors that are really not only in this map but throughout, and that's very consistent. I mean, we really can talk about map palette in this object. And in the text, in fact, there was different palette, which was just this red and blue in the initial letters. And whereas the colorants in the map are these kind of thin washes, that makes sense to me because you can then very easily see the printing underneath, right? In the letters, you have a much more careful coloring with, I think you can see from that little detail there, mineral pigments that are much more thickly applied in there. So we did XRF analysis, of course, of these colorants in various maps and in many spots. And this is a kind of summary of what we found. And I've just put it together in a table. And when I have an X in parentheses, that means it was kind of, looks like maybe it's there, but it was not that clear. We may not have had, it's probably a trace amount. And when I have like big, bold double X's, that means there was a heck of a lot. Anyone who does XRF knows that it's kind of dangerous to do XRF in a quantitative way. So we really try and stop ourselves from saying we have a lot or a little because it depends on many factors. If we're very careful and we have a lot of experience, we might have a good idea of when a peak is telling us there's a lot or a little there, but generally we should really talk about these things qualitatively. So in the map colorants, what the XRF indicated and suggested, you see there I have suggested colorants because, as I said, we just get the elements, so we don't get the compound. Although in the mountains, all through the mountains, that green definitely is a copper-based pigment. There was really a lack of elements in the other colorants, which led us to suggest that they were organic-based or dyes or lakes of dyes. And that is pretty consistent with what we might expect from that period. In the letters, on the other hand, which you could see had the look of minerals, there were big particles. The elements make a lot of sense with there being vermilion as the red and natural azurite as the blue. And when I looked at that under the microscope, you do see in natural azurite, it's a rock and it's been ground up. And so you see a lot of variation in the colors and even the sizes of the particles. So this is a map, and as you can see that it's flattened out, and you're saying, hey, wait, that was a book. Well, the conservators who did a lot of examination figured out fairly early on that the binding was not original and that treatment was necessary, and so had permission from the curator to disbind the book. And so pretty early on, we were able to continue with our examination and study on these maps flat like this. And one of the things that the conservators noticed is that the colors very beautifully go over where the folds are now in such a way that it looked very much like it had to have been applied before even the first time it was folded and bound. So this was additional evidence or for us that the colorants appear to be original. So that's a little bit of a leap still, but it seems very consistent and makes a lot of sense to us that on the whole we're dealing with original colors. So what about that green? It's very interesting. I think a lot of people, we know it had a lot of copper in it. A lot of people who look at manuscripts from the Renaissance and books from the Renaissance are familiar with what we call verdigris sickness or verdigris syndrome, where you have the greens turning kind of brown or muddy, and you get this offset. Wherever they've touched the paper is now turning brown. And this is a very severe case here in the book where the green has really caused a lot of deterioration. You can really not even read the image anymore. But wait, this was really weird because out of 47 hand-colored maps, this only occurred on 8, which doesn't really make sense for a book. So this became a very compelling question that we then investigated. So in fact, although I think that probably a lot of people have assumed you have verdigris where you may not in the past, we did go to great lengths to verify and confirm that this colorant is truly authentic verdigris, which is the copper acetate. Mostly the polarizing light microscopy was very key in that identification. But even in areas where we had what looked like pristine green versus areas where the green had started to get very muddy, we saw a very consistent elemental profile using the XRF. And in that was not just the copper, but we consistently saw small peaks from lead and really small peak from chlorine. Well, you know, verdigris was made from recipes, and it was made at a time when you really don't expect pure materials. So it makes sense to have trace elements. In this case, the trace elements were so consistent that we can say that it's the same green pigment throughout the book. And that actually is very important for understanding authenticity of the book as a compilation, as an original compilation, and as an original or authentic piece. But verdigris is really tricky. In fact, if you look at the literature, a lot of scientists have backed off from even saying that they have verdigris, because in most cases they'll say, well, it's probably verdigris because there's copper there. In fact, what happens is it's pretty unstable under many situations, and it undergoes molecular changes. So that here what I've illustrated is on the top 3 Raman spectra, 3 different varieties of verdigris, because if you make it with different recipes, you can get slightly different results. And they all have a lot of nice, sharp peaks, very distinct patterns. But from the samples from the Ptolemy itself, this is very typical of what you see by Raman, which is this kind of like blah. The peaks are now very broad, very ill-defined. You get this big, horrible background from fluorescence. And actually, this is very typical. So it's very consistent and very typical. And this has really led us, this kind of mysterious question about why there's been this differential aging phenomenon of the verdigris in this book, has led us to conduct a parallel study into the aging of verdigris. So I can tell you that it's very hard to age artificially because we are not able to do it. We can't, we're trying with different heat and different humidity and trying to reproduce something, and it is not simple. So I'm just going to throw this out here. I'm going on a limb a bit, but you may not like that horrible degradation you see from verdigris, but maybe that means it's authentic. So there you go. So this is a slide with a lot of stuff in it. I'm not going to go through it because Sylvia Albro and John Bertanowski and I have talked about this and also published this. But while we were looking at the colorants, we were also looking at the paper. We were looking at the whole book, at the binding. And as a group with Dan and other people who have helped us along the way, we've accumulated quite a lot of evidence, what I like to call inherent material evidence. And we feel pretty confident that we've reconstructed a previous restoration that explains why we have 8 of these maps in different condition. And without really going through this, because there's really not time, and I'm supposed to be talking about color, what we believe now and what makes sense to us from all this evidence is that there was some paper that was used in the printing that was of poorer quality than some of the other paper. And so things were aging a little differently on those. Also, over time, with use, sometimes somebody tore something because they turned the page too hard or whatever. So at a certain point, the book was rebound, and we believe that a restorer took 8 of those maps out and decided that they needed to be treated. And what this person used, we figured out, was a solution very rich in alum, potassium aluminum sulfate, and gelatin. And they brushed it over the surface. And we understand that there was a treatment popular probably in Germany, late 19th century, early 20th, called strengthening, that consisted of this treatment. And not only did they brush this solution all over these, but in the act of doing so, spread the copper all over the place from the verdigris. And the copper is really a bad actor it accelerates the aging of cellulose. So this has kind of accelerated probably since the early 20th century, which we have a good sense from the binding and other evidence that when this probably occurred. So, not surprisingly, we found a third palette, which may be showing the hand of the restorer. And in this particular map, there are a couple areas, and we noticed, the color looks a little different there, and we looked with XRF. Also in transmitted light, you can see that kind of opaqueness in the yellow there. And sure enough, we find evidence of modern pigments. Apparently, this restorer liked zinc white. Sure sign that we're dealing pretty much with 20th century. Cadmium pigment, yep. 20th century chromium pigment, yep. Now, but this restorer seems to have, used in painting in different maps, and often we see these iron earth-based pigments, which by themselves, of course, could be considered a traditional pigment, so that could be confusing. But we have a lot of evidence here. The style of the pulp fills, and one map had some silking, which is really considered a kind of modern method of restoration. And as I said, along with a little bit of zinc that would even be in those pulped areas in the paper. So, just talking about the analysis of the colorants themselves as part of this bigger technical study, I think that there's been a very important contribution, first in terms of that we feel very successful in this case of distinguishing original versus a restoration palette and types of colors that were used, or colorants rather. And this also, in this case, was very fortunately a very unique look into differential aging of verdigris that has really spawned, as I said, some research that I believe will be unlocking some of the mysteries and conflicting evidence in the literature about how verdigris ages. And it's also been very important for the conservators to make decisions about how to treat these maps that are in poor condition and really do need further intervention to stabilize. And as I think I've probably already indicated, I think that all of this evidence together gives us a sense of this, history of the book through the materials that is, all in all, very interesting. So I'd like to just talk about one more project, which is not at all a large technical study like we've been able to do with the Ptolemy. But recently we had a fellow here for a year. She was a researcher, and she requested to look at some atlases as part of her research, and then requested for our division to do some materials analysis. So it's really just a little bit of analysis, but I think it's very interesting in terms of questions of authenticity. This atlas, the De Witt Atlas, is from about 1680 from Amsterdam, and it also was a gift of Lessing J. Rosenwald. And on the left is the frontispiece of Atlas. And there's a detail on the right showing these kind of groovy tabs that are made out of parchment that actually are very handy when I was looking at the book to turn the pages with an ink inscription there. I had actually looked at a lot of the data first, so I was a little bit biased already when I looked at this. But Dan came and looked at it with me, and he said, I said, oh, that's kind of heavy painting there. And he said, no, that might be right. Could be all right, right? And it's not nice. This looks really different than that Ptolemy, so it kind of jarred me. Of course, it's a lot later. I'm going to actually talk about some evidence in two other maps. This is the world map, which is the first map in the book, but you see also has really very different palette than what you see in the Ptolemy. Very, very bright, and areas with very thick color. And there you see my red arrows because Dan said, hey, look how different the sky is on the left and the right. That looked kind of, yeah. And I thought, well, also that blue-green is so thick that you don't even see the printing anymore. You're kind of losing the modeling that the printer put in there in the original drawing, right? And here's another map. This is the second map, the map of America. Is a little bit toned down, but still has very bright colors. And as Dan pointed out, that wonderful island of California that he noticed seemed a little too bright red, he thought. So first, I just want to talk about the blues. I'm like obsessed with these blues now. I'm dreaming about them. So I have some details here. They kind of, when you go from the upper left to the lower right, the magnification is increasing because I took them under the microscope. So don't be fooled by that. Look at the width of the line to get a sense of what magnification we're at. And this is in different maps in different areas. And you can see that really bright blue. You can see an area that's kind of very light whitish in the upper right of the world map, and then the individual particles in a couple areas of the America map. So looking at the XRF data that was taken from several areas, in the frontispiece, blues, just the blues. Wow, there's a lot of elements. Okay, so this is a lot of information and kind of difficult to sort through. So it's kind of too much information in a way so that we need other evidence to help us sort out. And that evidence can be our eyes and the microscope. So looking at this and looking at a few different spots and making educated guesses from the literature, from what we know about historical pigments, we can make some good guesses here. So there's an abundance of copper in all the blues. Okay, likely to be azurite or verditer, which is an artificial azurite, which was already being made at that time. And a little bit hard to say without looking very carefully under the microscope and seeing the consistency, because a synthetic azurite might be a little bit too consistent and too regular. But really what sticks out here in the green spectra are the presence not only of cobalt, but of tin. So that's kind of unusual. So it's a pretty good guess there that we have a pigment called cerulean blue, which was not in use until the 19th century, and it continued in use. So that's anachronistic, right? That does not fit with the time when this map was printed at all. And what's kind of interesting is that chromium peak always pops up whenever I see the cobalt and the tin. So it looks like this is some combination that this particular person, restorer, user, I don't know who they were, who wanted to brighten up the book for whatever reason, may have added. And as I said, XRF, there's elements you don't see, and you also have to have enough quantities to detect something. So there are, based on what we see here, there are some other possibilities of things that could be mixed in there. And also, we always see with XRF little particles that have come from other areas. So, for example, you see mercury, which is probably associated with a red, but just kind of snuck in there. Going on to the blues in the world map, you see that little inset. Oh, you can see there's craquelure there. And if you look really closely, some of that has flaked off and there's definitely color underneath. This is clearly overpaint. So we can see that. And we see relatively big lead peaks. And so I think it's a good guess that someone has put a layer on there that has lead white in it, that has had a different consistency and started to flake there. But again, what we see is probably an abundance of azurite or verditer. What's interesting is in the next map, America, as well as many other maps that were looked at, and there, as I said, this is not a really in-depth technical study, so there's a lot of analyses that were done, but it's not comprehensive in that every map and a million areas were looked at. But there's something else here besides the azurite and the cerulean blue that I'm suggesting. And that is good evidence for smalt, which is a cobalt glass. And I have the arrow there pointing to a magnified area of the area where, a blue area where the smalt was detected, or the elements consistent with smalt were detected. And you can see these particles, a little bit of difference in coloration, and could be smalt, which also looks kind of shiny when you're looking at it, and we saw this like sparkly look when we look carefully. But there's something I really want to point out about this smalt. So smalt fell out of use around the 18th century. So by itself, the presence of smalt is a hint like, hey, maybe that's an original pigment there. Of course, you can go to Kramer now and you can buy smalt, right? Nothing is stopping you from buying smalt. But if you look at the Kramer smalt and you do XRF, it is going to be so clean. There's going to be no trace elements, nothing. This smalt has a lot of trace elements, including a very small peak that's visible of bismuth, which suggests that it was made from a natural cobalt ore mined in Saxony. Okay, you're going to never believe me say that, but it's really true. There have been many studies of smalt because it's such an important pigment in painting. All right, and it's true that a big center of where they were mining some of these cobalt ores to make smalt came from Saxony, and they have bismuth as a trace element. So this is actually fantastic evidence right there in that tiny little bump. So it's not just that, it's the other trace elements that are present. And to me, this is something that would definitely need to be confirmed, is suggesting that we have an old smalt pigment. And it's not just in this map, it's in other ones. And this may be the best evidence for what we would consider the authentic blue here. So in the other colors as well, when we look under the microscope, we can easily see layers. And in the yellows, I think you can see from the two details on the left that you have pale yellow areas, and then you have this more golden yellow on top. And also in a lot of the green areas, the yellow was just kind of slapped on top, which doesn't, when I looked at it, I mean, and this would be a curatorial question, I wasn't sure it made a lot of sense. It just seemed to be pretty free with that yellow. Okay, and looking under UV, in fact, it became very clear that there were at least two yellows because there was a difference in the fluorescence of the yellows between, you see that, the border of the globe and the lion's face. And then looking with XRF, it was very clear, actually, that most of the yellow areas that have that golden yellow are consistent with a lead chromate, which, again, is a modern pigment, and there's no question about that. But we have this other evidence for what would be probably an organic lake, which very well could be the original color. And there was also some evidence for an iron ochre. Was that a third hand? I don't know. Copper-based green. Is it verdigris? I haven't done the analysis to say, so I would just say copper-based green. Reds, same thing, even worse. Tons of layering. Pinks, red, deep red on top of pale red, red on top of blue, and tons of elements. And so this is really hard for the analyst when you have these mixtures to start to sort this out. And this is why if we were going to continue with this study, and we would need a reason that we, had some compelling questions to answer, that we would want to use some other techniques to try and sort this out better, but cadmium red lithopone, and I was really sure about this because of the combination of cadmium, selenium, and barium, a pretty sure bet that we have a pigment here that was not invented until 1926. So, but that doesn't mean that there's not authentic colors underneath, and I think there are. So this is a kind of very interesting case to me about, questions of authenticity. Is this authentic? Well, there's parts that are authentic. This is a book. It was used. Hopefully it was loved. Maybe owners wanted to brighten it up. Maybe they had it restored and washed some colors away and then put them back. And in fact, in this UV image here, you can see on the right where the arrow is that there's evidence that the copper green had started to spread out probably during treatment, a wet treatment there. So just to kind of sum up the contribution that scientific material analysis can lend to the way that we view and look at collections and artifacts, first of all, scientific analysis can reveal embedded details, that inherent material evidence, minute information embedded in there that characterize these materials in terms of their identity as well as their condition. And, I can't emphasize enough that it's not in a vacuum by itself. It doesn't make sense, and it would probably be misinterpreted if you don't use this information in a collaborative way, building on the expertise of curators and conservators. And we really learn from each other, and we learn to then understand better and to look better with our own eyes for the signs of how something was created as well as how it was used, which is an integral part of its history and the object itself, and is also an authentic part of it. So thank you.
I'm sure that we all understood absolutely everything and have no questions for you whatsoever. But why don't we hold those questions to the very end, and we can ask them all to the entire panel together. Next, we will hear from, thank you very much, by the way. That was really excellent. I really enjoyed it. Next, we'll hear from Thomas Primo, who combines historical research and scientific examination to study color in early printing. Primo is, and this is actually a correction to the brochure. Primo is actually Director of Conservation and Paper Conservator at Baltimore Museum of Art. He received an MA in Art History from the University of Michigan, an MA in Paper Conservation from State University College at Buffalo. He has published on the exploration of the history and technology of hand-colored Renaissance prints the engraving techniques of Martin Schongauer, and the printing methods of Honoré Matisse. I should also mention that most recently, and just as late as last week, one of Mr. Pernamot's articles on stencil coloring came in very handy to us in the rare book division of the Library of Congress here. So the process works. You were very helpful. Thank you. So we want to thank you for that. Please come join.
Thank you very much. And I really appreciate Lynn's very thorough explanation of the chemistry and the science behind a lot of the analysis. It really saves me the trouble of trying to get my head around how a lot of these processes work. But they were, the processes that she talked about were incredibly helpful to us when we were developing our study of painted prints. In 2002, the Baltimore Museum of Art presented the exhibition Painted Prints, the revelation of color in Northern Renaissance and Baroque engravings, etchings, and woodcuts. The exhibition, organized by then BMA curator Susan Dackerman, took a broad look at the practice of hand-applying color to prints and included examples of prints that were made over a period of nearly 200 years and throughout a large geographic area. At the time that we were organizing the exhibition, we were faced with many of the questions that we are discussing here today. Chief among them being, is it possible to state with authority that the colors on the prints are authentic? And by authentic, we meant that the prints were colored around the time that they were made. Since a print could be colored at any time after it was made, and it is still possible to find merchants and artisans who advertise that they color antique prints, what are the characteristics of the paints themselves that might indicate that they were applied contemporarily with the print? Because many of the questions regarding the authenticity of early colored prints required technical as well as historical study, research for the exhibition was undertaken as a collaboration between the curator and myself. We were fortunate to receive a paired research fellowship from the Center for the Advanced Study of Visual Arts at the National Gallery of Art. The paired fellowship funded collaboration between an art historian and a conservator to conduct research involving technical art historical questions. With the goal of preparing an exhibition of painted prints, we were challenged to assemble a body of work whose coloring could be determined to be appropriate to the Renaissance and Baroque periods. To accomplish this, we employed well-established conservation, analytical, and examination techniques, which had previously been used to estimate the relative dates of paintings, sculptures, and manuscripts. These processes allowed us to identify prints that were colored exclusively with the types of pigments that were common to 1700 prior to 1700, and to better understand the materials and techniques of the print colorists. Our research took us to museums with large holdings of colored prints and collections with well-documented provenances. Conservation and examination and analysis was done in collaboration with colleagues at several of these institutions, including the National Gallery of Art, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, the Museum of Fine Arts Boston, the Cleveland Museum of Art, Harvard University Art Museums, and in Europe, the British Museum, the Rijksmuseum, and the State Museum in Berlin. Visual examination of prints was aided by using binocular microscopes, close-up photography, and ultraviolet light. These tools allowed for detailed study of paint stratigraphy and a characterization of application techniques. To identify the actual materials used in print colorings, the non-invasive technique of X-ray fluorescence spectrometry was extensively employed. XRF allowed for the identification of the inorganic pigments found on the prints. The frequent occurrence of inconclusive elemental identification for some of the paints, particularly shades of yellow, blue, and red, indicated that organic or lake pigments were also commonly used. The Painted Prints exhibition was not the first to feature Renaissance-era hand-colored prints, and the excellent From a Mighty Fortress exhibition organized by the Detroit Institute of Arts in 1983 also included several hand-colored prints. However, it was the first built around the idea that the addition of color to early prints was an accepted practice at that time, and that many of the prints were made. The exhibition and catalog were generally well received by both the general public and print specialists. Critical reviews appeared in several scholarly periodicals. These too were mainly favorable, praising the selection of prints assembled and acknowledging that in its broad scope, the exhibition was a worthwhile introduction to the study of hand-colored prints. Many noted that this was an area of print scholarship deserving further investigation, though some reviewers questioned whether the makers of engravings, Dürer in particular, sanctioned the illuminated manner of coloring that was applied to their work. Indeed, the known colorists of Dürer engravings featured in the exhibition, including the Nuremberg illuminators Georg and Hans Mach and the Augsburg painter Dominicus Rottenhammer, were not active until several years after Dürer's death. Likewise, the exhibition presented no direct evidence that Dürer participated in or authorized the coloring of his woodcut prints, such as these two impressions from the large Passion. However, in regard to woodcuts in general, it is widely accepted that many of the earliest known examples of woodcut prints were embellished with hand-applied colors. In some cases, it appears that the prints were made with the expectation that they would be colored. In this and other woodcuts of Christ on the cross from the mid-15th century, the addition of color in the form of blood dripping from Christ's wounds into the chalices held by the angels helps to complete the picture. Analysis of several 15th century woodcuts featured in painted prints identified a consistent use of a very simple palette that incorporated common mineral and lake pigments. Subsequent research into the coloring of 15th century woodcuts conducted for the exhibition The Origins of European Printmaking at the National Gallery of Art by Shelley Fletcher, Lisa Glinsman, and Doris Olskrog, using an innovative non-invasive color reflectance spectrometry analytical technique, expanded the understanding of coloring material that were used and called attention to the intricate modes of paintings on these earliest known prints. On these early woodcuts, paints were applied freehand by brush over broad patches of black and white images. Transparent and semi-transparent paints were favored in order not to obscure the strong black lines of the printed image. In the second half of the 15th century, the practice of coloring woodcuts became more efficient and consistent with the introduction of stencils for coloring. Stencil-applied colors on prints can often be recognized due to the uniformity with which the paints are applied. In many instances, there is a slight ridge of paint that can be seen along the edge of a color field. And often, due to the lack of apparent of any mechanical means for registration, it can be noted that the colors are slightly out of alignment with the printed design. Examination of the print, The Hand as a Mirror of Salvation, a German print dated in the block to 1466, suggests the use of stencils for the application of at least some of the colors. Assuming that the inscribed date is accurate and that the coloring is contemporary to the print of the woodcut, then this print documents the approximate time when stencils came into use for color printing. Stencil colorists modified the paints in order to improve their working properties. As a consequence, stencil-applied paints often appear different in appearance than paints that were used for brush application. Colorists still use transparent paints for the continuity of the printed design, but the colors have a more matte surface appearance. This is due to the addition of chalk or calcium carbonate to the paint in order to create a more viscous paint that would not bleed out beyond the outline of the stencil. XRF was useful in finding evidence for this paint formulation. Analysis of the paints on this stencil-colored portrait of Vasily Ivanovich revealed significantly higher levels of calcium. In the detail of this print, one can also see the characteristic common to stencil-colored prints, the ridge of paint that is deposited along the edge of the color. Another characteristic that can be helpful in identifying stencil-colored prints is the presence of dark lines through large fields of color. In this woodcut of the sacred monogram, there are numerous lines apparent throughout the purple background. These lines are present because when the colorist cut the stencil so that it would mask over the characters of the monogram, he needed to support the mask with thin pieces of paper or tabs. These tabs blocked the paint as it was applied through the stencil, creating gaps in the coloring that needed to be touched in by hand. Although the colorists used the same paint, the hand-applied paints are more thickly deposited and therefore have a darker appearance. Not all stencil colorists took the time to modify their paint formulations, and one can find woodcuts that have stencil coloring executed in thin, watery paints that have bled out beyond the area of color. In this broadsheet with a fanciful depiction of hunters trapped by hares, the colors are very thinly applied, but also very controlled. There is no foolproof way, or it's not always easy to correctly identify the use of stencils. In the painted print catalog, this broadsheet depicting a comet that appeared over the city of Nuremberg in 1580 was identified as being colored, as many broadsheets at the time were, by using multiple stencils. Further examination, however, revealed that the elaborate coloring on the print was applied by hand. Still, stencil colorists were capable of producing prints with sophisticated coloring that required an elaborate assortment of stencils. This print depicting Christ in the winepress required the use of at least 6 different stencils. On most woodcuts, the paints, whether applied freehand or through stencil, cover the print in broad patches of semi-transparent colors which do not obscure the printed lines. In regard to intaglio prints, such as engravings and etchings, which have a more refined linear character and were printed in smaller quantities than woodcuts, a different approach to coloring developed. It is often argued that the technically sophisticated engravings produced by Northern European masters such as Martin Schongauer, Lucas van Leyden, and Albrecht Dürer made the addition of color to black line engravings unnecessary and even destructive. In 1528, the year after Dürer's death, the humanist theologian Erasmus of Rotterdam famously memorialized the artist, comparing him to the legendary painter Apelles and praising his graphic output with his ability to render a variety of visual effects without the addition of any colors. Erasmus commented that Apelles was assisted by colors, whereas Dürer, though admirable in other respects, what does he not express in monochromes? That is, black lines, light, shade, splendor, eminence. These things he places before our eye in the most pertinent lines, black ones, so that if you should spread on pigments, you injure the work. And is it not more wonderful to accomplish without the blandishments of color what Apelles did with their aid? Regardless of Erasmus's admonishments, several factors, along with the well-established practice of coloring woodcuts, ensured that many engravings, including those by Dürer, would continue to receive color embellishments, such as this impression of St. Jerome in his study, illuminated and signed with the initials DR, a colorist who has been identified as the 17th century German painter Dominicus Rottenhammer. Perhaps because engravings were more difficult to make, were printed in smaller numbers, and produced images with greater detail and finish than the majority of woodcuts, printmakers and the collectors who had these prints colored favored a more costly and time-consuming process that incorporated painterly techniques and extensive palette associated with the traditions of manuscript illumination. By the second half of the 16th century, the coloring of prints by professional illuminators was a well-documented practice. Certain illuminators must have been highly regarded, as they frequently added their names or monograms in gold paint to the prints that they colored. In the city of Nuremberg, the Mach family, Hans, Georg the Elder, and Georg the Younger, illuminated and signed prints by notable printmakers such as Dürer, Jost Amann, Hieronymus Vierix, and Cornelis Kort. The prints illuminated by the Mach family and the other known colorists from the late 16th, early 17th century, such as Rottenhammer, Johann Bechtold, the monogrammist M.O., and Dirk Jans van Santen, display considerable sensitivity to the printed matrix over which they worked. Just as earlier prints were colored with broadly applied transparent paints that did not obscure the lines of the image, these illuminators employed techniques that complemented the work of the printmaker. And here are a few more details that show the layering of different paints and a fine attention to coloring without covering up the printed lines. They're not trying to make this into something besides a print. Using an extensive palette of transparent and opaque paints, including gold and silver, applied in layers with fine brush strokes, the illuminators work to enhance rather than cover the printed image. Though it can be demonstrated that color was an important aspect of printmaking from the very beginning of the medium, Determining if the paints found on early prints are authentic to the Renaissance and Baroque period can be complicated, since even though a woodcut or engraving may have been printed in the 15th, 16th, or 17th century, it's obvious that the paints could be applied anytime afterwards. Still, there are visual and chemical characteristics that allow for an informed assessment regarding the vintage of paints that have been hand-applied to prints. Understanding the techniques of the print colorist is important to the consideration of authenticity, but it is also crucial to be able to study the pigments and binders that compose the paints that were used to color prints. Primary sources such as treatises for artists and craftsmen, guild regulations, and contracts for works of art include information related to the obtaining pigments and dyes and recipes for making them into paints. Such documents provide a record of the materials that were available to Renaissance and Baroque print colorists. From antiquity to the end of the 17th century, the number of mineral or inorganic pigments that were mined or manufactured for the use as artist colorants remained essentially unchanged. The pigments favored by these early print colorists include chalk, lead white, lead red, cinnabar or vermilion, orpiment, a variety of iron oxides, and copper-based blue and green pigments, as well as more precious powdered gold and silver. Renaissance era artists also had access to a few pigments developed since in antiquity, including lead tin yellow and smalt, a blue pigment derived from cobalt glass. Interestingly, the valuable pigment lapis lazuli or true ultramarine, which was often an important component of medieval manuscripts, has not been noted on painted prints. Besides the mineral sources for pigments, the historic literature also describes many natural sources from which the color dyes can be extracted and made useful for painting by binding them onto a mordant such as chalk or alum. Red paints can be derived from the madder plant, redwood, or kermes insects. Yellows from the buckthornberry, weld, broom, oak, and blues from indigo, woad, and turnsole. In the beginning of the 18th century, advances in chemistry led to the discovery of new metals such as chromium, cobalt, and zinc, and the development of pigments with novel chemistry. Modern pigments such as Prussian blue, developed in 1704, cobalt blue, developed in 1802, and zinc white, developed around 1834, had superior working properties and cost less, and so they rapidly supplanted antique pigments on artist palettes. As previously noted, knowing what pigments were available and how they were typically used permits distinction between early and modern materials. General visual examination can provide some indication regarding the vintage of pigments that were used to color prints. Because some mineral pigments, such as natural malachite and azurite in particular, lose their intensity if they are ground up too finely, large, coarse pigment particles in areas of green or blue color may be an indication of the use of older mined pigments. Degradation of the paint or paper support may also indicate the use of older mineral-based pigments. Commonly used, lead white and lead red both can darken as a result of exposure to airborne pollutants. And here you see on the leg of the figure in the foreground the dark patches indicating degradation of lead white. And in this detail, the darkening of red lead pigments. As Lynn noted, copper-based pigments, especially verdigris, can cause deterioration and darkening to the papers on which they were painted or the papers in which they were in close contact with. These pages from a pictorial Bible, the Thesaurus Sacrarum, published in Antwerp by Gerard de Jode in 1585 with hand-applied colors, illustrates the damage that results from prolonged contact with copper-based paints. Prolonged exposure to light or unstable storage conditions can also cause deterioration in dye-based paints. The effects of aging on these bright transparent colors can result in darkening or fading to the point where they are no longer visible in normal light. Organic red paints, which are often mixed into gum-rich binders, which dry to a high surface gloss that can over time become desiccated and cracked. While these observations help provide a general indication that the color on a print may be early, a more thorough assessment of the age requires scientific analysis to identify the physical properties and chemical composition of the paint. Because colored prints are small and the paint layers are very thin, analytical techniques that require the removal of a sample of paint are rarely permitted by museums and collectors. Non-invasive analysis using X-ray fluorescence spectrometry reveals the inorganic elements present in areas of color, allowing for the identification of the pigments and permitting distinction between traditional and modern pigments. For example, XRF results indicating the presence of elements such as cadmium, chromium, cobalt, titanium, and zinc would call into question the authenticity of the coloring and suggest that the color was applied by a restorer or by a modern colorist. Unfortunately, there is at present no easily accessible, non-invasive analytical technique for identifying all of the organic colorants that might be present on a painted print. Red and yellow dyes will fluoresce brightly under ultraviolet illumination, so UV examination can be a useful tool to confirm the presence of these organic paints or to identify areas of restoration. And you can see in the center of this image of the Death of the Virgin where the paints have been restored, and that's indicated under UV light. I'd now like to go through a series of case studies that just to present the information that we gained by analyzing a group of painted prints, and to show you what some of the pitfalls and challenges that we came up with. When we started investigating of painted prints, we worked with pieces in the collection at the Baltimore Museum of Art, and we did not have an extensive collection of painted prints, but we did have a few good examples. This print, The Descent of the Holy Spirit from 1514 by Hans Schäufelein, was typical of the type of coloring that we saw on early prints. When we did analysis of this print, we found a combination of both antique and modern pigments, and indicating that the print did have original coloring but had at some point been restored. This print, however, by Hans Berkmayer, was colored probably in the 20th century. All of the colors that you see in front of you were mixed with the compound lithopone. This print, The Triumph of Patience by Kornhert after Martin van Heemskerk, however, which on initial viewing appeared to be quite garish and improbable, turned out to have all antique pigments and turned out to be a very well preserved example of a print that was probably colored in the late 16th, early 17th century. You can see here the use of the layering technique, and here is an example where over a base of a copper blue, the artist also applied the pigment smalt to create a wonderful variety of textures and colors. These two prints by Jan van Dodekom after Peter Bruegel, The Way to Emmaus and The Kermis of St. George, appeared to be colored in a very similar manner and about the same time. XRF analysis of the prints, however, revealed that The Way to Emmaus was actually has all antique pigments, so the coloring, we posited that the coloring was contemporary to the print, whereas the print, The Kermis of St. George, had contained all modern pigments. And so it is a work by someone who carefully studied the application techniques of early illuminists, but was working probably in the late 19th or early 20th century. There are also examples that show the persistence of certain techniques while the technology is changing. We also, at the Baltimore Museum of Art, have this collection of playing cards of the Spanish type, which were executed in stencil-colored woodcuts, a technique that, as we talked about, dates back to the 15th century. And this is in a style of a playing card that also has a long history. However, the colors here indicate that the cards were probably manufactured after 1720, as the blue pigment is Prussian blue. The red is a mixture of red lead and vermilion, and the yellow is an organic colorant. The green is created by using a mixture of the Prussian blue and the yellow dye. And so that you can see that these were made in a very economical way and probably done in very high production. During research for the Painted Prints exhibition, I also encountered another group of illuminated prints that were found with extremely heavy application of paint, very skillfully painted, but very inconsistent with what I had been finding in terms of other illuminated prints. And you can see on the right, these are from the Kupferstiche cabinet in Berlin. These are two colored prints after Albert Dürer, both of the print St. Peter and John at the Temple Gate. On the right is the illuminator is Jörg Mach. His initial is found on the print. And that is the style of painting is consistent with what we found in terms of the illuminated manner of the 16th and 17th century, whereas the work on the left is very, very heavily overpainted. Analytical testing conducted in Berlin did prove that the print on the right does have all antique pigments, whereas the print on the left has a predominance of modern pigments. It's another group. It was not just in Berlin. Throughout Germany, we found the examples of prints like these. All Dürer prints, very heavily illuminated. This example from the Vesta Coburg, and I've had that compared with a print that we found to have early coloring on it, also from the collection in Berlin. And then these, again, very beautifully colored prints, but I guess if a colorist was trying to improve the value of a Dürer's Melancholia, I don't think they succeeded in this case. So it's part of I think these prints are testimony to a time when a celebration of Dürer, and people thought that people were trying to honor him rather than take away from him. I'd like to finish up with an example of a group of the actual stencils that were used to color prints, and these were found, discovered in 1938 in the New York Public Library during the rebinding of a copy of a 16th century edition of a book by Erasmus. And as I was putting this presentation together, I thought it was rather ironic that these important documents for the history of print coloring would be used to bind a book by Erasmus. Because the stencil fragments owe their survival to the practices of 16th century bookbinders who pasted together recycled scraps of paper in order to make boards that were used for book covers. Within the leather book covers were found 23 fragments of prints derived from at least 4 different woodcuts. Many of the fragments bear traces of stencil-applied paint and also have stencil holes that have been cut along the perimeter of key design elements. The majority of the fragments were taken from several impressions of a large woodcut of Christ as the Man of Sorrows, surrounded by scenes from the Passion. And here are 2 of the fragment pieces showing Christ's entry into Jerusalem. One of them, obviously, was the stencil that was used to color the other one. Elemental analysis of the paints on the colored and uncolored fragments contained in this scene confirmed the typical palette for early woodcuts. The orange paint is lead-based, and all of the other paints are organic or derived from dyes. Analysis of residue of a red-orange paint in the area of Christ's face on the uncolored fragment was also significant for red lead. The fragments provide an incomplete record of the original woodcut, and many key areas of the design are missing. However, it is possible to reconstruct the composition. In the center of a print, dividing the inscription Ecce Homo, is a monumental figure of Christ, his shoulder draped in a purple robe that is open to reveal his scourged body. Surrounding the central figure are 7 medallions depicting familiar scenes from the Passion. Counterclockwise from the upper left, Christ's entry into Jerusalem, the Last Supper, Christ in the garden, the crucifixion, the entombment, the resurrection, and in the upper center, Christ in limbo. Altogether, this was a very large print. Using the diameter of each medallion as a basis to consider the dimension of the print, the full sheet would have corresponded closely to the traditional imperial size for paper, or approximately 500 by 740 millimeters. Henry Meyer of the New York Public Library recognized the importance and rarity of these stencils and published the discovery and his evaluation of their significance. News of the stencils was also reported in the New York Times. Meyer's discussions of the stencils and their likely origin is thorough and carefully considered and remains today an important study of the phenomenon of printer's waste and stencil coloring technology. However, it is important to be cautious regarding the illustrations such as this one here. As Meyer did not note in his photographs, in his published photographs, that the stencils are shown after they were restored. I recently had a chance to examine the reverses of these fragments and found that after the recovery of the stencils, groups of the fragments were overlaid and taped together, essentially forming a collage of the fragments in order to create a more complete picture of the original woodcut. And I gave a version, I presented some of this information at a conference in Cambridge a couple of years ago, and I, based on just looking at the front of the images, mistakenly thought that the stencil colorists themselves had patched things together in order to perhaps reuse the stencils to get additional uses out of the stencils for coloring different areas. And so for those of you who may have heard that presentation, I apologize. But again, I bring this up, and I wanted to close with this example because I think in discussion of authenticity in early print materials, these are authentic stencils, but how they were presented affects how we perceive them as authentic. And I think that with the best intentions, they were trying to present these as a complete picture of the works as they could, but it undermined our ability to really appreciate what they had. So thank you very much.
Spectacular. Thank you very much, Thomas. And our last speaker in this panel is Margaret Ford, International Head of Group for Books and Manuscripts of Christie's Auctions. Ford will discuss some of the tools and methods that she uses when evaluating color or trying to determine its authenticity. Often her work is occurring in the field, so to speak, and without most of the technology that we have heard from Bostroff and Primont. During her 30-year career in the rare book field, Ford has worked closely with books from all periods and is responsible for numerous auction records. Her scholarly work concentrates on early printing, provenance, and the book trade. She is contributing author to the History of the Book in Britain, Cambridge University Press, and has published numerous academic journals. Ford is Vice President and Secretary of the Bibliographical Society. Okay. Thank you.
Who cares? Modern coloring, old but not original coloring. Why should one care? Aside from the desire to establish the simple facts, free of any judgment on the desirability of old or modern coloring and the significance for a book's history, there is the real consequence on cost, the commercial value that drives much of the practice of hand coloring. So I'm here to give a dose of reality, both practical and economic, and to acknowledge a main factor that not only drives but also limits the trade in hand-colored copies of printed books: money. It's safe to say that if there were no price difference between colored and uncolored copies, there would be little coloring and even less faking of coloring. So I'll begin by outlining the price differential at the time of publication and in the current rare book trade, then consider the implications of coloring on book scholarship, and finally suggest some practical tips for distinguishing old and modern coloring. Colored copies have long been desirable and have sold at a premium. The Nuremberg Chronicle of 1493 was available to contemporary purchasers in several forms: plain, that is uncolored, or colored, each available unbound in sheets or ready bound, each priced commensurate with its degree of luxury. Plain, unbound copies sold at the time of publication for about 2 Rhenish guilders, unbound for unbound copies, and colored copies sold for about twice that amount, closer to 6 guilders. Just over a century later, another well-documented printed book, Bestler's Hortus Aeschatensis, was commercially available in colored and uncolored copies, with plain copies selling for 35 florins and deluxe colored copies selling for 500 florins. Yes, you heard that right, 35 versus 500 florins. Colored copies were priced at 14 times as much as plain copies, but that was exceptional. Is a price differential considered extraordinary even to prospective purchasers at the time. When Herzog August of Braunschweig corresponded about ordering a copy of the work, he responded with incredulity to the quoted price, asking if perhaps 50, not 500 florins had been meant. But there was no mistake in the amount. After a decent interval, while he adjusted to the price, Duke August confirmed his order to buy a colored copy and even bought a second copy the following year for his brother-in-law. To put the price of 500 florins in context, 3 years later, Bestler bought one of the grandest houses in Nuremberg for 2,500 florins. That's just 5 times more than the price of a single colored copy of his book. A century later, Maria Sibylla Marion offered copies of her great natural history of Suriname at 10 florins uncolored or 20 florins colored. Interestingly, I myself have never seen actually an uncolored copy of the book, although I know they do survive, so I just have colored images here. A century later again, 19th century color plate books were routinely available in plain or colored copies, with colored copies typically available for a little less than twice the price of plain copies. David Roberts' monumental work on Palestine and the Near East, published between 1842 and 1849, was available both in uncolored tinted lithographs for £12 5 shillings, or in colored form at twice the price, £23 12 shillings 6 pence for the first volume. The price differential in the modern antiquarian book trade is not so different, with colored copies selling for about double the price of a plain copy. Because copy-specific features influence the price of antiquarian books, it can be complicated to isolate a single factor, but the Nuremberg Chronicle, owing to its regular appearance on the market, again gives sound evidence. Uncolored copies of the Latin edition typically sell at auction today between $60,000 and $80,000, and colored copies sell between $120,000 and $160,000. The rarer German-language edition of the same year sells at auction for slightly higher prices, but at a similar ratio of plain to colored copies. For some books, opinion is divided over the desirability of color, and we've seen that Tom Prideaux has just outlined some of those examples. But for example, the engravings in the Hortus Aeschatensis are themselves so superb that some collectors prefer it in black and white, or ideally aim to have both black and white and a colored copy. Nonetheless, colored copies of the Hortus are more expensive. Given the value of colored copies, there is a clear financial incentive to color up otherwise plain copies in the modern day. It's important to make clear that the higher price for colored copies in today's market is for copies with contemporary hand coloring. Books that have been colored up in recent times have much less appeal to collectors, and the price boost is negligible. And in fact, if disclosed or detected as modern, it may negatively impact the price of the copy and may even make it virtually unsaleable. Printed books are by definition not unique. An edition consists of multiple copies, and so it is copy-specific features, such as hand coloring, that make any one copy unique, special, and desirable, and determine its commercial value. These features may be hand coloring, or its binding or provenance. In addition to increasing its commercial value, though, is the stuff of book history, so that the desirability of colored copies of printed books also stems from the wider implications of association. Commonly, a colored book, a colored copy of an otherwise plain edition almost certainly indicates a special recipient, such as the dedicatee, or someone especially close to the author involved in the book's publication. The coloring, therefore, can place an individual copy in the hands of the author, his patron, or his circle. It can tell us something about the intended audience, patronage, social circles, and distribution networks. Some years ago, Christie sold a copy of Vesalius's Fabrica, the book that established modern anatomy. It is handsomely colored, illuminated with gold and silver highlights, and luxuriously bound in purple silk velvet with gilt and goffered edges. It was gorgeous. Virtually all copies of Vesalius are uncolored, and indeed, coloring detracts to some extent from the utility of the detailed anatomical woodcuts as a visual aid. But owing to the elaborate finishing of this copy, the color and binding, it is recognized as the presentation copy to Holy Roman Emperor Charles V. Vesalius traveled to the imperial court on completion of the printing of the Fabrica at Basel in 1543, and was subsequently appointed physician to the imperial household. In ennobling Vesalius as Count Palatine 3 years later, Charles mentioned specifically, and at some length, the significance of the Fabrica. Therefore, the coloring and other grand features of this copy place it in the hands of the emperor, and it becomes a touchstone of a precise moment in history. It becomes part of the story of the work's patronage and dissemination. Similarly, a copy of Maria Sibylla Marian's Erucarum Ortis, published at Amsterdam in 1518, may be identified as the dedication copy to Theodor Huygens, a lawyer and mayor of Hankoop. It is the first Latin edition of Marian's work on European insects and botany, printed in counterproof and colored, probably by her daughter, the coat of arms and name of the dedicatee heightened in gold, and the copy bound in contemporary Dutch red morocco. There was no manuscript inscription, but all of these features, including the highly finished and careful coloring, made it certain that this is the dedication copy. Such special copies bring with them premium prices. The challenging economic climate of today's market especially accentuates the importance of copy-specific features of a printed book. Collectors are more selective in their acquisitions and are willing to pursue to a high level special copies with unique features such as contemporary hand coloring. The two examples I've just cited, the Marian and the Vesalius, set auction records. Premium prices associated with special copies have tempted forgers over the centuries. Take the case of the 18th century Bishop of Bamberg, Franz Joseph Hahn. A connoisseur and bibliophile, Hahn assembled a library which filled 5 rooms. He enjoyed the patronage of Vice-Chancellor Friedrich Karl von Schönborn, whom he also served as a close counselor. But immediately on Schönborn's death in 1746, Hahn was charged with misappropriation of church monies. Only Hahn's death 2 years later ended the proceedings. When Hahn foresaw his financial difficulties looming, he sent a quantity of manuscripts to the Venetian book dealer Albrizzi. Albrizzi had illuminated borders incorporating the arms of famous kings, popes, and cardinals added to the books. He added a further layer of false provenance by selling them as a supplement to the sale catalogue of the Venetian procurator Giraldo Sagredo, thereby ambiguously associating Hahn's books with those of Sagredo and granting them an unwarranted respectability. While their borders remained unrecognized as false, these copies would be misinterpreted as historical artifacts. Bembo, whose arms we see here, did not own this copy of Lactantius. Obviously, distinguishing between modern and old coloring is necessary to interpret correctly a book's history. Hahn's motives are unknown, but given his financial situation, it was presumably to increase the sale value. Perhaps ironically, there is financial gain still to be had from these antiquarian forgeries. There is a collector's market for fakes and forgeries. For instance, the well-known faked medieval bindings by Joni sell regularly. My point in showing you the Vesalius and Marion a moment ago is not, in fact, to boast about world auction records, but to highlight that their coloring is part and parcel of their integrity, and that the authenticity is supported by their own copy-specific features. As so often is the case, authenticity can best be judged by factors around an object. If the coloring looks or feels inauthentic, take into account its binding, provenance, condition. It's no coincidence that the Vesalius and Marion I've cited as having fine contemporary coloring also exhibit other special qualities. The contemporary purple velvet binding of the Vesalius, the contemporary red Morocco binding of the Marion. The falsified borders of the book owned by Bishop Hahn were not detected earlier because everything else about them was genuine. They were real medieval books, and they seem to have come from an established, stable library. I've often wondered at the fact that such older fakes stand out today in a way that they didn't to their contemporaries. The forged borders now have the patina of age, but they didn't 2 centuries ago when they were being added. They should have, looked newer then, but it shows how susceptible perception can be to external influences. Given the twin effects of coloring on price, the desirability and price boost of a copy with contemporary hand coloring, and the dampening effect of modern coloring on a copy, it is no surprise to find that A, plain copies are colored up in the modern day, and B, these copies are often presented to the market silently, with no indication of the date of the coloring. Caveat emptor. There is an active trade in modern coloring, particularly prevalent in the trade in prints and single-sheet maps removed from books, framed to use in interior decoration, and coloring of reprints of old prints and maps. There's also a trade in reprints made from the original printing blocks. In 1563, Pietro Andrea Mattioli published his influential commentary on Dioscorides, newly illustrated with a series of large woodcuts, highly accomplished and impressive in the baffling intimacy of their detail. The original woodblocks continued in use for several decades. A century later, they resurfaced at Venice, discovered by the French botanist Duhamel de Monceau, who incorporated some into his own work on trees in 1755. These blocks remained in his and his descendants' ownership for a further 2 centuries until his heirs sold them along with the family chateau in 1956. In 1989, 110 of the woodblocks were offered for sale and dispersed. Numerous modern impressions have been taken from these blocks and are commercially available. For instance, the Morgan Library published a leaf book for the Mattioli woodblock it acquired. Each copy of the book contains a restrike of the woodcut as a single leaf at the end. Printed on paper, selected to match. These actually, the paper tone here is wrong, but you just get the impression of colored and uncolored. But each is printed on paper, selected to match the tone and texture of 16th century paper. In 50 deluxe copies of the work, the woodcut is hand-colored. As expected, the deluxe hand-colored copies sell for more than the plain copies at $350 as opposed to $225. I was recently in Erlangen and was told that individual prints from the numerous editions and modern reprints from the original printing plates of the Hortus Leichensis, colored up, were being sold to tourists as recently as a few decades ago. The copper printing plates were at Erlangen. They survived there until 1817, so later impressions were possible for a full 2 centuries after their first creation. In addition to original blocks being newly printed and colored in the modern day, are original printed sheets surviving and then being colored. In 1881, the London antiquarian bookseller, Henry Southern Limited, acquired 30 tons of stock of Gould's Bird series, including printed loose sheets and the pattern books for the colorists. In earlier decades, these original sheets were colored up, matching the prescribed coloring by following the pattern sheets, and bound. But in more recent decades, I assure you, that Sotheran's has made it clear if the coloring has old or recent coloring. The practice of coloring previously plain copies may not always intend to deceive, but it is not commonly declared. So how can collectors, curators, and book scholars protect themselves and detect modern coloring? We've heard today about all kinds of techniques carried out in conservation labs and color being subjected to various tests. But the stark reality is that outside the main research libraries and museums, few have access to the technical equipment and training of an analytical conservation lab. Virtually the entire trade in and book scholarship of copies of books and manuscripts depends not on objective analysis, but on subjective judgment. It is connoisseurship, an elusive quality acquired through experience and training. Judging color is aided by having some bibliographical skills, knowing the bibliography of a work, knowing some trade practices, training one's eye by looking and observing, and consulting, collaboration. So let's start with trade practices. The good news is that there are some features that are usually pretty good indicators of old versus modern coloring, and so it's possible to apply objective criteria to a subjective judgment. The first thing to understand is in the context of the book trade, is the language of description. There are degrees of describing color. Contemporary coloring, commonly used for dating to within 25 years or so of a book's production. Later coloring, meaning at some undetermined time up to the modern day. Or no indication of date at all, simply with hand coloring. And of course, it can be dated into intervening centuries if that can be determined. The absence of an indication of time can be interpreted as modern, but can also simply mean that the cataloger genuinely is not certain if it is old or modern, and doesn't want to damn the copy by saying later or modern. In one of my own recent catalogs, we offered a beautiful colored copy of the Villa Pamphylia, and simply said hand-colored. The coloring is probably contemporary, it certainly isn't modern, but there's something that begs the question if it could be somewhat later. And in fact, even the most experienced book dealers and collectors who examined it asked themselves and me, what do you think of the coloring? It was superb. The volume as a whole, incredibly fresh. The provenance, a stable, noble library. The stability of ownership explained its almost pristine condition, since for 2 of its 3 centuries of existence, it had been in one location, possibly even on the very same shelf. The coloring clearly wasn't modern, and so either dated from the time of publication in the late 17th century, or around the date of acquisition by the forebears of the current owner in the early 19th century. The consensus was that it was probably contemporary. Given the genuine uncertainty and the fact that a misrepresentation of date in the catalog would be grounds for returning the book and canceling the sale, we erred on the side of caution and did not date the coloring in the catalog description. Once presented with a hand-colored book, what should one look for? We've seen some examples already, so I'll just repeat 1 or 2 of them. The number 1 tip is look at the back. Just sort of skip over that. So this is an Ortelius Atlas of 1603 with strictly contemporary hand coloring. These are the backs. We've already seen some of it, or had explained rather, the chemicals that can create this bleed through. But there will be some indication that the color has been sitting on the paper for some time. This will show as a shadow, or more obviously as bleed through. Some colors, owing to their chemical composition, will bleed through more than others, green being especially susceptible and is a key indicator. Brown can come through fairly strongly too, and these are the verses of that 1603. It also, though, had a contemporary binding. Well, that's a terrible picture of it. But again, a good indication of it being uninterfered with and original. Looking at the color itself, one might observe oxidation, browning which occurs over time in certain atmospheric conditions, cracking of paint, particularly if it's applied somewhat thickly, rubbing, which can indicate the presence of color over a period of time. The fold, again, Lynn has already indicated this, the fold of a double-page image can be a good place to look. If the book is bound tightly and coloring was applied after the binding, i.e. it is more modern, then its application at the center of the fold may be haphazard. Here we can see it's all completely fine. Another feature to look for in the fold, it's another fold, sorry, with just showing that there's no differentiation at the fold in the coloring. Another feature to look for in the fold is a light dust of color. You might just be able to see that in the fold, is in the pale blue, rubbed off over time and gathering there. Many instances of contemporary coloring will not exhibit these features. There will be no oxidation, no crackling, no rubbing, no light dust in the centerfold. Their presence will indicate old coloring, but their absence does not necessarily indicate the opposite. In the age of lithographic and aquatint plate books, plates intended to be colored were sometimes printed in bistre, a paler brown or red-brown ink instead of black, in order to minimize the printed base showing through. Colored copies of several 19th century color plate books were printed on card. If you encountered a colored copy not printed on card, the chances are strong that it has been colored recently. So knowing the bibliography of the edition will enable you to know when to expect this. It can be useful to compare copies, if one is in the privileged position of having another copy in a nearby library or collection. There are often discrepancies in exact coloring, so the color itself may not help, but the quality of color and the application may. And matching coloring needn't be a sign of genuineness. I've already mentioned 20th century coloring of Gould's 19th century plates following the surviving colorist's instructions. When I had the privilege of offering at auction the De Belder copy of the Hortuseichetensis, the most beautiful colored copy to have come up at auction, I accompanied it on a European tour. While in Christie's Munich office, one of the visitors asked permission to take some photographs. Used to such requests from admirers of the book in the press, I said yes, until I realized she was snapping away, creating a record for herself to use as the basis for coloring up uncolored copies of the work and modern reprints. I still remain horrified to this day. As I said previously, these telltale features can indicate old coloring in the majority of cases, but there is a small minority of cases in which they are imitated by modern colorists to give the effect of old coloring. It is apparently possible to create bleed-through and shadowing on the verso by heat techniques, which essentially speed up the natural aiding process. A further tip for analyzing color is building a consensus. Build or have access to a network of people experienced not just at handling, but at looking at old books. Again, because of the financial consequences of getting it wrong, people who are experienced in the book trade, whether book dealers, auctioneers, or librarians fortunate enough to be acquiring books, can be best placed, as are scholars specializing in color or colored copies. One of the aspects of the auction world that I fully appreciate is the public view. Every auction is on public view for several days before the auction itself, with the result that the books offered come under scrutiny from a whole host of bibliophiles, sometimes leading to a reassessment of a particular feature. Other situations do not have such public scrutiny built in, but it's my experience that people who work with books genuinely like looking at books and are happy to have their opinions sought. I think you all would agree with that. Okay. Ask each other. In building a consensus, it is necessary to be aware of each person's own experience. Someone who works primarily with modern books may not have an eye for older coloring, and so it may look wrong to them, but in fact be right. And similarly, someone who looks primarily only at the earliest periods may not be able to distinguish 18th from 19th century coloring. Even for the vast majority of people without access to a conservation lab for technical analysis, it is sometimes possible to call upon the opinion of a friendly conservator. A number of years ago, I was asked about a single leaf from a block book. I've handled a number of block books, colored and uncolored, and seen many more in exhibitions. This one had, to my eye, quite a muddy palette, but nothing that condemned it outright. I puzzled over it, read about block books, facsimiles of the 19th century, showed it to one or two people with experience of these rare editions, and looked again. I didn't think it was right, but I just didn't have any clear evidence. Through a connection, I was able to take it to a conservator at the National Gallery in London, and she and a colleague agreed to look at it briefly. Under one of their very high-resolution microscopes, they were able to detect elements in the color that were not used until the 19th century. So that was the hard evidence I needed to confirm my gut reaction. A vital ingredient of analysis is bibliography. Familiarity with the book's construction, collation, format, distribution of watermarks can be the basis of judging the authenticity of color. These skills are not complicated, but are all too often absent. Leaves inserted to complete an imperfect copy can be detected by the distribution of watermarks in a quire, as well as by differences in condition of the leaves and evidence of disturbance to the book block. As an example, and returning again to the Nuremberg Chronicle, not long ago, I was sent a few photographs of a book, a copy of the book, which showed a desirable copy with lovely hand coloring. I was very excited. But when the book arrived and I began to look at it more closely, I discovered that in fact it was made up from two different copies. Although the bulk of the book was lovely and fresh, The fact that it was made up from 2 or more copies joined together affected its value, and I had to lower the price significantly, although it did go on to sell fairly well, quite well. Most of the book was 1 copy, and I was able to detect the handful of leaves supplied from another copy, first by the presence or absence of rubrication. The next question was about the coloring on the supplied leaves, since the coloring appeared more or less uniform and contemporary. The answer is that on closer inspection, one can see differences in coloring too, and probably many of you have already spotted some of the differences in this photograph alone. These photographs show slightly different treatments of the sky, for example. The original leaves usually have a gradual shading from pale blue up to sky blue, whereas the supplied leaves have more crude shading. The tone of color is also slightly different. In the original leaves, there are bright oranges. In the supplied leaves, the oranges are duller. Compare the bright orange caps in one leaf with the dull orange rooftops in the other. The quality of paint is also different. On the original leaves, it has a certain thickness typical of body color, and in the supplied leaves, it's more watery. Just another example. You can particularly see the sky on the right-hand page. It's that kind of muddiness. The grand full-page double double-page woodcut of the city of Nuremberg shows the contrast starkly. The different treatment of the sky, the quality of color, the density of pigment. Given the interference in this copy, it's not surprising that the binding was not original. It was a modern binding, reusing older ledger-style covers, quite a curious concoction. One final word of warning. Photographs and digital images can be deceptive. There is no substitute for seeing the real thing. One does develop a gut reaction, and this has been invaluable. A colleague of mine once received an inquiry about selling an atlas with images of the maps attached. This was by email. It looked terrific, beautifully colored, fresh, all that you could want. He got in touch with the owner, expressed great enthusiasm, made arrangements to visit immediately, flew to Portugal to see it. This was from London, so not quite as extravagant as it may have been from here, only to recognize that as soon as he set eyes on it, it was a modern facsimile. The images conveyed nothing of the texture of the object. Detection often comes down to gut reaction. If something doesn't feel right, it probably isn't right. And that's when other factors, such as the binding and provenance, can play such an important role. Clever forgers have long recognized this, and the best have attempted to create a context for their forgeries. Bishop Hahn and Albrizzi cleverly associated their forgeries with a genuine and grand library, that of Sagredo. When I encountered the Hahn forgery, my first reaction was that it was not 15th century coloring. I didn't know what it was, but it struck me strongly as 18th century. Fortunately, I was able to show it to the late paleographer Tilly de la Mare, who recognized it immediately and pointed me to the literature, another instance of the benefit of consultation and networks. Judging the authenticity of color essentially comes down to a very old-fashioned concept, connoisseurship. The knowledge of the printing history of an edition, the recognition through experience of quality and color and its application, bibliographical skills needed to detect supplied leaves and other irregularities that point to modern interventions, and conversely, the experience and skills enabling one to recognize and interpret correctly exceptional copy-specific features. It is not an exact science, but then we know that even exact science can reach the wrong conclusion. And it's not a quick fix, but connoisseurship is a vital ingredient in any investigation into authenticity. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Margaret. That was very informative. And it seems we have about 10 minutes or so for questions. I'm sure that that there are many in the crowd, and please don't be shy. Yes, John Buchtel.
John Buchtel, Georgetown University. Thank you, all three of you. Question for, is it Lynn?
Yes.
Great, that was terrific. The 1513 Ptolemy, actually it's a double question. Sorry, everyone. Am I correct in remembering that there's one map in that book that has printed color?
Yes,
and
the Lorraine map, yeah.
Were you able to extend the same analysis to the pigments in the color that was used in that map, and did you find interesting variations
the
or
palette
similarities?
is a little different, and I'm going to have to remember because it's been a while. Sylvia, do you remember? I know there's blue in that, right? So that was different because it was only blue in a map, but it was printed color and.
It was red.
But the Lorraine map has several colors. Yeah. Sylvia, do you and it was a weird green too. It was a kind of, yeah. But I'm sorry, I don't recall offhand how we identified them. Do you, Sylvia? I just don't remember the identity of them, yeah.
It's published, so we can look it up. That's great.
Yeah, I'm sorry. But it was different.
Really cool.
It was different.
And this may also be answered in the publication. Have you had a chance to extend this analysis to other copies? Is there evidence of workshop production? Have you had a chance to do that kind of extension of the project?
Well, the Library of Congress has quite a few copies, but this is the only colored one, correct? Yes. But we did run across the street to the folder, yes, and we looked at one there, and that we didn't get to travel. We would love to get a grant to go travel and look, but there's someone else in the audience who has. Chet, I think he was here, yes. He has looked at quite a few. We do know that there's a surprising reproduction of one in Munich where the green is quite teal-colored that we've wondered about. But maybe, Chet, you could comment on how consistent in other colored editions that palette is. And Sylvia as well, sorry, my cohort.
Yeah, I've done a census of the hand-colored copies, and I've looked at images from about 28, I think it is. And what's really surprising is that in the coloring scheme is quite consistent in about a third of those, which suggests that the one workshop did a lot of them. It's very tempting to think that it was the printer who had a workshop to color the copies, which makes a lot of sense because they were experimenting with hand color. So, and those experiments were, I guess, less than completely successful. Otherwise, they would have colored all the maps that way. So it seems reasonable to think that they would offer hand coloring as an option, since that was a subject that interested them.
Great. Do we have another question? We do? Sure.
Hi. As a follow-up to John's question, one of the things that strikes me, mainly to Lynn, is that we all know that coloring in Nuremberg in the 16th century is different than Prague or different than Amsterdam. For your chemical compositions, has there been any kind of international database that started to show chemical compounds in colors like green, reds for Nuremberg, things like that we can check?
Tom can answer this as well, but when we started looking at this and then looked at the literature, there was very little, in fact. And we, have to then start looking not at coloring in printed materials, but what colorants would have been used likely around that time. And then using, I was very pleased to hear Tom also talk about how it made sense to use thinner washes, so then that don't hide the printing, yes. And then, you have to think about what materials can you get into a thin wash that would be soluble enough to accomplish that. So I think that this is something that the field is starting to accumulate. Unfortunately, when it comes to organic colorants, which we felt were appropriate for the Ptolemy, they're pretty hard to figure out. So we're still stretching our capabilities to identify whether something is madder or Tom and I were talking, we think there's a lot of matter in things, rather than, let's say, cochineal. But there are techniques, and it just is a question of time and people and expertise to start accumulating, I think, this information, which can be achieved, I think. We never found orpiment. You said you found orpiment,
Yes.
which is a mineral.
We found orpiment.
That's pretty easy to see. So the inorganics are relatively easy to identify. So we're starting to get this good, I think, sense of what inorganics are appropriate, but the organics are still pretty tough. And we're working on it. Tom's working on it, but I think it will be a collaborative effort among people to kind of get that information out there to see what is more likely authentic or contemporary is really a better word, yeah.
I think was part of your question about localizing color in some way?
Mine would be. It would be.
Geographically, I think, I mean, obviously there are probably curators out here who know more about the history of localizing color in early prints, but I mean, going back to Schreiber, there was a tradition of saying certain palettes of colors on early prints indicated a location, which I'm slightly skeptical of, because the colors can, you do see a basic, on early woodcuts, you see a basic palette of, very inexpensive colors that could have been traded, across Europe. And I think I've also recently been rethinking that, because one of the things Schreiber says is that, for instance, early prints with the color blue in them originated in Augsburg. And it is actually very rare to find the color blue on some of the earliest prints. And so it's possible that because Augsburg was such an important center for trade and for mining, that the availability of blue pigments was more common there. So I think it's something that really deserves a lot more study.
But there's nothing in the chemical composition that you can say this is north of the Alps, south of the Alps, or.
Oh, I think Lynn's observation about bismuth and smalt indicates a possible source for actually a source for the minerals that are used to make the pigments. But that doesn't mean that they couldn't have been used in other parts of, they couldn't have been traded anywhere, just as the prints traveled around all over the place.
Yeah. I remember John Hessler commenting on the palette in the Folgers a copy of Ptolemy, Sylvia, and how he hated the palette. He thought it was so ugly. So I don't know how much of that could be taste as well in different areas, regions. I don't know.
Is this on? Oh, yes. Thank you. One assumes that all of this paper had to be well-sized with gelatin before the colors were applied, because of the danger of spreading or dropping colors through to the back. Have any of you experienced any appreciable, visible sizing that may have been done perhaps before colors were added, in addition to what might have been there when it was printed?
We were very keen on looking for the alum, which at that time would have been potassium aluminum sulfate. And we could see the potassium very clearly, and we could see there were really two levels. So it was very distinct on maps that we felt very confident had not been treated, that we would see a certain level of the potassium that we were associating with a hardened gelatin sizing, that, but it was very different from the ones that had been restored. Sylvia, do you want to comment more on the feel of, because I think you have a better sense of the sizing just from touching a lot of these.
Sylvia Albro from Library of Congress, and just to answer your earlier question, I did remember that the red on the map of Lotharingia is inorganic, and the red on the maps that were hand-colored in the rest of the volume were all organic, except for the Holy Land area, which was always vermilion in all the maps that displayed the Holy Land. that particular area was always painted in vermilion.
Yeah, that was a
And,
big surprise.
The Munich copy that Lynn was mentioning, I usually am not crazy about scanning versus looking at the original object, but I have to say that their Google project, I guess it's a Google project, that has scanned so many of their hand-colored books is actually really useful because, for instance, their Ptolemy 1513 is in an original binding, and you can see that in the scan, and the scan is so fine that you can actually see the watermark in the paper. And so we know that that color is original, and it's very unique. The green is turquoise color, and you would never think of that as 1513, but yet it was in the book from the beginning. So, and to answer the question about the paper in the Ptolemy, there were 3 papers, and Kathy, the paper that survived the best, and this is, of course, what Tim Barrett was saying, was an Italian or possibly French paper with a very high quantity of calcium and much more sizing, gelatin sizing in it. The papers that had deteriorated had less gelatin, less calcium, and more iron.
Right.
And in particular, the papers that seemed to be more problematic, it's not just less calcium, but what we could see was a calcium-iron ratio that was kind of out of balance. There was kind of too much iron for the calcium. That was very clear and consistent between them. So that's beside the gelatin, but yeah.
Thank you very much, folks. Unfortunately, we're a little out of time, but I want to thank this panel very much for their contribution to the entire program. It was really wonderful.
I'd like to thank Roberta Schaefer for coming to say hello to everybody and to say such nice things about the work that our division is doing. And I'd like to thank all of you for coming. I think many times the testament of a program is how many people return after lunch. And we're really thrilled to see so many people here, so many friends who have come to support the Rare Book Division, and to the donors who have made this a seamless operation. I can't tell you how speedy support can put a lot of anxiety to rest and allow you to really focus on the speakers and putting together a program. And I think it's a testament to what we've seen so far, that given that opportunity, that we here at the library were able to bring in some unbelievable talent. And I'm very pleased about it, and I'd like to acknowledge everybody's participation. Now to get down to business. Michael F. Suarez, S.J., is University Professor and Director of the Rare Book School at the University of Virginia, the holder of research fellowships from the American Council of Learned Societies, the National Endowment for the Humanities, and the Radcliffe Institute for Advanced Studies at Harvard University. He is also the honorary curator of the collections at the University of Virginia and professor of English. His recent book, The Oxford Companion to the Book, published in 2010 and co-edited by H.R. Woodhuizen, is a 1,000,000-word reference work on the history of books and manuscripts from the invention of writing to the present day. And as a testament to this, there are students of mine who are in the audience who used this book to their profit this year. And it was a great benefit to me as a teacher to be able to deal with such concise and very well-written descriptions, which helped make complex issues more clear to the students who were in my course. The Sunday Telegraph called it colossal and a paradise for book lovers, while the Wall Street Journal praised it as a fount of knowledge where the internet is but a slot machine. A Jesuit priest, Suarez is currently co-editor of the collected works of Gerald Manley Hopkins, and editor-in-chief of Oxford Scholarly Editions Online, one of the largest digital humanities projects extant today. His most recent book, The book, A Global History, co-edited again with H.R. Woodhuizen, was published in the UK 3 weeks ago and goes on sale in the United States in early January. And I've heard that there may be in selected cities copies of this book available for stocking stuffers for the December rush. At the same time, his scholarly edition of Dublin Notebook by Gerald Manley Hopkins, co-edited with L.J. Higgins, will also appear at the same time. In 2014 and 15, he will hold the J.R. Lyle Readership in Bibliography at Oxford University. In preparation for those lectures, Michael has made 15 major presentations over the last year. The Mead Lecture at Trinity College, Hartford, the Fortheimer Lecture at the Harry Ransom Center at Texas, the Fales Lecture at NYU, a lecture for the Seminar on the Book History at Penn, a lecture for the Mellon Fellowship of Scholars in Critical Bibliography, keynote address for Sharp, the Schuler Lecture at Lafayette College, an address at Hesburgh Library at University of Notre Dame, and other lectures at Santa Clara University, National Sporting Library, the John Carter Brown Library, and perhaps his most important lecture of the year took place in Colorado Springs for the Colorado Antiquarian Book Seminar that took place this past August. So I'm proud to have the opportunity to introduce to you a very busy man, Michael F. Suarez, S.J.
I'm delighted to be here, and I'd like to begin by suggesting that we thank Dan DeSimone for all he did to put this together. People will notice that Dan said, based on the quality of the presentations so far, it's been a great success. So I know this is terribly ungracious of me. I feel deeply honored to appear in such company. I feel deeply honored to speak before such an audience, but this was supposed to be a symposium. And those of you who know any Greek at all will know that the root of symposium is wine drinking, and I had assumed that there would be wine, and I'm quite shocked, really, that this has been a dry conference. So, let's begin with high culture, shall we? You had Master MZ this morning, so naturally you get LL Cool J this afternoon. The problem with authenticity is that the term is predicated ubiquitously, and therefore the very nature of what it means to be authentic is denigrated. If LL Cool J can call his April 2013 album authentic, there is a little bit of a problem. Because the tween heartthrob in 2007, Joey Pearson, whom none of you have ever heard of, likewise did the same. And this debasing of the very notion of authenticity immediately problematizes the term for us, I believe. Also, think about the binary, if you will. Who wants to be inauthentic, right? So what are we going to do with this term authenticity? What I'd like to do is I'd like to look at some condign fields, if you will, to look at authenticity and to think a little bit creatively about it for us, people who are involved in the world of the history of the book. In August 1989, a Park House was having hot work done on the roof. This is one of the great houses in the history of English architecture. It was built in 1690 in West Sussex in the early 19th century. Between 1810 and 1815, Up Park was revised, as it were, by none less an English architect than Humphrey Repton. It is a gem of the National Trust. But that hot work on the roof in August of '89 resulted, as you can see, in an absolutely catastrophic conflagration. The results were devastating, despite the fact that it took quite a bit of time for the fire to migrate from the roof timbers all the way down to the ground floor. Rest easy, sort of. A park has been fully restored. In fact, the National Trust would say not fully restored, but rather a park has been reinstated. This reinstatement of one of the great houses in the National Trust diadem, as it were, cost the tidy sum of about $40 million US. That's a lot of money. Why? Why? And what does this reinstatement mean? It was made absolutely authentic. Well, everything was made anew. Everything was made anew that could not be refurbished. Only was the house refurbished, restored, reinstated to its original 1690 splendor? Oh no. Was it rather brought back to 1815 and its Reptonesque features? No. Rather, the National Trust, in its wisdom, decided that the house would be recreated exactly as it was the day before the fire, thereby erasing one of the major historical events in the history of the house in the name of history, authenticity. So we're going to be more authentic by pretending the fire never happened. So 5 years of restoration work to get it to the day before the fire. Of course, this meant distressing that which had been made anew. Of course, this meant spraying special grime on some of the features of the house in order to get it exactly as it was the day before the fire. Of course, this meant looking at something like the flock wallpaper you see before you here and toning the paper to the various shades depending upon what pictures had been hanging on the walls for how long. So the paper was originally red. It had faded to this café au lait, although there were a number of gradations in between, each one carefully calibrated in the name of authenticity. So the man who supervised the project told us that even the most desperate cases of damage can be brought back to life. Brought back to life for future generations. And what does this mean for us, and how are we to understand this as a problem of authenticity? To me, this is the tomato aspic theory of what the authentic is. And I find it very strange indeed. And yet, I was for many years a member of the National Trust. I respect the National Trust. But what does it mean to pretend the fire never happened? And what might this tell us about the conservators of historical objects whose histories are all so often sullied or burnished by human use? And what does that mean for us as being, in so many ways, a people of the book? Ladies and gentlemen, many of you will recognize this as the West Front, the so-called royal portico of Chartres Cathedral. We know that in the 13th century, everybody who's gone through art in the dark in freshman year in college knows that in the 13th century, this frontal would have been polychromatic, of course. Should we colorize the west front of Chartres in the name of historical accuracy? Should we put it back the way it was? Should we bring it to life so that people can experience what it was like to live then? This, ladies and gentlemen, is the west front of Amiens Cathedral, 75 miles north of Paris. And in 1990, when cleaning was begun, mirabile dictu, it was revealed that, yes, it was polychrome in the 13th century. And so, through laser techniques, every night in the Sol et Lumière show, the cathedral is brought back to life. Funny, because I didn't know it was dead. So we can do this with pinpoint lasers, and I'm assured that this is historically quite accurate. Any takers? Does anybody want to do this? So what's authentic? And because we can, does it mean we should? A degree of judiciousness comes into play. A requirement of prudential judgment becomes evidently requisite. So many of you will know Arthur Evans, of course, great Palace of Knossos, but many people feel now that his singular archaeological achievement, one of the great achievements in archaeology in the 19th or 20th centuries, is terribly compromised by his imposition of his, as it were, connoisseurship, his interiorized vision of what it must have been like. And so something like the iconic Dolphin mural, which millions have gone to see, and which is part of its world status, is of course completely out of period, and is taken from some small pottery shards and utterly transformed in scale. The throne room at the center of the project lacks any archaeological basis except for the existence of a gypsum chair to be the throne room itself. Do we want to put it back the way it was? What would be the authentic thing to do in this case? So I think we could learn a lot by studying the early music movement, the so-called historically informed performance movement that was so important in England, but in the Anglo-American and German world more generally in the 80s and through the mid-90s. Much ink has been spilled to very, very little accomplishment in the idea of let's get it more authentic, let's get it right. I'm going to be more authentic than you are. And not only did this project fail miserably, in part because of the failure to establish any ontological predicates to the nature of what was being endeavored, but also because they made the question of authenticity a zero-sum game. If I win, then you lose. In the name of history, in the name of authenticity. So let's just listen a little bit, if we might. Many of you will know this recording. This is the iconic recording, 1955. Virtuosic performance. Sorry, my sound editing wasn't quite up to snuff. Many of you will know that the locus classicus of the early music movement was Leonhardt's harpsichord recording of this very early, in which he took the radical step of slowing down. Not the first such recording, but the one that clearly set the benchmark for all others. For my money, this is it. This is Ster, and Ster wanted to perform on an instrument that had the tonality, the resonance of the instrument that Bach himself would have used. And also notice the ornamentation, which is a bid for authenticity as well. Are there winners and losers? Is one more authentic than the other? What is the truth of a piece of music? So, interestingly, in 1995, the question of authentic music had reached such an impasse that there was a conference in Jerusalem of performers, philosophers, and historians. And the report in the journal that had chronicled most of the early music movement, early music, reported thus: participants repeatedly shunned and indeed disavowed the term authenticity. So here we are, Dan. They gave up on it after about 15 years. We must not. So the problem in Native American and Oceanic and African artifacts is also a huge question. What is authentic? And as has come up a number of times today, because these artifacts are also concomitantly commodities, they are fungible goods in some ways. The question of authenticity puts everything at stake. This is a contemporary bear mask. This is from a 1987 exhibit at the Museum of Man in San Diego. This is called The Artifact Piece. The man lying in the case is himself a Native American named James Luna. He climbed into the case whenever he could, and the labels, which he himself wrote, encouraged people to come look at a real Indian and to notice the scars on his body that he had incurred in appropriate Indian fashion from a night of too heavy drinking. And so Luna was obviously problematizing this idea of what's a real Indian and what's real anyway, and what's authenticity when it becomes a commercial or a museum construct. Fortunately, in these Hallow Halls, I can reassure everybody that this problem has been legislated away and no longer exists at all because of the 1990 Indian Arts and Crafts Act. There's a screenshot from the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Department of Interior, which will tell you right away that this is what authenticity means. If it fills these requirements, boom, you're done. Okay, it doesn't say boom. So then we come to the ultimate example of authenticity. Colonial Williamsburg. And you are there. But let's just remember, if we will, that there was a cutoff date imposed here, 1770. Ladies and gentlemen, 731 buildings in Williamsburg were taken down. 413 of those buildings were rebuilt on the site where they had been. 81 other buildings were restored. And buildings that were wholly absent reappeared in the cityscape in the name of history, in the name of authenticity, in the name of accuracy. The living town became, well, you remember that tomato aspic, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Duke of Gloucester Street, the ultimate authentic, inauthentic street in America, where history is sacrificed in the name of history, in the name of the authentic. And this makes me wonder about our habitus, about the ways that we think, because we have come to prefer the simulacrum over the authentic. We have come in many ways to prefer, no, not people in this room, breathe easy. But have we not, as a people, come to prefer the sanitized, the cleaned up, the good housekeeping seal of approval instead of what is messy, what is more, dare I say, authentically human, what wears the unrestored grime of history, what is mixed? Fortunately, contemporary science is helping us. Modern technology is restoring to us a sense of how to regain our sense of authenticity and how to be fit stewards of the cultural heritage that has been entrusted to us. This, many of you will recognize, is a kind of a panel encapsulating the research of a chief in this very building, Fenella France's work on Thomas Jefferson's draft of the Declaration of Independence. If you don't know this work, you really ought, in which she uncovered the earth-shattering truth that originally Jefferson had referred to you and to me as fellow subjects, and had in his revisions changed the word subjects to citizens. And in this revision, one may see, in some ways, the birth of the United States. This is astonishingly great work, which was done here. Many of you will know the Palamedes project. In some ways, the multispectral imaging will remind all of us, I think, of the Archimedes project, which was the template for this. Fewer of us, I suspect, will recognize Stanley Livingston's 1871 field diary, which was written on a newspaper and was incredibly fragile, but everybody knew it was an important document. It was illegible as an object, illegible in terms of its written text as well in so many ways. But through multispectral imaging, it has been fully recovered. and a parallel text edition has been created. What a wonderful thing. We know much more about Livingston and the shaping of history than we knew before. Yeah, but there's a but. Many of you will remember Dom DeLillo's novel White Noise. There is an intermezzo, a kind of an incident, in which two of the principal characters go out to see the most photographed barn in America. When you use Google Images to get the most photographed barn in America, which was a fiction, by the way, this comes up as it now. And in the novel, DeLillo is very clear to say that one character says to the other, no one sees the barn anymore. They're so intent on capturing its image. They're so intent on being in this place and getting the most photographed barn in America, that no one sees the barn. They only see, as it were, the epistemological frame that has brought them there, pilgrim-like, if you will, toward this place. And I worry that the tools we use now may become a frame that keeps us from seeing the objects themselves, even as they can help us delve into the objects and have genuine insight into them. My fears, I believe, are well-founded, for we have committed all sorts of gross inauthenticities in our community again and again and again. And we can laugh at Colonial Williamsburg, we can tut-tut at Sir Arthur Evans, we can play games all we want with the National Trust, but here, ladies and gentlemen, is the British Library with the truly fatuous turning the pages. You can't turn the Lindisfarne Gospels like this, and you never could. And nobody ever did. This, in anthropology, is called a skeuomorph. It's a palliative to make you feel better. The page images, which are digital representations, are behaving as they cannot in real life. And this is the land of make-believe, and the British Library perpetrates this on its people all the time. There are other inauthenticities that we perpetrate if we are injudicious. This, as many will recognize immediately, is the Hours of Catherine of Cleves, one of the high points, if not the high point, of manuscript illumination. But woe to him or her who proffers such an image as being what books of hours look like, even Parisian manufactured ones. For this is the real McCoy. It is genuine in every way. It is profoundly inauthentic in some respect because it is profoundly unrepresentative. If we don't see this as unrepresentative, we know less about what books are like, really like, in the 15th century after looking at this than before. If we think that the Hypnerotomachia Polyphilii is typical of any other Renaissance book, much less the workshop of Aldus Manutius, we are deceiving the people whom we are meant to instruct. And our scrutiny of the artifact leads us into error instead of into enlightenment. This is an outlier, ladies and gentlemen. It's important. It is one of the summits of human bookmaking. It is worthy of our reverence and our interrogation. It merits our sustained attention and engagement. But it is not like Renaissance bookmaking. It has, you'll forgive me, damn little to do with the rest of what's going on. no less a figure than Yale's David Scott Kasten has called attention to inauthenticity that we have perpetrated again and again in scholarly editing, where the raison d'etre of what we're trying to do is to produce a text that never existed in history, despite the fact that we do so by engaging closely with the historical embodiments of texts over time and by positing scenarios about what happened in the production of those physical instantiations. Curiouser and curiouser, methinks. So many of you will recall Henry James's novella, The Real Thing, in which the illustrator seeks to represent the aristocracy, but the models whom he employs prove to be intractable, and so he uses substitutes, and they prove to be more suited, and the whole narrative problemizes this question of what is real and what is fake when you prefer the simulacrum to the real thing. Are we not guilty of perpetrating this all the time in the digital domain? Who would think that the very threshold of high culture in mid-Victorian Britain, the British Library, could serve as an emblem for systematic falsification of the work that would call all authenticities into doubt? But here, ladies and gentlemen, in this 1859 photograph of the front portal of the British Library, British Museum, we find we find the correlative, if you will, of John Ruskin's embittered discussion in The Seven Lamps of Architecture. For he says that in the entrance to the staircase, the noble granite foundation should be mocked by it being painted over in imitation marble. And it's done tolerably well, and that makes it worse. Because the effect of this overpainting, the effect of the noble granite pretending to be, being represented as something it is not, is to call all the realities on display in the British Museum into question. And it's this very mixing that's highly problematic and calls to mind George Steiner's dictum in Real Presences that all representation is a profoundly moral human endeavor. Chekhov, in one of his most celebrated works, brings this problem into relief very nicely, it seems to me. Having been given some counterfeit money and mixing it with the real, he lives in trepidation of being forever found out. For what is real and what is debased are now indistinguishable, but the consequences remain. What do we need? We need a revival, therefore, of connoisseurship. Connoisseurship, which has had such a bad name over time because of its associations with aristocracy, because of its associations with dictatorial attitudes and with whimsy, because of its privileging of the faculties of intuition. And yet, if we think of connoisseurship as a kind of interiorized understanding, of a kind of hard-won knowledge, such as you've heard from deeply learned men and women today, who have given their lives to particular aspects of book history, this is the kind of connoisseurship we need, an understanding that is reflective. Graham Pollard of the Bodleian Library was very fond of saying, "You know nothing about books until you have looked at your first 5,000 real books." What Pollard was getting at was this notion of connoisseurship, this notion of a mode of perception that is interiorized in such a way that seeing and knowing, as Gombrich might say, are forever linked in the perceiver. What we need then, I believe, is a robust notion of critical bibliography, a term that I borrow from no less a figure than Sir W.W. Gregg, but which has sadly fallen into disrepute. By critical bibliography, I mean critical in three senses of the word. One, we cannot do book studies without it. It is critical in the most trivial sense of being absolutely essential to what we do. No bibliography, no descriptive and analytic knowledge that is requisite. But bibliography in the 21st century must be critical in another sense of the word, in fact, in the etymological sense of the word. Because in ancient Greek, the kritikos was the one who sat in the seat of judgment. And we need to stop pretending, rather, that bibliography is scientific. It's not the same as doing a mass spec analysis. Bibliography belongs to the humanities. Its rightful place is part of the humanities. Two excellent bibliographers faced with the same evidence might well reach different conclusions, and that's okay. It's not calculus, it's not science, it is humanistic, critical, evidential-based judgments. Critical bibliography, in a third sense, is absolutely required. It must engage profoundly with the other object-oriented disciplines. Bibliography, book historical studies more broadly, has a great deal to teach, I believe, but also a great deal to learn from art history and museum studies, archaeology and anthropology. Even, dare I say, in this august room, critical theory and cultural studies, material culturalism, and so on. For too long, bibliography has partitioned itself from the conversations that are vital and vitalistic for the thriving of humanistic endeavors, such as the interpretation of artifacts in history and understanding those objects as agents of history. In order to do that, we need to go into other people's houses. We need to have the humility to engage in dialogue, creative, productive dialogue. We need to be, dare I say it, more like the social and natural sciences, and to abandon our romantic model of individuals working by themselves in an isolated carrel for decades. We need to form teams. The knowledge is required to exercise critical bibliography. The knowledge is required to develop new connoisseurship for a new century. Cannot be mastered by any one individual, as case after case after case adduced today has more than amply shown. We need to work together. We need to pool our expertise. We need to cross old boundaries and to build bridges anew. What then is the remit of bibliographical inquiry? It is to ask, how did this object come to be as it is? It is not, therefore, about causal explanation. It's much more about interpretive understanding. And the more we understand bibliography and book historical studies, the new connoisseurship, if you will, as freeing itself from the need to provide causal explanations and a willingness to say, I will situate this object in a constellation of other objects and in a universe of human persons for whom that object was intelligible. Only then can that object reveal its intelligibilities to us. The positivism of, as it were, the old new bibliography ought to have no place here. We know from Donald Francis Mackenzie's seminal 1969 essay that we know damn all about the working routines of the print shop. For years, we posited that men worked like machines. Mackenzie taught us that compositors fall in love. Pressmen drink too much ale at lunch. And when they raise enough money to go on holiday, off to the south they go, only to return months later, penniless and in need of work. We need to know more about human labor. We need to know more about credit arrangements and distribution. Anybody here an expert on the used book trade in the 16th century? I think not. We need to remember again and again that the high calling of what we do and what we give our lives to is to recover the human presences in every recorded text. Why do we devote ourselves so unswervingly to the pursuit of collecting, of bibliographic studies, of book selling, of librarianship, of conservation, of being curators, those who give a duty of care? It is because of those human presences. And recovering them is a profoundly noble act. You know, W.H. Auden, a poet and a thinker whom I adore, once said that he thought that the most humanistic of all the humanities was philology. And he said that he thought that philology was the most humanistic of all the humanities because every word, when studied closely enough, said Auden, becomes a little lyric about itself. That's very beautiful, but it will come as no surprise that I think Mr. Auden is wrong. I think that bibliography has an equal or greater claim to be the most humanistic of all the humanities. You're shocked. Because perforce to engage in the work that we do means to inhabit the mentalite of communities, of leather tanners and type founders, of paper makers, of lofty patrons and of lowly hawkers. To engage in the work that we do means that we must effect a kind, as best we can, of Gadamerian fusion of horizons that requires a thoroughgoing humility on our part every day. This is the stuff of critical bibliography. This is the stuff of the new connoisseurship, scientifically informed for the 21st century. So ask yourself, do you want to restore this? Here is a book of hours in the Sarum Use, in which the image of the Trinity was defaced under Henry. It was a condition of keeping the book in the household. This is part of the difficult, dare I say, ugly, grimy, uncomfortable making history of what it means to live and work with the book. And yet I would no more restore this, I would no more reinstate this book than I would a park. For the history here is the history of human makers and unmakers. The history here is what we have. And history teaches us that engaging with the difficult, dealing with what is problematic and often baffling, is precisely that which yields new areas of knowledge, new forms of enlightenment. And always, 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 careful judgments are required. This, again, is one of the reasons why we want to learn to form our judgments, not just by sustained attention to bibliographical objects, Pollard's method, but by immersing ourselves in capacious bibliographical communities, dare I say, such as this represented here. To be not merely a community of experts, but to understand ourselves as a community of learners, and to inform our judgments by capacious and learned conversations and consultations, by the bridge building that must happen with one another. A good case in point may be this painting all of you know so well, The Umbrellas by Renoir. If you look at a detail, you will see so easily that the right portion of the painting is done in a much more distinct and clear style than the feathery technique. The left side is in this distinct work. The right side is in this feathery technique. The right side is older, and if we do pigment analysis, we'll see that the palette Renoir is using has changed. For cobalt blue has become French ultramarine. An organic pigment on the right is now a synthetic pigment on the left. Zinc yellow on the right has become a new yellow from Naples on the left. Is this a forgery? Certainly not. This is, in a single canvas, the development of an artistic soul, the changing of a mind, the rejection of old impressionism, and the beginning of a new modern style. The science checks out and doesn't check out. The style checks out and doesn't check out. The painting is an enigma. The painting is a clarion call, a signal truth. The science is necessary but not sufficient. The connoisseurship and the judgment are required. The community of students needs to discuss. We might remember Galileo's famous words in Brecht's 1939 play. It is not up to science to set the world right, but rather to keep us from error. We look for those messy, imperfect, individualized human presences, and we glory in them. We look for the imprint of human persons every day in our work, and we know a little bit more about the glory of what it means to be a human being, to be homo faber, man, woman, the maker. We see no less a figure than Aristotle in the Nicomachean Ethics, 2 millennia before Milton's famous pronouncement about books containing a potency of life, says the same thing. What he is potentially is what the product indicates in actualization. We might think then of books, broadly conceived, as coalescences of human intentions, as complex sign systems that are part of the very peak, the zenith of what it means to be a human maker and what it means to be engaged in the complex and beautiful world of making culturally instantiated meanings. Ladies and gentlemen, the old bibliography will not do. The old connoisseurship has become a laughingstock. The new science, the new technology is absolutely necessary, but dare I say, seldom, if ever, wholly sufficient. We here, and those with whom we are in capacious conversation, need to be generative of new methods, new attitudes, new understandings, so that we will be a people who discern and who glory in those human intentions, who give our lives to recording those human presences. I know of few things in this world more noble or more good. Thank you.
Well, an exceptional day, ending with an exceptional talk. You've been lovely. I have two more tasks for you before you go. One will be pretty simple. We're having a reception, as you've heard. It's in the Mumford Room. The Mumford Room is easily found by turning left when you leave the room here and turning right as soon as you have an opportunity. There should be signs, I believe, or if you follow the flow of people. It's where we would have met originally. You'll find that humorous when you get in, how small it is. But we have a reception for you. We would love to have you join us. Secondly, this is probably the last public chance to do this. I'm a blubbery sort, so you have to. And we'll keep it short because of that. As you know, Dandy Simone has been here for about 15 years. We'll do it staccato style. How about that? Superb colleague, really good friend. Most of you know that come January, he's going to be crossing the street over to Folger. And we're all thrilled for him. It's not very far, but he's really going to be missed. I really wanted this to be upbeat. And you're doing what I was simply going to ask you to do, which was to thank Dan and to congratulate him and welcome him as he marches over to the Folger. Did you do that?
It's Friday. Thank you. This has been a great experience for me. Coming to LC from the book trade and having all the opportunities that I was given, and to have so many colleagues want to work with me and support me has just been an unbelievable experience. And working with Mark has been great. We knew one another many years ago before I came here, and he really taught me how to laugh, and he taught me how to interact with people, and and our styles are so different. And it's just been a really great experience, and I'm very proud of my time here. I'm proud of this place. But I've got one more act. And some years ago, I was with Mark, and we had done a program, and I was really jazzed about it. We had a lot of people, and it was very successful, and I said, "This is my house." And Mark said to me, "This is our house." And, you know, I was angry with him about that. You know, I said, because I was feeling so good. But as I contemplate on it, he's right, because this is your house. And I had an opportunity to work here, to live here, and now I'm going to a new house. And my hope is that I can build the relationships at Folger that I built here. Thank you.
This has been a presentation of the Library of Congress. Visit us at loc.gov.